signing a lot of interesting things. It looks like you're going to sign a $1 million bill here.
No, it does. I'm definitely going to take it.
You're definitely going to take it. What do you think about all these Cardinals fans who are waiting in line with all their really cool things, Player of the Year signs and such, for you to sign?
No, it's cool. No, I got some good memorabilia that I have, so no, it's cool to see. And then there was a guy that had my first AAA hit, or my first triple in the big leagues, so I got to sign that, so that was pretty cool.
It is pretty. It's got to be fun for you to kind of see those memories pop back.
No doubt. No, it's really cool. You get to see them from the Peoria days all the way up to the big leagues, so it's kind of cool to see all those old memories that I had and bringing it up to me so I can sign it, so it's cool.
When you were a kid, I am assuming you thought about this moment when people would be waiting in line to get your autograph, right?
Oh, no doubt. No, it's one of the perks of being a big leaguer. It's kind of cool to have your own card. You have your own name on the bat, so all of it's pretty cool and it's something you kind of dream about when you're growing up.
I love it. What do you do to relax, to chill?
Ooh, just breathe. Just take a chill pill. That's all I got to do. Just breathe.
Just breathe. All right, then I got to get you on something a little bit embarrassing. What is the most embarrassing song that you'll be singing to in the car?
Ooh, Hot and Cold. That's a good song. Hot? I don't know who sings it, but it's a Hot and Cold song. Or Me and You by Cassie.
Go. So if you see somebody driving down, jamming out, it's him right here. I'm going to let you get to signing that $1 million bill because that is awesome. And I'm going to send it on back to Brett.
Well, thanks, Angela. Back here on the main stage with Elizabeth and the three players as promised, Joshua Abaez, Nathan Church, and Blaze Jordan. Guys, great to have you here. Thanks for braving the cold. Yeah, that's worth a round of applause. Well, Nathan, let's start with you. Just talk a little baseball. The debut last year, always a great story, always awesome. Just what do you feel like you learned in 2025 with those games that you'll take into 26?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot, just going up to the big leagues, things are kind of run a little bit differently. Everything's a little bit faster, just time management, like knowing when to go in and stretch versus go hit and then go out and do early work defense. Basically, yeah, just figuring out how to schedule out your day the best to be able to be ready for the game.
That first homer in Tampa in August, one of those hot Tampa days, but it felt like you floated around the bases that night. I thought it was kind of cool, minor league ballpark, a little smaller, a different type of first home run in the major leagues. What was that moment like? What are you thinking about as you're going around the bases?
It was definitely cool. It took me a while to even just get my first hit, so getting a hit and a home run on the same day was pretty spectacular, so I was just very grateful for the moment that I was in.
Joshua, awesome year for you last year. Same thing as Nathan. What do you feel like you took out of 25 that you're excited to see and carry into 26?
Yeah, so I feel in 2025, I really just, tried to go day by day, try to put something in my hat every single night, try to have a good routine and, just be there for my teammates. And for this year, just try to just keep it the same, just be positive, be a good teammate, and things would take care of itself.
I've got to ask you what your favorite memory was from this season, because I know you guys had a pretty incredible postseason run down there in Springfield. So, favorite moment from that?
We had a lot of good memories. I feel like winning the championship was probably the best one. Going to Midland, being down in the championship and taking care of that business and, just coming home champions was definitely the best memory.
That was a busy couple weeks for you guys. Big, awesome finish at Springfield. They brought you here to St. Louis for a camp. What has it been like working with some of the guys and gals in player development? I know that they pour a lot of time and resource into you guys, and it's important to them that they know they care about you, not just as people, but players too.
No, yeah, like in my personal experience, it's been a lot better. Like I drafted in 2021, and over the years, it just has been getting better. This year, they've poured a lot of time and effort into us, calling us, checking in, just making sure that we're doing the right things to prepare. And I feel like the org is growing and the staff is growing as well.
Blaze, I had to look up where South Haven, Mississippi was, because my Mississippi geography is not as sharp as maybe it could be. But you're basically right there in Memphis. So obviously the big leagues is the goal, but pretty cool, I would imagine, to basically be playing at home for that last part of last year.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty crazy, when they called me and told me I was being traded, they told me I was obviously being traded to St. Louis. So I kind of knew in my mind I'll be basically coming home and everything. So I was pretty excited to tell my family and friends. And that first game was pretty special for me. I had a lot of buddies, and my whole family and stuff got to come and everything. So it was pretty special. So.
Everybody's got a little bit different routine in the off season. There's a lot of rigor that goes into it. You guys enjoy getting after it. I thought it was interesting. I saw that the other night at 10:34 in the evening, you're in there getting your cuts in, which is not usually typical. Is that how it works for you, late at night hitting?
You know, it just depends on the day. I get bored at night sometimes, especially in Mississippi, so not too much to do there. So, if I feel like in my mind, if I watch some video or whatever, I feel like I want to go work on something, it's nice. I can just go back in my backyard and go hit. So I've really been trying to take advantage of that and just get ready for the season. So.
Nathan, tell us a little bit about your off season. Have you been back home in California or somewhere else getting your work in?
Yeah, just been mainly in Southern California, training at this place called Chapman Baseball Compound. And yeah, just really just dialing in the swing, trying to get stronger, staying fast. Just doing the little things to try and get better every day.
And then Joshua, how about for you? Again, a great year. I'm sure in some ways you're like, I'm not ready for it to end. I want to just keep getting out there and getting ABs. But how did you carry that good year into your off-season routine?
For me, I'll say it was just trying to be consistent with the same off season. Just having a good routine, a good plan, and then just sticking to it. Finding ways to stay active every single day, and just looking forward to 2026. 2025 passed. Now we're trying to prepare for 2026.
Blaze, I want to go back to that moment where you got the call that you were coming to the Cardinals organization this year. What did you hear from our player development, from our front office about how they felt your skill set could benefit this organization?
Yeah, as soon as I came over, they were very welcoming, and they kind of set me down and just told me to be myself. I think they really, liked my bat-to-ball skills and liked the power that I bring, and but they're also trying to help me tap into that power a little bit more and working on both first and third, and they want me to continue to play both, so I can be able to play more positions and everything. So I'm willing to do whatever they need me to do, and but they kind of just let me go out there and be myself, and I felt really welcome when I came. I was super comfortable when I came, so it was pretty special.
We're just getting started at winter warm-up here in 2026. New pitcher Richard Fitz is going to be joining us at 10 a.m., so be sure to be here with us as we meet Richard. Thanks to you three guys. Congratulations on the success in 2025. We wish you great things in 2026, and it'll be opening day before we know it. Winter warm-up rolls on here from inside Ballpark Village.
16th of this year, an EF3 tornado struck our area and left a long and wide path of destruction. The road to recovery will be very challenging and could last many months. But back on June 6th, the Cardinals, Blues, Battlehawks, and City SC teamed up for a special broadcast and auction raising $155,000, including $25,000 from FanDuel and $10,000 from Anheuser-Busch, all in support of tornado recovery. All 4 teams donated exceptional packages and experiences for which we are very grateful. We are also grateful to you and your generosity in helping raise this amount to support our community. Fans can continue to support by making donations at cardinals.com/STLrecovers. For Cardinals Insider, I'm Ben Holtmeyer.
The 25-year-old left-hander Matthew Liberatore is having himself a nice season. 7th start of the year here coming against Pittsburgh.
And strike 3 blisters the outside corner. And Libby's got out number 1.
I think being aggressive and being confident for me was just a matter of going out and challenging guys with my best stuff on a consistent basis. And when I was able to do that, I found that I had a lot more success than when I tried to pitch carefully.
Swing and a miss. Liberatore strikes out 3 Pirates. Strike 3 called inside corner. Matthew Liberatore is in complete command.
I want the ball as often as possible, and I'm able to handle it. I'm able to recover. I wish I could have pitched in every single game the whole year.
Just can't say enough about the maturation, the growth of that young man. You know, Ollie Marmol, he's just been singing the praises of Matthew, the work that he's put in, the work that he and Dusty have put in together.
Just believing in myself, believing in my stuff, believing that I'm capable in any situation to have success. I think that's probably been the biggest thing that I've noticed.
Mason drifts out, calls for the fair catch, and Libby, look at him. He pumps the glove. Great performance to send us to the stretch. He's out-dueled Paul Skeens.
It's so evident when you watch him on the mound. He's just carrying himself differently than I think we've seen him.
Just in time, what a play. Mason sliding stop, scrambles, fires, and got it, what a play. More great Cardinal defense. Sonny Gray, spectacular, nearly perfect. And one hitter near the netting. He dives into the netting. Little flare to right. Here comes Walker. Cardinals win it again. Flying in left center field base hit. And the Cardinals win it in 10. Golf towards center, hit the wall, it's gone! Burleson with a walk-off homer. Swing, drive, hit high in the air to left. Nolan Arenado walks him off.
Right here, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
It's an MLB play ball event, and the kids get to come out and have an experience that they don't always have, and get that enrichment. We like it.
This is the kind of stuff they live for. I mean,
yeah. So little on-field activities and get to see somebody, like Ozzie Smith is, I don't know, beyond exciting for a little 9 and 10-year-old. It's the best.
You need events like this to introduce the game, to kids and give them a chance, because, you don't see dads playing catch a lot anymore, granddads playing catch, so you would see them playing in the yards all the time. You just don't see it now. So you need these events to get those little guys out there throwing the ball around a little bit. Baseball is just that type of game that brings people together, and it just builds lasting relationships. I mean, a lot of my best friends now are my old baseball buddies, so baseball just kind of brings that out.
Anything that keeps baseball growing at this age group, right, I think is the best thing that can happen for America's pastime.
I think team is a word that comes up because that's a word that we all hear and know and talk about. What does it make to have a team that works, and that group worked. And so there's such a great team aspect to that. I think about how good the starting rotation was of that team, how much we liked each other. The bullpen was good. The offense was exciting. The Vince, the Willie, the Ozzie part of the running Redbirds, that was great. But really every aspect, the defense, extraordinary. So just a full team.
To be part of a team that went to the World Series 3 times in a 6-year span, with that 85 team maybe being the best of those 3 teams, was a huge honor for me. And the 85 team was really a surprise. We were picked over the winter to finish last in our division, and back then the National League East was a juggernaut with the up-and-coming Mets and the Phillies and the Pirates and the Expos were all really, really good.
Oh man, probably one of the best teams I've ever played on. I mean, that year everybody matured, everybody played their best baseball, and it's just a fun team, man. Just fun going out there, knowing that you were gonna be tough to beat, every day. And like I said, it seemed like all the players had their better years.
I would say defensively, we were probably one of the best teams in baseball defensively. We were not gonna beat ourselves defensively. We thrived on not giving the team an opportunity with extra outs. St. Louis, let me just say this for me, every time I come back, it's like I never left. That's how good the people in St. Louis treat me and welcome me, and it is a pleasure.
0-2 pitch, and the first game in the new Busch Stadium, April 10th, 2006, is a 6-4 win over Milwaukee. Throw down to second. Goodbye. He absolutely crushes this one. Eckstein slaps it down the right field line. Edmonds drills it into right field. Oh, what a play. Pujols rips it fair, and the Cardinals are going to win it. Kiss it goodbye. This ball is gone. Watch that baby fly. Dives, and he makes the catch. He got him. Struck him out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Together Credit Union Plaza at Ballpark Village for the 2025 St. Louis Cardinals Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Now please join me in welcoming back 12 St. Louis Cardinals Hall of Famers. Now let's meet today's honorees. The organization retains the right to induct an individual who has been an important figure in Cardinals history. This year's inductee is Walt Jocketty. Please welcome to the podium, Joey Jocketty.
So the following are my dad's words. As I reflect on my career in baseball, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. To be inducted in the St. Louis Cardinals Hall of Fame is an honor beyond words, and I'm humbled to be recognized alongside so many legends of this great game. When I think about where it all came together, my mind always goes back to one place, St. Louis. The Cardinals are more than a baseball team. They're a tradition, a symbol of excellence, and a family. For over a decade, I had the honor of helping build a team that embodied those values, and I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished. To the Cardinals fans, the heartbeat of St. Louis baseball, your passion, your loyalty, and your unwavering support make this game special. Every decision I made, every trade, every signing, it was with the goal of making you proud. Thanks to this incredible honor, he'll always be right here where he belongs in baseball heaven. Thank you.
Let's welcome back Edgar Renteria.
Cheo Kendo take 2 minutes last year talking here. I bet you I'm going to take one. Thank to the St. Louis Cardinals organization. Thank you for having me in the Hall of Fame. Colombia and my family. Thank you to my teammates, compadres, mis compañeros. So the fans, thank you for supporting me every time. I wish I can speak more English, but my heart, that's what I got. That's what I got for you guys. Love you guys.
Let's welcome the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Billy. Mr. DeWitt, Mo. I got to thank you for the honor you bestowed on me as the Cardinal ambassador. I was proud of my playing career when you realize it was 13 seasons in the big leagues and 15 years overall as a pitcher. That's not even a third of my career as a Cardinal broadcaster and ambassador. To Cardinal Nation, to Cardinal employees, to the ushers and usherettes, to the fans. You fans are the heartbeat of this organization. What you have done and continue to do for me means more than you will ever know. In closing, I'm grateful that I found my best friend, my true partner, my wife, Jude. You and our girls, our grandkids, and this red jacket have made me the luckiest madman in the world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the St. Louis Cardinals 2025 Hall of Fame class.
Yeah, like just put in, like just getting to be on the 40-man, it was, just an honor. Like just going after, like these 4 years being a roller coaster and, having this year being my breakout season and, just having been just being on the 40-man, it was just an amazing. So just looking forward to 2026.
Is that something that crosses your mind as you head into spring training and kind of what 2026 can bring for you?
Yeah, of course. Just being on the 40-man, it kind of gives you a perspective of kind of like the plan of what they have for you. And just being here in St. Louis is always the goal, and, like that's what we're working for.
When you look back at it, where do you pinpoint the differences that helped you make the jump that you did, and how has that kind of fueled you into this offseason?
Yeah, I would say it was just more mental cues, approach, You know, not trying to do too much fit like physical-wise. The body's there, you know, so I'm just trying to put it all together and just have a good approach and go with a good mindset.
Nathan, how's the winter different for you coming off a season where you made a debut and have been in the big leagues and have seen it now? What's the difference for you in a winter?
Yeah, this offseason is definitely different, you know, coming from the big leagues. But yeah, mainly just trying to focus on getting better at what I was not really good at over this last season and years before. So just training really hard and just trying to get better every single day and just trying to go about my way a little bit differently this year.
What were some of those things that you learned about yourself at the end of the season there that maybe you wanted to focus on this winter?
A lot of it was just trying to hit super hoppy fastballs, so a lot of spin fastballs at the top of the zone. Just working at that, trying to be super short. Just little mental cues and physical cues that me and Brant Brown have been kind of working on and just trying to get the swing a little bit dialed and just be ready for 2026.
Joshua, last year was, I think, the most amount of games you played since you've gotten into the minors. What did kind of that workload show you, and kind of how did that kind of influence like any of your off-season work this year?
I believe it was like 117 games, and like I was just trying to prepare every single day to stay healthy, doing my routine, stretching, just taking care of the recovery part of it so I can be ready every single night. And it's the same thing, you know, just trying to play more games this year, hopefully get to the 162 one day, and just continue to get better.
You talked about the roller coaster. What were some of the, or who helped you, get through the rough moments? And did you have moments where you were doubting yourself at all?
My family, my mentors, you know, like they're my drive, you know, going through, you know, like the down times and, you know, like it definitely questions you, you know, just being drafted high, you know, having all these expectations. And then just hitting that brick wall, you know, it just builds character. And I just found a way to get up and keep going every time.
Josh, they've talked to us a lot about the way that they've made changes kind of in the development program with more staff and all that. How have you seen that change over your time in the organization? Because you were kind of here before, and then now it's been going through it.
It's been going upwards every single year. You know, from the time 2021 to now, they're really involved, you know, with the players. Like, they want to know about them, what they're doing, their routine, to help them prepare for spring training and the season. So, you know, like, I feel like the organization is going in a great direction, and we're just trying to make changes, you know, to hopefully, you know, bring back a championship one day.
You think that's maybe part of what went into last year for you, having access to whether it's more coaches, more tech, whatever? Was that maybe a little bit of a part of how last year went?
Yeah, I feel like it was just a more personalized program for me. You know, like, they know me better now, so, you know, like, it was more about me and not so much comparing or, like, you know, saying, you know, like, maybe this could work for you. You know, just going by experience and, you know, just trying to find things that are going to continue to make me better.
Does it give you an appreciation of how hard it is to make changes in season as opposed to having an off season to kind of get your mind and your program straight?
Yeah, in season, I definitely have gone through it where it's like, you know, like, you're trying to make changes that same night, and, you know, it definitely doesn't go too well. But, you know, like, if you have to do it, like, you just have to just kind of trust it and then just go through the process. And, like, they tell you, hey, like, it doesn't matter what, like, the stats are, like, just try to implement this. But, like, when you do it in the off season, it's more of a kind of like a reset, you know, like, you get to play around with things, and, you know, hopefully, and, you know, in spring training, it goes smoothly as it was in the off season.
How much did the experiences you got last season, how does that change you going into spring training this year?
A lot of it's just being a little bit more comfortable, just with everybody, like staff and the team. But yeah, mainly just trying to focus on myself and just trying to be really like the best player I can be. But yeah, definitely more confident going into this season or into this spring training. But yeah, just trying to get better every single day.
Even when you get called up the first time, you don't know you're going to be there for 3 days or for a week. You were able to stay up the entire rest of the season. How did that feel for you to see that opportunity was a long one for you?
Yeah, it was definitely cool to be up there for the rest of the season, but I'm focused on this year and just trying to make the team this year and trying to get better this year. That's kind of just really my main focus.
Jason, over the years in the minors,
your offensive profile has changed from year to year. You've gotten into a little bit more power. Could you kind of talk about some of the adjustments you've made to get to that, and maybe some of the eye-opening things about yourself and your swing as you entered Major League Baseball?
Yeah, a lot of it's not really trying to put up power numbers, to be honest, to answer that question. A lot of it's just trying to get stronger in the gym and knowing how my body moves correctly is kind of the main thing. And yeah, and the numbers kind of spoke for itself that way. Just put all the work in the gym and in the training room and in the cage kind of shows out on the field is kind of what happened.
Josh, have you been to St. Louis much, and what's this visit like for you?
Yes, I first came in 2021 when I first drafted. Then I came in September for a small camp. So this is probably my third, fourth time coming. Like this is a great, chance to be here, to kind of know how it really works and, to like be like in front of you guys and just to get to know the fans. So it's a great opportunity and I'm happy to be here.
What that experience at the ballpark? It was like a small group of players, right? While the team was on the road, right?
Yes.
What was that experience like, just to kind of see what the stadium that you want to aim for is?
No, yeah, like we came with top prospects, guys from Memphis and Springfield. So like just like that group of guys who are potentially going to be here in the future. So, like just trying to build that chemistry and, we'll all meet here hopefully soon.
Josh, any part of you kind of look around and say, this is where I want to be, kind of think about, envision, try to manifest that this is where you want to get to?
This is definitely where I want to be right next to church in season, and then do these press conferences. This is what I work for, and this is where I know that I belong.
Does that feeling kind of feel a little bit more after this season, or this season in the winter, and sort of earning that 40-man status? Like, does it feel a little bit more like it can be here sooner rather than later?
No, yeah, like it gives you more reassurance for sure, knowing that you're capable of doing those certain things in real numbers, So just taking it to 2026 and trying to be positive, be a good teammate, and rock and roll.
Nathan, you said power is something you're not focusing on, but if we look at your year last year versus Springfield and Memphis, power is the part of your game that emerged among the other things you were already doing well. How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, like I said, just the work I put in the gym and just knowing how my body moves better. I didn't really know that as much in previous years, so just understanding my body and how it moves, I think just enabled a little bit of the power surge. But yeah, not trying to do too much is also a thing. Like, I wasn't trying to hit home runs. I was basically just trying to compete and just get better every single day. Is kind of what happened.
You said as compared to past seasons, Are those conversations different for you? I don't know. Like, when you talk to guys, is it different? Do you see that change?
I don't know if it's really comparing our org against other orgs. I think it's comparing our org with our org and just trying to get better in, like, our community is trying to get better. And I think the people that we brought in, not saying before people were not trying to make us better, but I think the people that we added last year, I think we're just all on the same page, and every player and staff member is on the same page of trying to get us all better together.
Josh, you're a bigger guy with power, but you have really good stolen base numbers. What's your secret there? Is it all about the jump? Is it about top-end speed? What's your approach when you're trying to steal bases?
The secret is to get to know the pitcher, to do your homework prior to the game and, be healthy, be able to sprint every single night and, get to know their tendencies, their patterns. It's not just something where I go out there and I just run, like I try to, see counts, see the score, and if it falls into a pattern, I take it.
With the 5th pick of the 2025 MLB Draft, the St. Louis Cardinals select Liam Doyle.
Well, Liam was someone that we knew coming into the season was going to be an exciting arm. We had heard from our scout in the fall that his velocity had just taken another jump from his sophomore year and that he was looking like he was able to repeat his delivery. And so for us, the question was ultimately through the year, could he stay starting? And he answered the bell. And not only did he answer the bell, he was dealing with some injuries, blister problems, and yet he missed no time. He continued to gain more and more momentum as the year went on. At pick 5, you know you're going to get a good player, but you don't know which player is going to be there when your time is up. And so as the clock kind of ticked down, we were thrilled that he was there for us at pick 5.
It was a pretty emotional night, you know, put in a lot of work to get there, and being able to celebrate with pretty much everyone in my life that has impacted me some way or form. We had like 200 people there, and being on the couch with my mom and dad was pretty special. I feel like I'm pretty fierce, you know, I love attacking the zone, going after hitters. It just brings the competitiveness out of me, and makes me want to win. I always have a huge drive to win. That's what I try to do at every program I'm at, and now in St. Louis. It just brings that competitive attitude to me and that underdog mentality that I've always carried with me.
I think a lot of third-party publications talk about the unsettled nature of the top 5, top 10 picks, and I think draft boards may be varied widely. We do know that some third-party publications, though, had Liam Doyle as their #1 ranked pitcher in the class, and so you never know how a draft is going to shake out. Teams have different strategies, different mindsets, different ideas going into it, and so it was a great surprise for us.
Obviously, it's an extremely historic franchise with an unbelievable fan base and a very passionate city about their baseball. Just landing here today, you've been able to see all the Cardinals jerseys in the airport, coming here and stuff like that, and just being able to walk around here for the past 10 to 15 minutes, you know, it's definitely an unbelievable place to play at, and I can't wait to get in front of the crowd and just start pitching out here.
Well, who better to come over and chat with than Mr. Doyle himself? I just asked you because we were sitting here. You looked up. I think you heard your name. Is that what it was? Is it weird to be sitting here signing autographs and seeing a video of yourself over there on that other screen?
Yeah, it's definitely a little funny, but it's cool to meet everyone here, and obviously they care a lot about me, so it's pretty sweet to meet everyone.
It's got to be cool to be one of those top draft picks, right? What is that like for you? Because, you know, a lot of people want to play baseball. A lot of people get to play baseball, but not a lot of people get to be one of those top round draft picks. What is that moment like for you as, I'm going to say a kid, because you are pretty young?
Yeah, it was pretty sweet, you know, definitely something I worked hard at my whole life, and to be able to have that moment come true and stuff like that, something I dreamed of as a kid, so it's pretty sweet, and definitely something I'll remember forever.
When did you know, like as a child, that maybe you would do this forever?
I don't even know. I'm from New Hampshire, so it wasn't really a big thing, baseball back home. Obviously worked hard at it and definitely very passionate for it, but probably around high school time, started getting some college offers and stuff like that, and it was always a dream for me ever since growing up in elementary school, middle school, but it became a reality more in high school and getting into the early years of college.
We've seen all the Tennessee orange out here in your line for autographs. You have been signing some really interesting things. You had the big poster somebody made with the Cardinals and Tennessee on it. To see all the orange coming out has got to kind of bring you back to that like college year, right?
Yeah, it does. You know, obviously that was the best year of my life so far, and to see all those fans from Tennessee, what a great fan base it is, and it's such an honor pitching at that university with all the coaches and stuff there, and miss those guys. So it's pretty sweet to see all the orange colors, brings back good memories.
So what you're saying is you want to see some orange when you're pitching?
Yes, of course, always will be a ball. Thank you.
I like that. Now, I got to talk about this because you're kind of known to be, I'm going to say fiery, if you will. You've said some things. I think, didn't your grandma yell at you for some things you said on the mound? How is that transition different? Are you going to be just as fiery in the major league?
Yeah, I'll always have that competitive spirit to me, but now we're on the professional side of things, so definitely still have that fiery side of me, but keep it under control.
Keep it under control. Can you keep it under control?
We'll see. We'll see.
We're going to see. Let's talk about some of that stuff that you've signed. And have you signed anything today that's been very unusual, very interesting?
I've seen some really cool art. Some guy said he worked on a painting for about 20 hours, so that was pretty sweet. So that was cool to see.
Was it a painting of you?
It was. It was pretty cool.
That has got to be very neat. Is there anything that you do to kind of relax when you're not in baseball mode? Are you always in baseball mode?
You know, in the off season, it's pretty easy not to be in baseball mood, but I like reacts and stuff like that, and I feel like I'm always a pretty chill guy. But for those 2 hours I'm out there pitching on the mound, I'm in hardcore baseball mode.
When you're pitching, I'm assuming that is just you. You are really not thinking about anything but that ball that's coming out of your hand.
Yeah, nope, just thinking about baseball and just doing my thing out there. Not too many thoughts really going through the mind when I'm out there playing baseball. Just getting the next guy out and focus on the next pitch.
What do you see for your future? I like people to manifest what's going to happen to them. What do you see for your future?
Hopefully here for a long, long time.
I feel like you're allowed to react to that. There's a whole bunch of fans that I've paused for your line here that are waiting for that. And I think they're just listening to every word. You're really young to have a whole bunch of mostly adult people standing here waiting for your every word. What is that like?
It is really cool. It's really an honor to see how much the fans and stuff care here, and it's pretty sweet to be out here this morning and meeting everyone.
And I saw you talk to some little guys earlier. Is that kind of cool because you kind of see yourself in some of the, did you ever wait in line for an autograph or anybody?
Definitely. Growing up in Boston, so I went to a ton of sport and stuff, and meeting a lot of those guys was pretty cool too when I was a kid, so I know how they feel, and I was in their shoes not too long ago.
And then I heard you talking to these other guys. What has been some of the cool people you've met now that you are on this run and making your way around?
Yeah, just a lot of very passionate fans here that have been fans of the Cardinals their whole life, so it's pretty sweet.
And I heard you said Tom Brady. Did you meet Tom Brady?
I've never met him, but that was my favorite athlete growing up. So.
Your favorite athlete, so you would like to meet him?
Yes, that would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty cool for me to do. I'd wait in the line for that.
You'd wait in line for that. All right, last question before I have you go. We got to have an embarrassing question. If you're singing, jamming out in the car, what is the most embarrassing song we might catch you singing to?
Probably an old Taylor Swift song.
Old Taylor Swift, we like it. All right, everybody, we love it. I'm going to let this line get back to going, and I'm going to send it on over to Brett.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Liam. Back here inside Ballpark Village, Elizabeth and Brett from Cardinals Insider, and we have the pleasure right now being joined by the newest Cardinals pitcher, Richard Fitts. Richard, welcome to St. Louis, man. Good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a little chilly outside, but I'm happy to be here.
So, yeah, certainly. We'd love to have some applause. Well, we're going to talk Cardinals and baseball here in a second, but I got to start on this. Drafted by the Yankees, you just joined us from the Boston Red Sox. That's an interesting perspective, Richard. What was that like?
Yeah, it's awesome. I loved my time with the Yankees getting drafted. I feel like I got a lot better as a pitcher coming out of college, and then getting the opportunity to play for the Red Sox was really cool. And then getting the call that I was going to be a Cardinal, I think it's even better. I'm closer to home. This is a historic organization, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
30 great fan bases across baseball, but I think the Cardinals, Yankees, Red Sox, some of the ways those fan bases view their club, the way that it is everything to those people is very similar. For you as a player, when you know that these people care so much about what you're doing on that mound, how does that impact the way it feels every fifth day when you climb up on the hill?
It makes it more impactful. To me, if I'm out there alone, it's not as fun. It's not, I don't have the confidence to go out there and do it. But with knowing that everybody's out there cheering for me, wanting the best for the team, wanting best for everybody, it makes me want to work harder even in the off season right now.
Well, I know you've already been taking in some of the sights and sounds of St. Louis. We were talking about that a little bit backstage. So you were at a Blues game last night, is that correct?
Yeah, I went to the Blues game, cheered them on. They won in a shootout, so I think I got to go to every game now.
Good omen, very good omen for 2026.
Absolutely, I have a hoodie now, so I might be at every game, who knows.
Was that your first NHL game, or?
No, I started off as a Lightning fan, so that's kind of why I had to go to the game last night, but now the Blues won, and I was like, okay, my allegiance has completely shifted, so I'm good.
There you go. That's the right answer in this town. Hey, I hear that a War Eagle is warranted, SEC pitcher down at the University of Auburn. Just tell me about that experience. I always find that really interesting, that conference known for football, but boy, there's some really competitive baseball. Yeah. What did you learn pitching there in Auburn?
Yeah, I was surrounded by some really cool, coaches. Butch Thompson, he was a great coach. He still is a coach there. Then my pitching coach was Tim Hudson, who had a great career in the MLB, and I had no clue until I got into pro ball, but he taught me a lot of kind of how to be a professional and how to be successful at the next level. So it was awesome.
My understanding is you were a walk-on. That's tough to walk on at a program like that. And you have to have a belief in yourself at this level to compete. This is a really hard game. You guys make it look easy. It's hard. How did that experience of walking on help you kind of with that self-belief to be successful in a very competitive environment?
Yeah, for sure. I've had to earn everything that I've gotten, and that's what I love about the game, is that you have to go out there and you have to compete. You can't run down a clock like you can in other sports. You have to throw every pitch. You have to get every out, and I had to learn that day one when I stepped on campus at Auburn, that I needed to earn every single pitch that I was given, and I had the opportunity to earn a scholarship after my freshman year, and then it kind of just took off. And I never thought that professional baseball would even be an opportunity for me, because my dream was to play college baseball. And once I started taking off a little bit, I had a new dream of playing professional baseball. So it was a lot of fun. It was really cool.
Well, I know that earlier this week I was looking at a highlight reel of some of your best strikeouts in Major League Baseball in 2025. It was very impressive. If you guys haven't seen it, you should go to his player profile page on MLB.com. There's a button there where you can watch the story, and man, there were some beautiful pitches there. So walk us through a little bit where you feel you are right now in your development, sort of what your pitching approach is. I know Adam Wainwright, legendary Cardinal, would always talk about that transition from realizing I'm not throwing, I'm pitching.
Right.
So walk us a little bit through your pitching philosophy.
Yeah, my goals this year is, one, to stay healthy. Last year I struggled with the injuries, and that's something that I absolutely hated. I hated sitting on the sidelines, not being able to pitch, and so this off season I've really just been focusing on my health and focusing on strengthening my arm and strengthening just all parts. Mental aspect, physical, and going into the pitching, I've developed some more pitches, and trying to figure out how I can get big league hitters out with ease, instead of really like stressing myself out with it, going out there, getting on an autopilot where it feels like I'm in control the whole time. And, it's hard, but I'm enjoying diving into it. I'm enjoying being with a new organization, to where I'm hearing new perspectives. I'm hearing new information and learning how I can be better on the mound.
What's that process been like with Chaim Bloom and his whole staff, getting you ingrained? I know that this is your first time in St. Louis. Yeah. You haven't put on spikes yet as a Cardinal here in the organization, but just the early interaction with baseball ops, what's that been like? As they've, like you said, kind of said, this is what we see and this is what we like, and let's go let it eat.
Yeah, what's been awesome about the Cardinals is just how much I've heard. Day one of me getting traded, I was hearing from players, I was hearing from staff, and it was really cool just to feel like I was accepted immediately, and I felt like I could go step on the field and have the trust of everybody from day one. And that's really important to me, just to have that confidence. And from the staff and from everybody, it's been great to hear some similarities of some things that they want me to continue doing, but also like, hey, here's some ideas of how we can move forward and get better. And it's been great to kind of bounce some ideas off each other. I'm excited for spring training to really, put a face to all the names that I have in my phone. It's hard to really connect over the phone, but really excited to get going once February hits.
You had spoken previously about one of your mentors. Who else would you say have been big influences in your professional baseball career?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. Who would you say have been some incredible mentors throughout your baseball career? I know you mentioned one earlier.
Yeah, that's a good question. My oldest brother, and I look up to him so much, and he's still in baseball. He's a college coach, and so I bounce ideas off of him all the time. I'm asking him questions, and so he's been great. I love him to death. And other than that, I've had some great players that I've played with. I got to play with like Derek Crochet last year, and somebody who is the same age as I am, but having the success that he is, it's really cool to see and kind of learn from that. I'm really excited to get around the guys here, and I know a couple of guys. It's a young team, and I'm excited to be just ingrained in this organization.
Like you said, a couple of brothers. You were telling us that it was almost instantaneous. You hung up from finding out you've been traded, and there's your brother in a Cardinal hoodie almost, it felt like. I mean, that's got to feel good, right? Because it's a big journey. It's tough to do what you guys do, so that family support's got to be in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. My family's been awesome with this whole thing. They're planning trips every year to try and come out and see us in random places, and going from Alabama, where the most traveling we did was for travel ball, where we're going to 4 hours away to all of a sudden they're hopping on a 4-hour flight. You know, it's a crazy difference, but you know, they've really embraced it and made me feel more comfortable as we're going, and it's a lot of fun to get to do that with them at the same time.
Is there anything that you have to do in a first spring training with an org? I know you've been through this once, just to kind of get to know the catchers, to understand maybe the nuances of the way that pitchers, catchers, pitching coaches work together in a new organization.
Yeah, absolutely. I've already started doing that. I've been talking to Pedro a good bit, just texting back and forth with him, and me and Crooks went to the Blues game last night, so I'm really trying to get a good relationship going before we ever even talk about baseball. That way, when we do talk about baseball, we are on the same page. It doesn't feel like I'm coming off a certain kind of way and the same way. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to really dive in of like how I pitch, how they catch, and how we can be a good team and merge together and win some ball games.
So no scouting reports. I know folks just saw some highlights here on the stream as they were watching, but I understand slider, four-seam. Just tell us about, for those who haven't had the privilege of watching you pitch, the way that you go at guys.
Yeah, I've got the whole kitchen sink, it feels like. I've added a pitch pretty much every year, but you know, I'm really starting to hone in. I throw a four-seam fastball. I love throwing that thing. The two-seam's been a new thing last year, but I've really enjoyed throwing it. Probably throw it a little bit more this year. And then, yeah, the slider and the sweeper are kind of my bread and butter with it, throwing that anytime. I've been developing a changeup now, and you know, using that and a curveball to lefties, it's going to be really good for me this year.
When you got that call that you were coming to the Cardinals organization, what did our front office communicate to you about what they believed in regarding your skill set and how they saw you fitting in and how they wanted you to approach spring training?
Yeah, you know, everybody was very welcoming, and you know, as far as like what my role was going to be, you know, I'm going to have to earn everything, and that's exactly how I want it. That's what we were talking about with walking on in college, and that's I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't want to be given anything. I want to earn everything that I get, and you know, I want to compete for a starting spot, and you know, just kind of go from there. I want to be here for a long time, and I want to compete for the fans, and I want to compete in Busch Stadium for a long time.
Well, Richard, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Welcome to St. Louis. Welcome to the Cardinals. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Hein Bloom still coming up at 11:20 here on the main stage. Ali Marmol later today as well at noon. Greg Amsinger will be up here with a handful of Cardinals prospects at 2 o'clock. It is just a loaded day here at Winter Warm-Up. We hope that you enjoy it and stick with us here on the main stage. Speaking of former Boston Red Sox, we're going to head across the street to the press room where Blaze Jordan is addressing the media.
Yeah, you know, it was a special moment. Once they told me I was traded, you know, they told me I was coming to St. Louis, and obviously in my mind I probably knew I was going to be going to Memphis, so I was super excited to call my family and tell them, and that first game was pretty special, having all my buddies in there and everything, so it was pretty cool.
When you were drafted in 2020, how much did you interact with Hein at all? Like, is that a number you had in your phone when you already got traded, and what was that like, kind of reconnecting with him?
Yeah, it was super cool. You know, he was one of my first phone calls after he drafted me. So, and he was always around the complex and stuff. So, and after they traded, he was one of my first phone calls also. So it was pretty special, and you know, just excited to get to work for him. So.
Is there something to a guy who picks you twice like that, right? Like a guy who not only takes you in the draft but also is looking for a trade, obviously, and that's a guy that you go to. Does that say something about confidence in you, your skill set, any of that?
Yeah, you know, I think it almost makes you feel like you were wanted, you know, and, you know, it's pretty special, you know. I'm just, you know, excited to get going, and, you know, hopefully they continue to, you know, just work hard and be a better player than I was in Boston, so.
Did you find it more relaxing or maybe a little more pressure playing at home and knowing that everybody's watching you as a new guy, having just joined the organization and the reputation of the power hitter?
Yeah, it was definitely, I felt like a lot more pressure, you know. I wasn't used to having like that many family members, and you know, my buddies come to the games, you know, and you know, I was always just so far away from home, so it was like it was definitely, I felt a little bit of pressure coming home, but you know, I was able, just for a couple weeks though, so it wasn't too bad after that, but you know, but it was also really special to me, and I think that's why I put so much pressure on myself, because it was such like a special moment, having everybody there for me and everything, so it was always pretty cool, because all the people that were there, they're not used to being able to come watch me play, so it's pretty cool.
Take us through what it's kind of been like the last few months, like learning about the trade and then kind of settling into a new organization.
Yeah, so when I learned about the trade, obviously I was pretty excited for the opportunity, and I growing up, my favorite player was one of my favorite players, Albert Pujols. So obviously being able to watch him through this organization. And fun fact, one of my first major league games I went to was the World Series games that he hit 3 home runs. So it was pretty cool. So just when I found out I was traded to St. Louis, a lot of my buddies and family members are Cardinals fans, so kind of being close to here from Mississippi and everything, so it was pretty special.
On top of seeing that 3-homer game, what do you remember from that World Series game and seeing Albert and the Cardinals?
Yeah, what I remember is we were before that we were choosing which game we wanted to go to, if we wanted to come here to St. Louis or go to Texas, and for some reason we chose to go to Texas to watch the game, and I was happy we chose that game, because obviously that was a special moment. And then a couple years after that I got to meet Albert, so it was pretty cool. So
You've been working, it seems like, on bat speed, exit velocity, stuff like that this all season. Can you just talk about those workouts and what are you seeing from it?
yeah, and that was one of the things I was talking to them at the end of the season, what I need to work on, and one of my thing was, obviously get my power numbers up. My bat to ball has been one of my strengths these past couple of seasons, but obviously I need to get my power numbers up, being the corner guy that I am. And so I've just been working hard in the gym, just getting as strong as I can, being a better athlete. And, so along with that, working on, hitting the ball in the air more and working on my bat speed and stuff too. And it's been really paying off so far, and I'm excited to get going in spring training. So.
You see that the big league club is young and kind of going through this transition. Does it spark you as a guy in AAA that, the opportunity could be there to get to the big leagues?
Yeah, I'm super excited, but at the end of the day, I've just tried to control what I can control, because if I don't do my part, I'm not gonna be able to get here anyways if I don't do what I need to do. So, my job is to just continue to work hard and do the things I need to do to hopefully come up here sooner than later to help the team win. And I'm excited about this ball club. We got a lot of young guys, a lot of talented guys, really eager to get after it, and just excited to get going. So.
They talk to you much at all about what positional stuff looks like for you? Obviously, both corners are places where you've been familiar. Is there an outfield glove in your future? Are these things that are kind of around the corner for you?
They've only mentioned the 2 corner spots for me, but I'm willing to do whatever they need me to do. And my goal is to get up here and help the team win, and and that's my ultimate goal, and I'm willing to do and work hard at whatever position they need me to get better at. And but right now I'm working really hard at first and third base. Just trying to become a better defender than I have been in the past couple of years. And I've made strides over these past couple of years. Like a lot better defender than I was when I came into pro ball, but still far away from where I want to be and need to be. And continue. And I'm just trying to continue to make those strides and hopefully be able to be a really good major leaguer at first and third base. So.
When you came over and they started talking to you about coaching stuff and sort of what they wanted to see out of you, were you surprised by anything that they thought about you? Were they things that the Cardinals saw about you that maybe you didn't see about yourself?
I wouldn't say I was surprised by anything. I feel like they were pretty honest with me, but it was kind of like things that I kind of already knew. But one of the things I really enjoyed, they kind of let me be myself. And coming over, they made me feel super comfortable. And they welcomed me in with open arms. And and the team that we had in Memphis, was great, especially being with JJ and all them. And it was just great being around those guys and learning from them and just seeing how this organization is. And it's been pretty special. So.
What is that introductory process like when you go to a new team? Do they greet you with some kind of thoughts on scouting? Do they greet you with the stats that they have? What's that process like over the first few days when you're in a new organization?
Yeah, so the first few days, it was basically go be yourself, just continue to do what you were doing before you came over and, like what the expectations were, which, just be the good teammate, obviously, and just show up on time and stuff like that. But playing-wise, it was just kind of be yourself and just go out there and just do what you can do. And, and I really enjoyed that part of it. And I really enjoyed it, so.
Was there a point in time where they go to you with a kind of an individual maybe that comes in the off season, I guess, a little bit. Like, here's where areas that we want helped you improve, whatever those areas are?
Yeah, that came like right after the season, I would say. You know, we had a couple days up here after the season where we came and did like a couple training days, and we had like meetings and stuff. And you know, they kind of told me like what they would like to see from me in the off season and all that. So it was kind of like an evaluation of me, and you know, and I agreed with what all they were saying, and you know, it kind of opened my eyes to you know what I needed to do to become a long-time major league player. And obviously, that's my goal, to get up here and help the team win. So.
On the flip side of that, given that time is now acquired twice, have you become fast friends with folks in the organization who are curious about what you know about kind of his approach and what happened in the Boston organization?
I've had some people ask some questions, but you know, I just like to say, you know, he was always around us in Boston. He was just a great guy to be around, and you know, and obviously, I feel like he was really wanting to win, and obviously that's the whole feel that we have around this whole organization as a young group that we have, and we're excited to get after it and go out there and just you know try to help the team up here win. So.
Well, as you get to be a teammate with J.J. Weatherholt for 30, 40 games, got to know him. What do you admire about him? What did you learn about him?
Yeah, you know, he's a special player, and you know, and being around him, being able to learn, you know, how he approaches the game and how he goes in day in and day out, you know, how he works, and you know, playing alongside him when I would be playing third base and stuff, you know, and just he's a special talent for sure, and you know, he's a great guy, you know, overall, you know, and I just love being around him, and you know, he's going to be a special player, and you know, and I really just loved being around him and just watching him work. So.
Did you take him fishing with him?
Not yet. No, he kind of got upset with me when I told him I had a pond. When I had a pond at my home, he was like, "You didn't tell me that," because obviously, you know, I live about 30 minutes from Memphis, so you know, so maybe. Well, hopefully he'll be up here, but you know, I told him we kind of missed out on the opportunity. So.
Coming from the 2020 draft, did you have a relationship with Mason Wynn or Jordan Walker? Did you have any relationship with them beforehand?
I had a little bit of relationship with them. You know, I saw them in the summer circuits and stuff, obviously, you know, just playing and everything. But, you know, I'm excited to get to work with them when I come here because I haven't seen them in a very long time. So I'll like see them here and there, like when they would come over to our place and play spring training games or something. But, you know, I haven't seen them in a very long time. So I'm excited to see them and get going and continue to get to work with them. So.
You've also said that getting some more athleticism was kind of an emphasis this offseason. What have you been doing in regards to get to more athleticism? Has it paid off, do you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, I've just been working on my quickness and my mobility, you know, and one fun fact, I've actually started doing like some hot yoga, you know, and, you know, just trying to, you know, obviously being a first baseman, you know, you got to be limber and stuff, you know, and just trying to, you know, prevent injuries and just become better overall athlete, you know, and just trying to work on my quickness and get stronger because obviously as a corner guy, you see the guys that are up there now, they're really strong and they have a ton of power. So, you know, that's where I'm trying to get one to be. And I feel like I've done a good job so far this off season. I'm excited for spring training. So.
Blaze, you post a lot about like collectibles and memorabilia and stuff that you're really into. What's the coolest thing you've ever come across or opened or held or whatever?
That's a tough question because I got quite a few, but I would say there's a couple of things, but I would say I just got this Mickey Mantle card, so that was pretty special for me. So that was one of the ones I've wanted for quite a while, and yeah, I was excited to get it. So. Not that I want to keep quiet, but I probably do have too much of myself. that probably is. I probably have too much money in myself, so that's probably one of the things. So, but no, I enjoy it. So hopefully I can, you know, maybe pass it down to my kids or something one day. So it's pretty cool to like when my cousins and stuff will come over, I'll show them like the stuff of me and stuff. So it's pretty cool. So.
What's the name?
I think it's a 1958. Like it's the one with the orange back. So. Yeah, it's like not the super all that. So yeah.
You have all of your one-on-ones?
Not all of them, no. And I, you know, it was one of those things. I want like a lot of my one-on-ones to stay out in the hobby. So that was kind of one of the things for me. I have a couple of them, but most of them I want to stay out in the hobby. So.
Please, if I remember correctly, in 2019, the high school home run derby, you ended up winning that. What was that experience like for you, and how did that kind of give you confidence to pursue what you've been in professional baseball?
Yeah, it was a special moment. That was like kind of my first time I was around like a lot of major leaguers. So, you know, as being a 16-year-old kid, actually they let us in the locker room and everything. So it was pretty cool just to be around those guys and all that. And yeah, I would say it was kind of like a surreal moment. Like I went there and, you know, obviously you had to win like the preliminary rounds to be able to hit in the actual home run derby the next day, you know, in front of all the fans. So when I was able to do that, I was super excited. And obviously I wanted to go out there and win, and look, I was able to. So my family and everything was there and all that. So, and the funny thing was I had to get on a flight like that next morning at like 5 a.m. and I played a game at like 12 o'clock in Atlanta the next day. So I was it was pretty tiring, but it was definitely a cool experience. But I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity playing for my travel ball team either. So I was kind of traveling all over the place, but it was a special moment. So. Thank you.
The St. Louis Community Foundation is the organization that administers the Redbird Rookies Size Scholarship Program. This scholarship is designed to provide financial aid for students in their post-high school education. For this particular program, we're looking at students who were active in both on-field and off-field activities that are part of the Redbird Rookies program. We're looking for students who have demonstrated integrity, leadership, teamwork. In their grade school years, have had pretty good attendance and have had pretty good grades.
College Bound St. Louis, we are a college access organization dedicated to getting students to and through college. We help the students with the scholarship application process. We give our students a personalized blueprint for their college success, very individualized based on who the student is. I think the most meaningful aspect for this with me is part of that scholarship is for them to talk about their activities that they do outside of being a rookie. Some of the extracurriculars that they have really builds their character and shows what they're passionate about, what they believe in. And when you're thinking about a scholarship application, that's very important to highlight. We'll have students do a lot of community service, a lot of volunteer opportunities, and they don't put it on their application because, well, that doesn't have anything to do with baseball. But that highlights their character. Who are you within your community? Who are you within your family, within your unit? And that's something that we get to talk to our students about.
This program is especially unique in that we award students before they ever get into high school. So that puts those kids in a place of spending their high school years already knowing that they have the potential for education beyond high school, and to use that time to dedicate themselves to their high school activities, but also to start to think about, what do I want to do next?
This is the perfect blend of something that the students are passionate about with athletics, but also recognizing that the academics are important too, and allowing those connections is really important.
185 people have been named a Redbird Rookie Size Scholar. We've got students right now who are working as social workers, attorneys, scientists, currently in graduate school. So there are a lot of people whose lives have been made better, their family's life have been made better, and their community has been made better because someone said, here's an opportunity for $10,000 for post-secondary education.
We're cruising in day number 1 at Winter Warm-Up here in downtown St. Louis. Welcome inside Ballpark Village. This event's all about baseball, that's for sure, but it's also about the good work that Cardinals Care does in our community that expresses itself in a lot of different ways, and one of those is through scholarships. Those in the room here are seeing some of our Redbird Rookies scholarship recipients this year. Yes, absolutely. A round of applause is warranted. These fine young men and women will be receiving the SCI Scholarship. There's 10 students at $10,000 for post-secondary education. Now, they both display integrity and confidence, and also, we hope, have integrity and confidence injected into them as they head off to further their education. So let's go ahead and meet these fine scholars and reward them with a nice round of applause for the work that they've done. To begin, Gioni Beal, Caitlin Eisenhower, Amina Jackson, Nora Lewis, Nicholas Logan, Antonio Minor Jr., Dylan Nolan, Tristan Thomas McLeod, Abasi Wilkins, and Brene Williamson. Give a big round of applause to these scholars, our Redbird rookies, all the very hard work they've done on the ball field and away from it. We wish them the best of luck as they continue off to further their education and continue to make the program, the Cardinals, and the St. Louis community proud. One more round of applause, if you could. And with that, we head off to the press room where Cardinals manager Ali Marmol is speaking with media.
Yeah, it is bittersweet, man, and some of those conversations have been really good. Having those guys here and the way they contributed was pretty impactful, and done right, which I think it was. It leaves the next group that's coming up in a good spot of understanding how to move forward. But yeah, talking to Sonny and Wilson and Nato, and you go down the list, has been like I said, bittersweet. But good conversations, man. Talking to Nato right after it happened was cool, and some of the comments back and forth were ones I'll definitely remember. But yeah, it's part of the business. We were very clear as to what this was going to look like, and we're executing that plan. But even as of yesterday, a couple of those guys still texting back and forth, and it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Those have got some new names, new guys. Yeah. How do you acclimate with them individually with the coaches and then with the team? It's still early, I know.
In that order, right? And you do it individually, you do it collectively as a staff. And then those guys have done a really nice job. Heim's done a really, really nice job of communicating with our guys individually as well this offseason. Guys that were considered to be traded and guys that aren't, but just making sure that everybody felt communicated with and not in the dark as to what's going on, what's possible, what's kind of just some of the possibilities that could take place over the next couple months. So those guys have felt really good about that communication. And then with our staff, they've done a really nice job of continuing to reach out. Some of them have taken trips and met with guys in person, but it's been good. It's been really good.
Have you
sort of step up into some of those holes at this point, whether it's Libby, Gorman, whatever, guys like at that point in their career, they're going to have opportunities now they need to step into?
Yeah, and it's not a conversation about stepping up as much as just the opportunities that'll be given and what's possible for them. I don't think you ever have to, not ever, there's times for it, but it's not a, hey, you need to step up. But yeah, those conversations have taken place.
How do you want the current clubhouse to look at the situation? I mean, some of these guys have been around for a while. They can look around and see that there's no Nolan there, there's no Wilson there, there's a reduced payroll here. You know, Chaim's been very pragmatic about what he wants to do in the coming year or two. How do you want the players themselves to kind of look at this?
As an opportunity, and to be quite honest, they're fired up about it. Put yourself in their shoes. This is their time now to kind of step into those roles and show what they're capable of doing. So, I mean, in talking to these guys individually, there's a ton of enthusiasm going into spring training. There really is. And it's a young core that's looking forward to learning how to compete together and learning how to win together. So the enthusiasm is actually through the roof.
With such a young roster, what are you the most excited about this season to see those guys kind of grow?
Learning how to win together. And there's going to be weeks that are frustrating that comes with youth. But, man, when you look at our group, it's not like you're pulling – it's not you got Nolan out of here and Wilson and Sonny, and it's guys that are a reach to be up here. It's guys that belong up here but just need the opportunity to play every day and show what they're capable of doing and learn from their mistakes. So our staff is built for that. Our staff is energized by where we are today and our ability to actually instill these qualities in them. So I'm excited about what's ahead. I'm excited to see the Mason Wins and the Victor Scotts and those guys just take a completely, just the next step in their careers. It's I don't know, it's a breath of fresh air. I'm excited about it. Our staff's excited about it. Our players are definitely excited about it.
You mentioned the staff a number of times. Yeah. Can you walk us through the process of the staffing additions this offseason, and then also what you think they can bring to the table that will help your roster in 2026?
Yeah. KD on the pitching side, we love. He's done a really nice job already of bringing a different skill set to the table, and him with that pitching group has been fun to watch. And there's a lot of things that in the immediate you wouldn't see or a fan wouldn't see, but behind the scenes that are taking place that'll put our players in a better position to have success and a better process for how we monitor success and make changes. And he's been working really hard with that department and Surf and everybody to kind of get it to the next level of what's possible for us. On the hitting side, that decision was easy. When you look at the players that are up here, they've all come through KC and have a really good relationship with them. There's this built-in trust. There's a common language with the players, but also with Brandt. And so that decision was super simple. We wanted to bring in somebody that had those relationships, and we can continue to build off that trust. So they've done a really nice job of collaborating. When I say, man, I wish there was a behind the scenes where you can see what these guys do daily during an off season, because a lot of people think, all right, it's the off season, you just kind of kick back and wait till spring training. I mean, they're on Zooms every day. They're talking to players every day. They're holding curriculum with groups of players, individual players on a weekly basis. It's been fun. A lot taking place, and when you're young, you can do that and be a little bit more aggressive with what that looks like. But they've done a really nice job on both sides of the ball. Yeah.
Talked about these guys growing together and learning together. How does that change what you and the dynamic with you and your staff in terms of how you guys go about it? Like in past years, we maybe have leaned on some of the veterans, like you've had a Colby, a Nato, Wayno. Like now it's guys who are a lot younger or younger in their career. What does that mean for the staff in terms of how
you insert yourself a little bit more as a staff, and you create the framework for them to operate in, and then you allow them to take ownership over those processes. But it's not a ton different, other than you're kind of spurring them to take on those roles a little bit more aggressively. But at the same time, you don't want to place it on someone just because they have certain leadership qualities. You want organically to that, like you want that to take place organically. And it has been. This isn't where you'll look at one guy for leadership, right? There's been times in the history of this org, the time I've been here, where you look in that clubhouse, you know who's running the clubhouse. Man, this will be a collective effort of guys that are stepping into those roles and learning how to do it together. And I think it'll work really well.
When you kind of think about guys like these rolled up for some of the trades, I mean, Alec Burleson's one of them who could be positioned more at first baseman. What are some of the things that you're looking at from him? I mean, as that spot opens up.
Physically, like on the field, skill-wise, or leadership?
Well, I guess
Both?
I guess both.
Yeah, I should have just gave you one option. Yeah. As it was coming out of my mouth. No, I'll speak to both of them. From a skill standpoint, man, we saw some things in Alec last year that were awesome. He's continuing to hone in the strike zone in order for him to truly display his skill set. And when he does it, it's at a high level. So last year was a really good year for him. From a leadership standpoint, he does it differently, and it's super effective. His personality is one where he doesn't have to always be the one talking. He doesn't have to be the loudest in the room, but he does it in a way where guys listen to him because of the way he goes about his business and how prepared he is and how he goes about his work. So there's credibility when he speaks. So it's different than you would expect from some other guys, but he can hold a room really, really well. So he's one of those guys that we'll look to for that. And then at first base, we're very comfortable with him there. Naturally, it's a good fit. I prefer him at first over the outfield, so this will be good.
You're starting third baseman's gone as well. How do you look
Correct.
to sort that out in camp?
It'll sort itself out. That's the beauty of it, man. We've obviously created opportunity there, and there'll be different guys that'll step in and have a chance to show what they're capable of doing. Obviously, it creates an opportunity for Gorman, who's been kind of in and out of playing time. He's gotten a decent amount of at-bats over the last several years, but when you talk about consistent at-bats, there's opportunity for a mix, right? So, but it's hard to speak to it in its entirety until we actually get to spring and we know exactly what our club's going to look like. And there's still some moving pieces, so we'll see where we're at once we're there.
All right, Cardinal fans, Todd Thomas here in the Champions Club, Walker, and we're just going to take a break here from some autographs. Jordan, I remember across the street in 2023, your first winter warm-up, your grandma was there. That seems like it was yesterday. Talk about what's happened since then.
Man, time's flown by, man. It has been a whirlwind of joy and emotions. I always love coming for the winter warm-up. Unfortunately, my grandma couldn't make it this time, but the first time will never be forgotten. My whole family is there. It was just a great time, man.
She had so much fun. She was so proud of you. I see these fans come up and all of them giving you, great compliments and having you sign stuff, and you're really enjoying it. I mean, is this fun for you?
Oh, it's a good time, man. I always love coming back to St. Louis, especially when you're gone for so long during the off season. So coming back is always a good time. It's snowing over here. I haven't seen snow yet this year, so it's been super cool. It's been a lot of fun.
Spring training right around the corner. Are you getting excited for this season?
Oh, I'm always excited for spring training, man. It's always super fun coming up, so really excited. A lot of work, to be honest with you. I've been going to a lot of different places, been in constant contact with, hitting guys outside, and also, constant contact with our hitting guys, here. But yeah, it's been mostly work, and I was, blessed to be able to live down in Florida where a lot of the guys, work out at. So I got to meet a lot of new people, but I also got time to relax. I got 2 new dogs this off season, so I've been spending time with them. So it's been a lot of fun.
What kind of dogs did you get?
They're Cavaliers. They're both little Cavaliers, little puppies. They're about 5 months now, so I've had them for about 2.
Are they brothers and sisters? Or?
No, so we got one about 1 month before we got the other one. So they're from the same person we got them from, but they're not brother or sister.
And what are their names?
So one is Itachi. I'm a big fan of Naruto, and the other one is Mina. So my girlfriend got to pick one name. I got to pick the other one. So
right. Well, I'll let you get back to signing autographs, but thanks for being here today. All right.
Strictly in spring, because when you think about what pitchers are doing in spring, they're working on a specific pitch or just repeat. Like, it's not, you're not game planning against a hitter, right? But there's certain things that we'll be able to continue to address and improve upon during spring. But I think that that's a tough ask to strictly evaluate the days that we're down in Jupiter.
So it becomes like a roster question for you all, right, in spring?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Does the situation that you're in this year compared to what it has been in previous years, does that allow for a little more runway there?
It should, right? I was going to let you be the first one to say runway. Yeah. I'm kidding. It should. And I think that's part of it, is allowing for that. At times last year, and I think we've been fairly honest all the way throughout, you were a little bit in between on being able to do that because you still had guys that were here. And in Nolan, for example, who you're going to play every day if he's here. But now it allows for exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I agree with that.
Without having a ton of clarity on what Newt's recovery and timeline and all that looks like, what does left field look like for you as of today? And is that a spot where a lot of moving parts still in motion?
It's hard to answer it today. It really is. Because there's some uncertainty as to when the return will be for Newt. He's making good progress, but it's still early in the process. And then there are some moving parts there where we'll answer that once we get down to Jupiter.
Are there guys, righty hitters who have been infielders in the past who we're going to see a lot more? Like, I'm thinking about Saggy, Blaze Jordan, maybe even like who are the guys that you want to see maybe take some of those outfield reps?
Yeah, I'd like to see a combination of those guys, and just how they come into spring. We got some interesting players, man. Like, this is why when I say excitement, it'll be fun to show up every day and see what these guys are capable of doing. And there's weeks, like I said, that won't look great. But individually, some of these guys are capable of taking a really big step in their career. And if you can get several of them to do that, it becomes a heck of a lot of fun. Yeah.
Mason coming back,
Yep.
At first. Do you want to have a spring where, like, hey man, a lot up for grabs? Almost everything is up for grabs. Or do you think it's important for some of these guys, maybe Jordan's an example, to say, no, you're our guy in this spot?
I don't think everything. I don't think that would be a smart way to go about jumping into spring. And as we get closer, we'll clearly define which one of those aren't. But I don't think that'd be a smart way to approach it. I think some of these guys need to know, like, hey, you're our guy, and we believe in you, and we're going to run with you regardless of what it looks like early. I think that takes some of the pressure off, and it's part of the reason why we're doing what we're doing with going as young as we are and allowing them to start to build that confidence. So I don't think it'd be smart to just say it's up for grabs at every position. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been able to use your offseason to learn anything about J.J. Weatherholt defensively, like where Patrick liked him, where Ben liked him, things like that?
Yeah, there is versatility there. His mindset will allow him, in my opinion, to excel at any of those. It's a special mindset. It's one I continue to be impressed with. And in talking to Surf and guys that have had him and been around him, it's just there's a quiet confidence to him that is rare in young players. It just is. Like, there's confidence, and you can see certain guys there, but there's this. It's different, and it's, in my opinion, it's pretty special. I'm looking forward to seeing it on a daily basis. We saw some of it in spring. And the way he carried himself, and we've talked about it, kind of what that looked like, but the way he carried himself in that spring, to be your first year up there and be around the big league guys and big league staff, showed a lot about what he's all about. And I'm looking forward to that one.
Does he have a good chance to make the opening day roster?
Would have thought that would come asked differently, but yes, he definitely has a chance, yeah.
Here's the ask different version.
No, you're good. You get one shot, yeah.
You all went into camp with Jordan in 23. The messaging was he's going to have a chance. We're going to look at it. We're going to see. But I think it was pretty clear to all of us that the expectation was that he was going to make that team.
Sure.
Like, it was set up in that way for him to make that team. Do you learn anything from that process? Like, is there anything you took away from that spring that Jordan had, where he had to earn a spot, but there was a spot for him that you could apply to where JJ's at?
Yeah.
What
It's a yes or no question.
It was. What are some of those things?
No, you do learn from it because there's certain times where you want to be more reassuring of like how you communicate how open that spot is, and you do it based on the person on the other side of it as far as how they would handle that conversation, how they'll experience those words, and whether they would run with it or not, if they need to hear it at all sometimes. So yes, you learn from a situation that you just expressed with Jordan, and you apply parts of it moving forward.
If a certain long-haired player is traded and second base and third base are open, is it a situation where you would put JJ makes the team? Would you put JJ in one position the whole time?
That's happening right now.
I mean, you know what I'm asking. Is JJ third base for sure, or is JJ a second baseman also, and Gorman?
If a long-haired player, I think I get the question. At that point, I think there's comfort at second for JJ over with the combination of players that you just described. But it's something that I'd like to get into spring before having to clearly define any of that. Yeah, but I get what you're asking.
Piggyback on the question asked about position.
Sure.
All right. Is it fair to say the lineup is up for grabs?
Yeah.
Like, could you think of?
There's different. I mean, yes, absolutely. There's different ways that you can construct that lineup with the personnel that you would expect to make the club at the moment. There's definitely different variations of that, and you can. It's very different. I mean, huh? Yeah, it's very different, and we will have to be creative in how we optimize our lineup and weigh the optimizing it daily compared to those guys knowing where they're hitting every day and just having comfort and being in those spots. But I think there's a way of balancing both. I do feel like we've done a good job over the years of balancing that. Some of you guys may not like the lineup. I don't care. But I think we've balanced that combination of guys feeling secure in where they're at and optimizing it on a daily basis. Yeah.
In regard to starting pitching, how are you sort of, I guess, at this point, going into spring training at that group? I mean,
Yeah.
the guys that are coming back and giving you innings, new arms that you've added, and guys that you've already stated you want to give opportunity to.
It's a good group, and there's some depth there. There's excitement around a lot of different, like when you look at May, but you also look at McGreevy taking that next step in his career. You look at Libby taking that next step in his career. The excitement of seeing what a Leahy can do. I mean, there's just some moving parts there where every day you can get excited about who's on the bump and what you're going to see. Like, it's one of the things I'm most excited about is that rotation and what's possible for them. So, and then some of the additions as well. It's just laying eyes on them and seeing where they fit into this whole thing. So when I'm going into spring is one of the things I'm most excited about in combination with our center fielder. I mean, I'm excited to see Victor Scott and what he's capable of doing this year. Like, those two things excite me daily.
Ollie, along
Yeah.
the same lines of
30 minutes aren't up, really? No?
You know, you utilized the six-man rotation early in
Yeah.
the season last year, and you guys had a lot of success with pitcher health last year. Is that something you intend on kind of running back because you do have numbers to work with this coming into the season?
The process that we used, yes. Because here's the thing, man, and the reality is you can do everything that you believe is right from a health standpoint and putting them in the best position, but you also have to get lucky to do what we did last year. I think we were very thoughtful in how we went about our year. We kind of used spring training for what it is, but then we didn't just ramp up right after that. We used a couple weeks of April to continue that build-up, which I think was smart. At times frustrating if you're on the other side of it from a fan, because it's like, why is Sonny coming out after 83 pitches or whatever the case may be? But man, we try to be really smart about that build-up, and most injuries are right in that window. So we wanted to be smart how we built into that window. And then even the rest of April, just using that six-man and just giving guys that extra day. And then during the year, we kind of had the spot starts where McGreevy would come up and go right back down and come up and go right back down. But we utilized all of our pieces, in my opinion, effectively to keep guys healthy. John King had the injury, not an arm injury, but had the injury where he missed a little bit of time. But outside of that, man, thank God we were healthy. So we'll use the same kind of process to give ourselves the best shot and go from there. But yes, yeah.
When Mason won the Gold Glove, he was adamant that he has to become a more well-rounded player. He has to have a better offensive season. How is his knee right now, and what's his offseason look like?
He said he's feeling better than he's felt in a very long time. As of a couple days ago, we jumped on a call, and he's in a good spot, man. And this is a guy that's so hungry. That's what you want to hear. You set the year and you say, I want to win a Gold Glove, and you do it. And then you stay hungry and say you want more. That's what you want out of your young core that you're wanting to kind of build around. So he's in a good spot right now, physically, like the knee. And like Vic, the ceiling is so high for both those guys offensively, in my opinion. I don't think we're close to seeing what they're capable of doing. But I do feel like because of the way they're going about it, they'll close that gap sooner than later. And that's what excites me when I said, like, that's what I wake up every morning thinking about. Like, those are the things, both those guys, I think could close that gap pretty quickly, and we're going to see some pretty productive years out of both. And then what they're capable of doing if they get on base, man. Like, we saw it from Vic, but I think there's a ton more from Mason with the healthy knee of being able to take bags and be aggressive in first to third, all of it. So that part can be exciting as well. Yeah.
Set expectations for what success looks like in 2026 for your club. How much of that is looking through things from an individual lens, player to player? How much of it is collective success as a unit? Like, what does success look like?
Both. I think you have to stay really disciplined as to what progress and success looks like for each individual guy, and make sure that you're continuing to take steps every day. When I talked about this offseason, what we're looking at building behind the scenes, that's a lot. That's a big part of it, is our ability to monitor success daily with these guys and make sure that we're staying on track. And then collectively, I mean, you put on a uniform, man, you're trying to win. And that's every day. Like, I don't care what payroll is. I don't care we're young or not. Like, you put on a uni, man, you are looking to beat whoever's across the way. And our group is going to do exactly that. That part I'm very certain of. When you talk to our group and our young guys, they're excited. They don't care what the pay, like, that means nothing to them. They're looking forward to that opportunity of putting on a uni and competing together. So, yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned Victor a couple of different times.
Yes.
What is it about his off-season work that intrigues you about what this upcoming season can look like for him?
Not having the success he wanted last year is a big part of this, because he got to experience it. But the way he processes not having the success he wanted is key for me, because some guys lose confidence. Some guys, they just take it as a learning experience to go, okay, now I know what that feels like, and I know what I need to do. And that's exactly where he's at. This is a guy that after every game has his notes. He wants to review the game. He wants to review the plays that he was involved in. He wants to review plays he wasn't involved in to learn from other guys. He wants to review all his at-bats, what the pitcher did to him, and he's learned to have a better process every day. So you take last year, did a nice job defensively, did a nice job on the bases, but he got to experience, all right, that's not what I want it to look like offensively. And he's mature enough to keep his confidence and know the adjustments needed in order to kind of come back and do what he needs to do. So more his process excites me than anything.
At this point, with the complex, I kind of know what spring is going to look like, kind of with all the...
Not yet. Not entirely. Yeah.
Welcome back inside Ballpark Village. Winter warm-up 2026 rolls along, and earlier you heard that $31 million, that's the number that Cardinals Care has dispensed since its inception. Unbelievable as that money goes toward communities and people in need here in St. Louis. So a big part of this event is continuing to push that number northward as we support those among us, and to help us do that, it's our live auction and Dwayne Cubey. Dwayne, take it away.
All right, hey Cardinal Nation, how we doing today? There we go. My name's Dwayne Cubey. I will be your auctioneer today. I own Cubey Auction Service. I do have a couple auctions a month every Thursday down in Arnold. Come see us. I got a couple buddies here tonight. I got Bill, he's waving, and Jeff's waving. They're gonna be watching for bids for me. I got a couple rules for an auction. One is bid with your heart. All the money's going to Cardinal Care today. Bid with your heart. We got 3 great buying opportunities today. And all I want you to do is raise your hand and just keep it up until you get it. I'll make sure you get it. First today, we've got a Cardinals TV booth visit. It's a pregame field visit. A visit to the Cardinals TV booth, 2 field box tickets. Experience will be mutually agreed upon a Monday through Thursday 2026 game. All right. What a great buying opportunity. You got a Cardinal TV booth visit. Bill, what do we like to do? We like to, at an auction, we like to stay low and we go high. All right, so who's going to give me $100 to start that out and cheap and go? Here give me 100, give me 100, here give me 100, here give me $100 for that visit. Here give me 100, I got 100, now 200. I got 100, give me 200, 100, give me 200, 200. I got 100, how about 100 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter right there. Now here give me 150. I got 125 up here, now 150, 150, 150, now 175. I got it up here, Jeff, 150, now 175. I got 175 over here, now 200. I got 200 all the way in the back, now 2 and a quarter. Hey, even up there in the booth, you guys can bet. I got 200, now 2 and a quarter. I got 200, I got 2 and a quarter right here at Bill, now 2 and a half. I got 225, give it a 250, 250 over here, now 275. I got 250 over here, now give it a 275, 275 right up here, now 300. I got 279, give it a 300, 275, now 300. I got 275 right here, now give it a 300, 275, now 300. 300 with Bill, now 3 and a quarter. I got 300, give it a 3 and a quarter, 300, now 325. I got 300, give it a 3 and a quarter, 300, now 325 over here, now 350. I got 325, give it a 350, 325, now give it a 350. I got 325, now give it a 350, 350 up front, now 375. I got it up here, 350, now 375, 375 back there, now 400. I got 375, give it a 400, 375, now 400. Ask him again, 375, now 400. I got 375, give it a 400. Go bid with your heart, 375, now 400. I got 400 up front, now 4 and a quarter. I got 4 up here, nobody 4 and a quarter. Don't cuss, just bid. 4 and a quarter, now 450. I got 425, give me 450, 425 back there, now 450. I got 425 back here, give me 450, 425, now 450. 425, give me 450. I got 425, give me 450. Y'all done? 425, now 450 up front, now 475. I got 450, give me 475. 450 up here, now 475. I got 475 back there at Bill, now 500. I got 475, give me 500. 475, now give me 500. I got 475, give me 500. 475, and give me 500. 475 in the back, give me 500. 475, now give me 500. 475, 475, and give me 500. She's waiting for an answer on the phone. 475, and give me 500. I got 475, and give me 500. 475, and give me 500. I got 475, give me 5. I'll wait because it's going to the kids. 475 now, 500. I got 475 and give me 500. 500 now, 5 and a quarter. I got 500 up here now, 5 and a quarter. I got 500, give me 5 and a quarter. 500 now, 525. I got 500, give me 525 right there. She's back in now, 550. I got 525, give me 550. 525 now, give me 550. I got 550 now, 575. I got 550 with Bill now, 575. I got 550, give me 575. 550 now, 575. I got 550. 550 and give me 575. 550 now 75. I got 550 and give me 575. I got 550. Y'all done? 550 now 575. I got 575 now 600. I got 575 and give me 600. 575 and give me 600. I got 575 and give me 600. 575 now give me 600. I got 575 and give me 600. 570. I'm an auctioneer. I can go all day. 575 and give me 600. 575 and give me 600. I got 575 and give me 600. 600. Y'all done? So do your way, Bill. $575. All right, thank you all. Thank you all. All right, now up next we got Adam Wainwright, autographed canvas. It's right over here, an autographed canvas. It's a 16 by 20. It's from the 2006 World Series. Printed on canvas, custom framed, and autographed, and MLB authenticated. So your Wainwright autographed picture right there. And again, we like to start low. Pick up $100 for it on that autograph painting or autograph picture. Pick up $100 for it. 100 now 200. I got 100. Give me 200. 200. 100. Give me 200. 100 now 200. 200. 100. See, she's in charge here, but when you wave it in an auction, you bought it. I got 100 now 200. I got 100. Give me 200. How about 150? I got 100. Give me 150 now 200. I got 150. Give me 200. 200 now 250. I got 200. Give me 250. 200 now 250. 250 now 300. I got 250. Give me 300. 300. Adam Wainwright. 250 now 300. 250. 300 now 350. I got 300. Give me 350. 300 now 350. I got 500. Now 550. I get 500. Give me 550. 500 now 550. I get 500. Give me 550. 500 now 550. I got 500. Give me 550. Now I got 500 now 550. Anybody 550? 550 now 600. I get 600. I get 600 now 650. I get 600. Give me 650. 600 and give me 650. I get 600 right here now. Give me 650. 600 now 650. 650 now 700. I get 650. Give me 700. 700. 700. I get 650, give me 700, now 750. I get 700, give me 750, 700, now 750. I get 700, now 750. 700, give me 750, 750, now 800. I get 750, give me 800, 800. 800, now 850. I get 800, give me 850, 800, now 850. I get 800, now 850. I get 800, give me 850, 800, now 850. I got 800, now give me 850, 850. Anybody 850? Y'all done? 850. Sold it, $800 your way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, now we got one more experience. It's a Cardinals radio booth visit, pregame visit, pregame field visit. Watch the Cardinals game for one inning in the Cardinals radio booth. 2 field box tickets. Experience will be on a mutually agreed upon Monday through Thursday, 2026 home game. So the Cardinals radio booth visit for a day. All right, we're gonna do the same thing. Start it low. He'll give me $100 for it. I got 100 right here. Now 150. I got 100 up front. 150. Now 200. I got 150. Give me 200. 200. Now 250. I got 200 right there. Now 250. Now 300. I got 250. Give me 300. 300 up front. Now 350. I got 300. Give me 350. Now 400. 400. Now 450. I got it up front. 400. Now 450. 450. Now 500. 500. Now 550. I got 500 right here. Give me 550. 500. Now 500. 550. Now 600. I got 550. Give me 600. 600. I get 550, give me 600, 550, now give me 600. I get 550, now 600, now 650. I get 600, give me 650, 600, now 650. I get 600, give me 650, 600, now 650. I get 600, give me 650, 600, give me 650, 600, now 650. I get 600 in the back, now 650. I get 600, 650, now 700. I get 650, give me 700. I get 650, 700 over here, now 750. I get 700. 700, give it 750, 700, now give it 750. I get 700, now give it 750, 700, now 750. I get 700, give it 750, 700, give it 750. I get 700, now 750. I get 700, give it 750, 750, now 800. I get 750, give it 800, 750, now 800. I get 750, give it 800, 750, give it 800. 800, now 850. I get 800, give it 850. I get 800, give it 850. 800, now 850. I get 850, now 900. 850, give it 900. 850, now 900. I get 850, give it 900. 850, now 900. I get 850, give it 900. 900. 850, now give it 900. I get 850, give it 900. Anybody 900? Y'all done? 900. Sold it your way, Bill, $850. I want to thank everybody for bidding with your hearts. It was a great time. We'll see you again tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Lots more still to come at Winter Warm-Up, including a main stage conversation and Q&A in about 15 minutes with Cardinals President of Baseball Operations, Chaim Bloom, moderated by the voice of the Cardinals, John Rooney. So much more still on deck. It's Cardinals Winter Warm-Up 2026.
please join me in welcoming Chaim Bloom, our new president of baseball operations.
Thank you and good morning. I also want to thank our fans, who I've gotten to know better over the last year and a half. You deserve the reputation that you have, and you deserve the very best from us, and we intend to deliver it. This organization is special. It means so much to so many people. It's a special place to work, too. Our staff, everywhere you look, is exceptionally hardworking. They care so much. To those who love this team, if you could see that work ethic, that care factor that I get to see every day, you'd be fired up. And yet we are not where we want to be. Our goal is to field a team every year that can compete for this division and for a World Series championship. Who are the Cardinals at our best? To me, it's simple. This organization, at its best, sets the standard for the rest of baseball. That's what set this organization apart for 100 years. That's who we are at our best. We set the standard, so now we get to do it again. And what does that mean for our roster this offseason and into 2026? We have talent here. We have more talent coming. We have some of the makings of that core, but we need more. And so our top priority will be to build our talent base for the long term. That may mean hard decisions and short-term sacrifices, but to get where we want to go, we can't take shortcuts, and we won't. Now, our strategy is long-term, but we won't lower the standard that we hold here every day. We won't concede anything, and we will always compete. How we work, how we scout, how we train, how we develop, and how we play, those are things we control and that we get to decide every day, and we will get after them with intent.
Please welcome to the main stage at our winter warm-up, the President of Baseball Operations of the St. Louis Cardinals, Chaim Bloom.
Thank you. Great to be here.
It is great to be here with the fans at winter warm-up and the passion we all share for baseball, for Cardinals baseball. Where did you get that passion for the game, Chaim?
You know, I'm not really sure I know exactly what to trace it to. I've loved the game since I was a little kid, and I was horrible at playing it. So I had to find some other way to get in, and managed to work hard, scratch and claw, and get more than a little lucky to be able to make a career in the business.
Well, before we take questions from the fans, and we're going to let you pretty much run the show here to ask Chaim anything you'd like, but tell us a little bit about Chaim Bloom coming to St. Louis and taking over as the President of Baseball Operations.
Yeah, this has been amazing. The welcome that I've received has been just unbelievable. Not a surprise, just knowing what I've known being in baseball for a couple decades about our fans. And thank you all, by the way, for coming. Even though in accordance with tradition, we have less than perfect weather for winter warm-up, but thank you all for coming out here. And again, I've been fortunate enough to be in this game for basically my entire adult life. And you know from the outside that this is one of those organizations, a select few, that is just really special in a way that almost no other place is, in terms of the history, the tradition, and most of all, how important it is to the community and in the community. And I've felt that every single day since I showed up in 2024 as an advisor. Been lucky enough to be with a couple great organizations before this, and so excited, couldn't be more pumped to get going on this journey here.
So please get your questions ready. We'll have a microphone roving, and the one other thing I'd like to ask before we go to our questions, just the state of the Cardinals right now as we sit here on a Saturday at winter warm-up.
Yeah, look, on one hand, you heard me say it on day one. We're not where we want to be. And anybody who cares enough about this team to show up here today, you know that. You know that. You've seen it for the last few years, and I think there's a lot of awareness of that, both inside the organization and certainly within our fan base. The exciting part is we got a lot of really good things going on to get us back there. We have so much work going on behind the scenes to really upgrade what has always been the engine of every good Cardinals team and every Cardinals team that has been good for a long time, which is our homegrown core, our scouting and development engine, and those young players that we build around and win with year after year after year. And there's so much work being done, whether it's to help us get even better at acquiring those players, help us develop them better, help us get better at what we do with them once they get to the big leagues. And we're so excited about a lot of the young talent that we have, a lot of whom are here this weekend, and a lot that are coming. And it's on us. We got a lot of work to do to get from here to where we're popping corks again on a regular basis, but there's so many good things going on, some of which you see and so many of which you don't, and it's on us to give you little glimpses into that and insights into that, that give us great optimism that we are going to get there.
And that's something we're going to be doing a very good job of coming up in spring training and through the season in helping you get to know a lot of the people you brought into the organization, as far as people who will be instructors, coaches, people who will be leading that from the minor league level all the way to the major leagues. And to me, I look at spring training this year like one of the most exciting that I've had in, this will be my 21st with the Cardinals coming up, just to have that opening to talk to the managers in the minor leagues, the coaches, to talk to the people in the front office, and you're taking in a lot of information from a lot of people before you make your decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to be clear, this is not just about people that I brought in or our new people. If you walk into a place like this with so much success over the years and you don't learn from and get to understand and take advantage of the wealth of knowledge that a lot of people who have been here for a long time have, you're just making a mistake. And so this has really been, my view of this is, for us to get where we need to go, we need to take all the experiences and all the talents of both lifelong Cardinals, returning Cardinals, and a lot of new people who bring us great new ideas and fresh insight from other places. And if we work together, we're going to be able to get to something that's better than what any of us individually has accomplished in any other place. That's the goal here, and that's something we're well on our way towards.
Well, let's go to the questions, and we have some lined up. Let's start right here on the front row. Your question, please.
Hi, I was at the talk last night. It was very good, by the way. It was really nice. But these past years, Mo has made us the farm team of the MLB. We get good players, we develop them before they can become veterans. We trade them. And I was talking to another gentleman here, and he says it's so we can get veteran players back, but we haven't. So are we going to continue being the farm team for the MLB, or are we going to actually keep some people like Donovan? He's one of our best players. He's our only all-star. And now we hear you're trading him away. And he's a nice veteran voice for the clubhouse. So how is that going to change with you?
Yeah, well, look, as far as it concerns Brendan specifically, obviously, everything you said is true. I mean, this guy, as good as he is on the field, he's as good or better as that off the field. And we definitely value him very highly. I'll tell you, you heard me say it last night. If you were, so last night Ollie and I did an event at Lindenwood with Greg Amsinger, who, obviously it was his alma mater, and he was very excited to get a lot of good things going there. I know he wants to make it an annual thing, and it was a lot of fun. And I got asked about Brendan there. And, again, he is as exceptional a person as you're going to find in this game. We value him very highly. It's also my job to listen to anybody who has interest in our players, and anything that ultimately we feel is going to get us where we need to go, we have to be open to. So we value him very highly. If somebody offers us enough that we have that tough decision to make, then we'll assess it and pick the right path forward. That's just part of the job. Part of this job is making those tough decisions. If you're not willing to make those hard decisions and not willing to be very clear-eyed about where we need to go, then usually the game is not going to reward you with getting there. So obviously we need to get those decisions right. But if we're not willing to at least assess those tough questions and make those hard decisions, this is a very competitive business, and usually to get where you need to go, you have to make those hard decisions from time to time.
Hi, thank you, Chaim. Welcome to St. Louis Cardinal Nation. My question is, I know during the offseason you focused a lot on pitching and stuff like that, but what about any offensive bats? I mean, we got to score runs. You got to have the offensive guys too. But you've done a great job with the pitching, the guys that we've gotten and everything. And how difficult was it to trade Nolan Arenado?
Well, both sides of the game are important. I mean, with respect to the pitching, obviously, in the deals we made so far, we've brought in pitching. We certainly felt, especially with some of the young starting pitchers that we added, that we needed to beef up that rotation depth. We were very fortunate, and there was a lot of hard work that went into last year, getting really through the whole season without any injuries to the pitching staff. No matter how good you are, no matter how hard you work, that is unlikely. So to add more young pitchers that we can build with and build around, that was a priority. But that said, you know, had we been able to bring in bats in those deals, we would have done that too. It's really just about maximizing the talent. We know we need it on both sides of the ball, so we're going to continue to target that. We like a lot of the young players that we have. We like a lot of the players we have. We'd love to add a little more thump to this lineup. And obviously, having moved a couple of veteran players, you know, you talk about Nolan. Obviously, you know, this is a guy. What he did in wearing the birds on the bat is incredible. That will be a big part of his Hall of Fame resume. Really, you know, with that, it was tough, but I think we all felt, Nolan I know felt too, it was just time. And, you know, we're excited to move forward, but certainly we want to be on the lookout for position player talent that we can add to this core as well, just as we have been on the pitching side.
Hello, Chaim. It's great to have you here in St. Louis. And my question is, there's concerns over a lockout after the upcoming season. How will that affect your plans and your staff if that does happen?
Yeah, awesome question. It's impossible not to think about it, just knowing, look, for a while now, these basic agreements have been 5 years long. So every time you're coming up on expiration, you know there's a lot of different things that could happen. And really, it's some of it's about looking ahead to, hey, what could the next agreement bring? The reality is we never know that until it comes. And so this is no different from a lot of other things that we deal with in the game, where you have to be flexible and adaptable and ready for anything. And we want to build our organization, build our staff, and build our roster to where we can adjust. We can take advantage of any opportunities. Whenever there's a new CBA, whether they're small changes or big changes, we got to dive into those, figure out immediately how we can take advantage of those opportunities. But for the most part, because these are things that happen well above all of our pay grades and that we don't really know and can't control, we don't want to get too distracted from what we're trying to do. You know, it's hard enough with no distractions. You can't take your eye off the ball here. So it's definitely something that we're mindful of. But honestly, I don't think it's something that should change our course too much. We have to be very, very focused on what we're building towards and where we need to go.
I see Harrison Bader still available. Is there any possibility there?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. We joke all the time, and a couple of these guys have signed. Obviously, when you look at a lot of the, certainly a lot of the outfield market, it's like, I was telling some of my teammates, I was like, man, you guys did a great job over the years. You have seeded the entire industry with outfielders. And obviously, Bader is one of those guys, very good player. Obviously, seen him for a long time in different uniforms. Heard great things about the person that he is as well. Yeah, I mean, look, you know we're looking for, we've got room for a right-handed hitter and a right-handed hitting outfielder. Is it a possibility? Sure. Yeah. What's that?
How much is he asking?
Oh, well, I can't talk about that up here. You know that.
Yeah, my question is, excuse me. At your introductory press conference, you mentioned competing. How are we going to compete with the Los Angeles Dodgers? Just signed Kyle Tucker to unbelievable, Shohei Ohtani. How is a place like Pittsburgh or St. Louis going to compete with that? I think the NFL has it right with revenue sharing. Anybody can win. What's your thoughts on what the Dodgers are doing? And if I was a Kyle Tucker, I'd take that money too. But and it's too bad the Cardinals can't spend that money, but I'm a realist. They can't. Okay? So what's your opinion on what the Dodgers are doing to baseball in general?
Yeah, look, when you look at some of the disparities that exist in the game, obviously that is the reality. It's a stark reality, obviously, and they're probably the biggest example of that. You know, it was alluded to when we talk about, you know, the economic system in the game. I think that's something just all of us who love the game, doesn't matter what side you're on, owners, players, executives, fans, media, we got a lot of really good things going in this game. We should all want to kind of sharpen this system to make sure we're bringing it, you know, viably to as many people, as many markets as possible. The whole thing that makes sports what they are is you want to feel like everybody has a shot. And to the extent that these gaps continue to grow, that makes that harder. So certainly something, like I said, above my pay grade. I think all of us that you might ask have different ideas, but it's going to take a lot of collaboration and a lot of creativity to get there. Now, all that being said, the beauty of baseball is, you look at it, in hindsight, maybe the Dodgers seemed inevitable last year, but y'all watch Game 7. It was by this much, right? They probably seemed inevitable in 2022 when they won 111 games and they got bounced in the first round of the playoffs. That's why we play the games. One thing I've felt, and this has kind of been my training really throughout my career. I remember when my career started, I started working for what was then the Devil Rays. There were people within baseball, right? We were trying to figure out how to how to compete with the Yankees, the Red Sox in that division, a team that had basically always finished in last place, had no resources. And I remember people that I respect, that I know in the game, kind of said, hey, you guys, it's great. You guys have a good thing going. You're all drinking the Kool-Aid, but man, I just don't think you can compete in that division. 3 years later, we were in the World Series. So one thing I believe, it's not to say that those differences aren't real, those disparities aren't real. They are. And because of that, we do have to operate a little differently. And there are going to be different choices and different things that is going to demand of us. The one thing I promise you, within our baseball operations department, we're never going to let that be an excuse. You focus too much on the obstacle and not the goal, you'll never get there. So whatever thoughts we have, however difficult it makes it, we can't ever let that be an excuse or a reason for us not to excel. We got to focus on our business and find our way, and I believe that we can.
And head-to-head with the Dodgers last year, the Cardinals did quite well. They competed, that's for sure. Right back here, then we'll come up front.
I appreciate you coming to St. Louis. I really also appreciate how well-spoken you are. You communicate with the fans very well. That's very much appreciated. And I also want to thank you for the goal to win a World Series championship. The goal should not always just be, hey, we're just to sneak into the playoffs. Our goal is to win a World Series championship. So I appreciate that. For Mr. Rooney, I wanted to say that we got to get you into the Hall of Fame. And this year, I was like, maybe this year, but hey, it's coming soon and you deserve it, okay?
You're very kind, and I feel so blessed. I feel like I've already won that award just being considered. The people on that list this year and the people who were not, who should be, I mean, there are great announcers out there, but I'll tell you the one thing I'm most blessed to have is the great team we have in the booth here in St. Louis with Ricky, with Claves, Jim Jackson, Ryan Schulte, Ben Boyd working with us up there, Tony Simakaitis is great support, and to have you fans, the broadcast games too, day in, day out, I'm the most blessed. I feel like the greatest Hall of Famer who ever lived, just because of this opportunity, but you're very kind. Thank you.
Still be cool if we could get you in there, though.
Chaim, thank you so much for what you did for the Rays. That was an awesome, awesome time. With Matt Koperniak, what possible timeline do you see there for call-up in the roster state being where it's at right now? Do you see him playing a role with the big league club this year?
Yeah, it's interesting with Cope. Like coming out of 24, we really all felt like this guy, and he had a great spring in 25. We really all felt like this guy had a chance to impact our big league club at some point, and he just did not have the season that any of us were looking for. We were fortunate. We took him off the roster earlier in the offseason. Obviously, that gave the other 29 clubs a crack at him. We were hoping, as is what happened, that he would slip through waivers and that we'd be able to keep him in the organization, because I still believe that, between the type of grinder that he is, the natural hitting ability that he's shown, that there is a chance for a bounce back there. So he is going to come into big league camp. He's going to get every opportunity to get back in that 40-man mix and help us. Certainly has shown the ability to do it. Amazing story, obviously, off the radar guy who got himself really on the doorstep, and would love to see him bounce back and force his way into that mix, because he is an awesome individual.
Hey, I'm just kind of curious about J.J. Weatherholt. I know we're obviously going to see him in spring training, but what does his season look like? Are we going to play it strategically, leave him down in Memphis for a month, retain an extra year, or what's that going to look like?
Yeah, well, first of all, so happy to have JJ coming into camp this year, really looking to make the club, right? So last year he was there for the experience, and it's a credit to his ability and his upside that he was able to really meet every obstacle throughout the minor league season. Who he is, what he can do on the field, and just who he is, how he's wired, makes me very optimistic about his future. We'll see. You know, we have a lot of internal conversation about that. The one thing I can tell you when we talk about looking at him in spring training, it's not going to be about his stat line. I think, especially for hitters, going off of spring training results can be really misleading, not just because they're not always facing major league pitching, but because even when they are facing major league pitching, those guys are really just kind of getting their work in. And when the games start counting, everything changes. We have so much information now on hitters that the game planning just goes up several levels, whereas in spring training, that's not even really a thing. So it's not going to be based on that, but there are going to be a number of things that we've challenged him with this offseason that we want to see how he does, how he's attacked those things, how he's looking physically, work-wise, you know, agility, defense, a lot of different things where he's the type of person who is going to want those continued challenges. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on him throughout spring training and just trying to make, you know, the right decision. We all know what the sort of tempting decision, the kind of sexy decision is. We want to make the right decision. That's not to hint one way or the other, just to give you some insight into how I'm thinking about it and how we'll be looking at it.
I heard you say something the other day that nobody's going to be handed a job and you're building competition, but you would listen to the game and how that particular player, pitcher is performing to make those decisions on who is a part of the 26-man roster.
Yeah, you have to. You have to listen to it always. And that's easier said than done because there's a lot of different ways you can go, a lot of different ways you can interpret what happens. But that's a lot of our job. You want to have a plan. You obviously need to have principles. You need to have something to anchor yourself to, but you have to be willing to adjust when the circumstances demand it. And I think the players, if you have the right framework for looking at what they're trying to do, the players will tell you when they're ready. By paying close attention to what they're doing, trying to sort out before you're in the heat of the moment, what are we really looking for to feel that somebody is ready? You know, I believe two things. I believe, one, that we should be working in the minor leagues, not skipping steps, not taking shortcuts to get these guys as ready as possible because there is no higher level of baseball in the world than what's played out here. And at the same time, we have to recognize that failure is going to be a part of this for almost everybody, no matter how talented, when they get here. And that we have to be committed to continuing to develop players, continuing to work with them in the big leagues. There's been a lot of things, Ollie's alluded to it in a couple places, a lot of things that we've talked about with our major league staff this winter, where some of the processes that I'm really proud of that we were able to implement in the minor leagues around player plans, around coordination between skill staff, you know, people in baseball pants, and our performance staff, right, our medical strength staff, that we can now scale those up to the big leagues and implement them here as well, so we can be really purposeful and really targeted in how we're working with players at the big league level, so that even if we think they've passed all those tests, that we don't allow them to plateau once they get here and, you know, start facing all the challenges that come with this level.
I'm with the influx of all the pitching depth. Who do you consider a lock for the starting rotation, and how many spots are really open for legit competition going into spring training?
Yeah, you know, obviously we have a lot of, outside of, you know, obviously Dustin May, who we signed as a free agent, a lot of these guys obviously coming from within. Some of them have more under their belts than others, but, you know, you look at, you know, Libby and Andre are the two guys that really have a full season plus up here, and these other guys don't necessarily have that. I'm not ready to kind of anoint anybody or start, you know, putting odds on, you know, who's in pole position. You know, we want to see how all these guys come in. Obviously, some of the new guys we need to learn, our returning guys that we've challenged with different things, you know, just see how they come in. But part of what we wanted to do in acquiring some of the guys that we acquired, specifically the two guys that we got in those two deals from Boston, it was to create some of that competition. Kyle, obviously, Leahy's making that transition from the bullpen, and we're going to give him a chance to do that. So there's a lot that we're going to learn in spring training. Again, not through stat lines, but just through seeing how these guys are, how they come in, where they're at, how they're responding, and we'll make those decisions as we go.
I think one thing for Kyle, and I was on the Caravan with Matthew Liberatore in Jefferson City last night, and he said that it worked out well for him going into the rotation last year, learned a lot about himself, but to have a full spring to stretch out and get ready for that starting assignment, that's going to be a big head start then for Kyle Leahy.
Yeah, that's important, and you saw the benefit of it even though he didn't know coming into spring that he was going to be in the rotation, you know, with Liberatore, where he came in and really the way he carried himself, I mean, the ball was coming out of his hand well, but the way he carried himself, just the way that he showed that he had prepared for this, motivated, and I give Ollie and Dusty a lot of credit because it seems obvious now. It was not obvious at the time to do that. And they pushed for this. And it motivated everybody to give him that chance. And not only was his buildup in spring pretty regular, but then when you do give him that chance, not having him knowing, okay, it is a meritocracy, right? You do have to perform, but that this was not going to be a knee-jerk thing based on if he has 2 bad starts to start the season. We were fortunate he didn't. But if he had, you know, we're not going to yank him out of it. We're going to give the guy some regularity, some runway. And when players know that at least they've earned that runway by how they did the work and came in and prepared. And then it's up to them what they do with it over a period of time. But if they show you that they're ready for that, and then you commit to that, really good things can happen because you give these guys some routine and some consistency coming out of the gate.
And I have to admit, I was nervous about Liberatore coming out of the bullpen where he was so good. And he took on the challenge of coming in and going right after hitters. But he came on and did a terrific job. And then again, when I was with the White Sox, I was nervous about Mark Burley coming out of the bullpen, and he might be a Hall of Fame starting pitcher. So I like them to prove me wrong, and I just have a really good feeling about Kyle Leahy coming in.
Yeah, you know, it's not something there's no absolutes. You don't know that it's going to take, but we felt, and including with some of the lessons learned from how we managed it with Libby last year, that this was worth trying, and it's something Kyle wants to do. So everything was pointing in the direction of giving him a chance.
Okay, this is kind of a general baseball question, but with the rise of the Savannah Bananas coming to the scene, what is MLB doing to navigate that as far as the fan base is concerned? You know, as far as like their investments into that new thing versus what's been around for a little over 100 years, you know?
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. I actually have not seen them with my own eyes. I watched the part of the live stream when Izzy got to come in and face a hitter. I made sure I did not miss that. Very entertaining for you know, those of us who know, or in my case have gotten to know Izzy over the last couple of years. I mean, it looked electric here for those games. Like amazing crowd energy. That tells me 2 things. One, we got to get better so that we can capture some of that for ourselves because we know it's there. And it's still there. And 2, you know, I think it's something, our game, probably in comparison to some other sports, has always been a little bit slower, maybe takes itself a little too seriously, a little bit slower to adapt. This thing is supposed to be fun. And so we should be open to ways to make it that way. And sometimes you try to do that. Again, I think the game itself, best game on earth. I'm biased. And, you know, not everybody agrees, but that's how I feel. I think probably a lot of people in this room feel the same way. But in terms of just how we can better bring it to our fans, you know, we have to be open to some different things and open to maybe not take the competition seriously, take the work seriously, but maybe we shouldn't take ourselves quite as seriously thinking about some of these things because there's obviously a market for that. There's obviously just a hunger for some of the entertainment that provides.
And I will tell you this, having done the start of the game the first few years and having to go down near the field to be ready to go on the field after the game, you fans have willed the Cardinals to win close games over the years. The players feel that energy, and I know about the energy you're talking of. We've seen it here time after time in St. Louis over the years. The 06 championship that we're going to be celebrating the 20th anniversary of that this year. What happened in 11, and we got back there in 13, but fell short to the Red Sox. But to have that kind of energy in the ballpark, I can't wait to get back there, and I really believe we're on our way. Next question, right over here.
Hello, nice to meet you, Chaim. I'm just curious, from the Cardinals since '96, basically, when McGuire came over, to Arenado, we had been a destination for free agents. We were the mid-markets that it seemed like, whether it be re-signing or free agents, that players wanted to come here. Now it's seeming, obviously, highest dollar. I'm not going to begrudge Kyle Tucker, anybody like that who gets ridiculous money, but It seems that hearing about like Giancarlo Stanton didn't want to come here when he had an opportunity to be traded and such. We've kind of faded in that respect. What are plans, besides fans showing up? I know we obviously play our part in trying to restore that luster that seems to have faded.
Good question. You know, the first day I was in this job, I got asked, actually, Derek, I think it was you who asked about, you know, almost as a given that St. Louis wasn't that destination for players that it used to be. And I told you I disagreed with your premise. You know, obviously, winning is underlying a lot of that, right? The more you win, the more of a destination you become. So there is a little bit there. But I actually think when you talk to agents, you talk to players, I do think this is still, really because of you all. This is still one of those places where players say, if you get a chance to play there, you should play there. So I don't think that has faded. Obviously, we need to do our part. Like, you talk about the fans coming. I view that as on us. Like, we got to earn that. Y'all have a lot of options for what to do with your time and your money. Like, we got to earn that. But I don't think that luster has faded in terms of what people know that this market can be. You know, Nolan talked about it on his way out, that was part of the reason that he came and waived his no trade to come here in the first place, was knowing that this was that type of baseball market. I do think there's some things economically around the game where you probably see that being more of a driver, and I don't begrudge players that, but I do still think, albeit again, we got to get back to where we need to be for that to really be in full force. But I do still think when you talk to players, they know this place is special, and I do still think it is some sort of separator.
And you have to give yourselves a lot of credit for players all over baseball talking about your appreciation for a good play in a game, how you applaud the opponents when they make unbelievable plays, even though it may hurt the Cardinals during that course of the game. That's not lost on them. They do talk about that and talk about it quite often. Right here.
Okay. First off, thanks, John, for the last 20 years. It's been great. On the way home, listening to you on the radio or when we can't make it. Haim, saw you at the Sabre meeting last year. Enjoyed that. Here's my question. I'm a season ticket holder, live 2 hours away, 60 games a year, so I'm pretty invested in that. I sit right by the bullpen, so it's great to see all the visiting pitchers. But I think as Cardinal fans, we are spoiled because we had so much winning, and I get that. But the last 2 years have been a little difficult. Like, my season ticket holder friends are gone from the bleachers. They kind of just haven't renewed. The other thing is, I think we're still suffering from the Yachty effect. I don't think we realized how much he controlled the game and everything. Is there a plan? I know you hired Ethan Goforth for catching instructor. Is there a plan to have a catcher who can catch reliably and throw a person out as well as hit? Just a plan for catcher? It's been kind of a circus the last few years. And I love Pages, but he's got to catch the ball better. Just got to.
Well, first of all, 60 games a year from 2 hours away. We appreciate you sticking with us. That's not something to take for granted.
Absolutely.
Even when we're winning more, that's not something to take for granted. So we appreciate that. And like I said, there's obviously, it's on us to win more. And I think that trend reverses, right? So we appreciate it. You know, you alluded to it. I've talked a lot about this, I think, publicly, that this is an area where I think some of what we've done, and you mentioned Go-Go, really creating and implementing a curriculum in the minor leagues so that we aren't having to kind of go back and fill in holes in the foundation that these guys have. And I give our guys credit. You know, we've talked some about some of the stuff Ivan's doing, both in this rehab from the surgery that he had to try to do some things on the throwing end, try to work on the mental side of the game calling. You know, these are things that, again, if you don't have the curriculum for it, you can't expect people to excel at it. And that was a priority for us because we really do have a lot of catching talent, in my opinion, in the organization, both at the big league level, guys who are here this weekend, and then some guys who are coming. So we need to put a lot of resources into that. You know, it just stood to reason to me that something you want to do regardless. But when you have that kind of talent, the return on investment from really pouring into those guys and creating something that is going to help them, especially considering the catching tradition in this organization. You know, this past year, Mo and I were talking about it, is, you know, even before Yachty, when you had Mike Matheny, you had Pagnozzi before that. I mean, this goes back a long time. The standard's pretty high here, and that's awesome because that can be, in terms of, you know, what goes on between the ears, probably the most important position on the field. So we just need to make sure that we are honoring that standard, upholding that standard. There's a lot of work going on to do that. I do believe that these guys have the physical ability and the motivation to do it. And I'm excited for continued growth because I think you saw that in the minor leagues. You know, you saw it throughout the AAA season with Jimmy. You saw it throughout the AA season with Leo. And there's a lot of leveling up that can continue to happen at all levels, including this one. And we're very invested in making that happen.
And you are so right about being spoiled. Yadier Molina could take a look in at Tony or take a look in at Ollie, and the two would know what they're thinking. And to get to that point, there is so much preparation, there is so much training, and that's something the Cardinals are going through at the minor league level right now to get to that point in game calling and preparation, and not just knowing the other hitters, but just knowing the situation where when the catcher looks in the dugout, he knows what the manager's thinking and vice versa. And when you have a catcher like a Yadier Molina, and there are only a few of them in baseball like that, catching is at a premium throughout baseball, but I think the Cardinals are getting back to that, and I've heard a lot of discussions in that regard that's taking place in the minor leagues.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things about that, the standard just being higher here. That's awesome. We should want the standard to be really high. We have this roadmap to know the impact it can have, and you know, there's a lot of buy-in to really getting back to that and elevating our players to that level.
Okay. We have
Well, welcome to St. Louis, and I'm excited about all the young talent we have, but I don't see a lot of veteran leadership. Are we out looking for something a little bit more in the veteran leadership area?
In a word, yes. You know, obviously, I'm happy, given everything about where we are, I'm happy that we have a young team, right? That's what you want. Usually those guys are on the upswing. Their best days are ahead of them. If we want to get where we want to go, we're going to be doing it with young players, and we need to win with young players. And actually, you know, you look at it, go back to, you know, a lot of those guys I work with now on the coaching side. You go back to 2011, that team won with veterans, but also with young players. We will always need to be winning with our young players. But veteran leadership is really important too, and just knowing where we are, it's something we've placed a premium on. You know, these guys do not necessarily have to be, you know, we got it last year with Maton. We had it the year before with Kittredge. That was a big part of our motivation in bringing Ryan Stanek here, is what they could offer others, both the experience to be able to do it and the desire to be able to do it. They don't necessarily have to be superstar players to be able to provide that. In fact, sometimes the guys who provide it best are not necessarily always the star players. But it is very important. You obviously still want the roster to function. You still want the right talent. You want the right pieces for Ollie to be able to mix and match. But absolutely, it is something we're very mindful of as we look at ways to round out this roster to be able to support our young players.
Okay. Right back here.
Yeah, I was wondering about Joshua Baez. What are his chances of being on the team by mid-season if he continues to grow and progress? Because we need more power in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he had a remarkable 2025. It should not be, you know, it really can't be overstated how impressive that was, the turnaround from where his career had been going to what he did in 25. You've heard me talk a couple times about no shortcuts. So he's got another level that he needs to knock down and still some more progress that he needs to make. And at that next level, you know, I think one of the things about that AAA level, people have different opinions on the value of AAA. I am a big believer in the value of AAA. You know, there are always exceptions, but I think for the most part, it's just a different type of player there because that's really the only level of the minor leagues that you can play at where you have to play against a lot of guys who have conquered that level but still are back there, just because of how tough it is to stick up here. Most of the other levels of the minor leagues, once you show you're better than that level, you're gone, you never come back. But AAA, a lot of those guys have been around the block a few times. They really know what they're doing. There may be things that are keeping them from being in the big leagues, some of them beyond their control, but they really know what they're doing. And so for Josh to face a lot of pitchers like that, I think is going to be really good for him. And, we'll see what strides he makes. I wouldn't put anything past him. That was a really impressive season. But I also don't want to when you talk about listening to the game, what he does will tell us. He's got an incredibly high ceiling. We hope he makes as many strides this coming year as he did last year, because certainly he can impact the game in a lot of different ways. And it was awesome to see him take those steps, and hopefully he can build on it this year.
Thank you. I remember in your press conference from last fall, you were saying, among other things, international signings are just as important as, say, the draft. And we really haven't had a lot of benefit from international signings on the Major League roster. Can you talk a little bit about the signings we've had this week and how you feel about them?
Yeah. It's one of the most interesting areas of our business. It's obviously a part of the game that's it's probably as close to the Wild West as we still have in talent acquisition in our game, and it is evolving rapidly. There are a lot of good things that I think have happened in recent years to build that process back up. The thing is, obviously, with anything you do right in your international scouting process, if it happens really quickly, you will feel those effects in 5 years. When you think about how you used to start evaluating these guys now at 11 or 12 years old, you obviously don't get to sign them until they're 16 or 17. Yesterday, our class, or at this point, we're talking 2 days ago now, our class was headlined by a right-handed hitting outfielder, Emmanuel Luna, who has a 5-tool potential that is really exciting. Also picked up, some interesting infielders, pitchers in that class. We're going to keep moving forward on that. There's been a lot of cool things that have happened in that space in our game. Just like every other area, organizations are competing. It's one of the reasons we went out. We hired Jacob Buffa, Chesterfield's own Jacob Buffa, to come back home, come to us from the Astros, where he was a farm director, also oversaw performance, to help move us forward in that area, and work with Moises Rodriguez to help move us forward in that area, because you have to keep growing, you have to keep pushing the envelope there. And particularly with his background on the performance side, when you think about it, those guys are so far away. You are projecting physically on those guys, physically and athletically, more than you are on anybody else you might acquire, just because of how far away they are from full maturity. And so getting deeper into information on the performance side and testing we can do there, and understanding really when we look at someone at a very young age, like, preteen to teenager, really, and preteen's probably a little early, but young teenagers, what's that guy going to be like at 25? Not just where's the baseball skill going, but where can that person go physically? Where can he go strength-wise? Where can the explosiveness go? The more accurate we can be with that, the more scientific we can make that, the better selections we're going to make. Now, you can do a lot of good things there. If that all goes great, it'll be next decade when we feel it up here. That's just the nature of it. Outside of a few special cats, that's how these guys progress. But they talk about the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is today. So we're making some steps forward today that we hope will continue to help us down the line. And we have a lot of excitement for this year's signing class as well.
Okay, we have one more question for Chaim, and let's go over here for that.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to St. Louis. My question is about our catching depth. We've got Pozo, Herrera, Pages, Crooks. How do you incorporate Herrera or one of those powerful bats in the lineup every day and still manage to catch all 4 of them?
First of all, love the Cardinals hockey jersey. That is sweet. So the question was about our catching depth, specifically about Ivan. We need, this is another one where you really need to see in spring where we've gotten with Ivan, both where he's at physically, in terms of coming back from that surgery, should be totally fine, but obviously with all the things we've been putting him through, and then see what he can handle and how much it makes sense to mix him in. And that's why it's good to have options at that position. It's part of the reason why we wanted Pozo back. We're able to bring him back after we non-tendered him. You're never going to regret having a lot of options at that position. I don't know yet exactly how it's going to shake out, but it's a good thing to have depth. It's a good thing to have competition.
Chaim Bloom, President of Baseball Operations for the
Thank you all.
Cardinals. Thank you
Appreciate
so
the
much,
questions.
Chaim, and
Yeah.
thank you for coming out to winter
Thanks
warm-up.
for coming.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
What is going on, Cardinals Nation? I'm over here in 702. I've been watching you sign autographs all day here. You signed some interesting things. We had a whole seat, I think, right?
Yes, that's right. A whole seat.
That's pretty cool to be able to sign cool stuff like that. What have you seen that's been kind of unique and different?
I've seen helmets, I've seen hats, seen jerseys.
Those aren't different. Those are standard.
Well, different. I seen, what did I see?
I put you on the spot.
No, it's hard. It's hard.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your career. You kind of readjusted yourself. You're kind of now in a good spot, right? What do you see going forward for you?
Just have to keep same mindset. Just try to come to a ballpark and keep learning, and then just try to do my job and try to win championships.
How do you take your mind out of the pressure that comes with some of that? How do you kind of come back to level?
Pressure is a privilege, so just trying to focus. If it's there, it's because it's a good thing, and then just really trying to just go out there and just have fun.
That was the best answer I've ever heard. Pressure is a privilege. I love that. What is it like to see this very long line of people who have been waiting to get your autograph today?
It's exciting. They came from home to come here just to get something signed, so I'll take the time and sign it for them. It's no problem.
Was there ever a time in your life where you waited in line to get that autograph?
Not quite.
Not quite. Okay, so whose autograph do you want?
A lot of people, a lot of Hall of Famers like Pujols and like Big Papi.
No better in 702 than one Pujols' autograph. I love it. I'm going to let that line get back to going because I see it's very, very long. I know Todd is across the way here with Mr. David Freese.
All right, Cardinal fans, I'm here in the Champions Club with David Freese. David, what's it feel like to be back here at Winter Warm-Up?
Yeah, always a good time. A bunch of good people around, signing autographs, and just enjoying the day.
What's one of the most unique things that you've had to sign today?
Today, I just got the normal stuff today.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we'll be here for a couple hours, see some old teammates, and have a good time.
What have you been doing when you're not here?
3 little kids, under 9, hanging out down in Austin, and having fun with them.
What does it feel like coming back and being here and seeing all these fans at Winter Warm-Up, even when it's snowing and cold outside?
Yeah, I enjoy it. We had an event Thursday night at the MAC and with Jay, Descalso, Mott, Craig. Just got the whole crew back together, and it's just always a good time, and just happy that we got to win that ring with this group.
It's been 15 years. Isn't it hard to believe?
Yeah, that's nuts. Time flies. They don't lie about that.
If, let's say 100 people have come through and got an autograph so far today, what percentage of those people mentioned the 2011 World Series in Game 6?
Yeah, all of them. That's why I'm here, just to relive those memories and then have fun talking about that.
Now, a little birdie told me something that you might be involved in a band. Is there any truth to this?
No, I play a guitar, but just jam around, but no band really.
This isn't anything that we'd ever be able to see anywhere, like maybe
one day.
Maybe one day.
I'll get up here and play.
All right, well, this is David Freese. Thanks for being here today. I'll let you get back to signing autographs as Winter Warm-Up continues. Hello, Cardinal fans. Welcome to Winter Warm-Up 2026, and we need the winter warm-up this weekend for sure. I'm here in the Cardinals Authentics area in the Redbird Club, and you can see here that there's all kinds of great merchandise that you can buy. There's signs, there's bases, and our buddy Luke is here. Luke, talk a little bit about what fans can find here in this area.
Yeah, so we've got basically anything that the players use on the field. We've got helmets, bats, we've got wristbands, arm sleeves, headbands, jerseys. All of it's 50% off this weekend, so stop by the Redbird Club and come see us.
Hold on, everything here is 50% off?
Yeah, basically everything is 50% off.
Now, I know that our fans are aware of the Authentic shop that's down out in the outfield. Is that going to be open this weekend as well?
That one is not open, but we do have a store that's in Ballpark Village, directly under the museum, that will be open this weekend. So if you come check us out here, check us out over there too.
All right, so fans can come here on the third floor in the Redbird Club. So let's walk around and come with me. So let's just say over here, we've got something like this. It says these are street banners. Pull one of these out. Where would these have lived prior to being here for sale?
So if everyone who's come to a game walks outside and they see the street poles, if you look at the street poles closely, there's banners up on the top. And so if I open this up, you'll see we've got guys like Brendan Donovan, we've got Arenado, Nootbaar, Walker. So yeah, come take a look at these. These are all 50% off this weekend, and they're pretty cool. So,
Luke, that is awesome. So someone can put that, maybe you got a man cave in your basement, put that down there. And here's a gentleman here. Sir, what's your name? Come right over here.
I'm Sean.
Sean, where are you from?
Carthage, Illinois.
Carthage, Illinois. And do you typically come to Winter Warm-Up?
Every year. Yep.
And what makes it neat to come down to Winter Warm-Up and kind of come down and see that everything's going on and get some autographs and all that sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, just spending time with the guys, you made friendships with over the years. That's one thing, where you only get to see them once or twice a year. Obviously seeing all the players, all the older players, the younger players, Hall of Famers. I mean, it's just a great kickoff to the season.
If you've been coming down here a lot, what's one of your greatest memories of ever being here for Winter Warm-Up?
Pujols. I mean, he's obviously a legend here, and everything. So yeah, getting to meet him, talk to him, get his autograph a few times, yeah. It was great.
Is there anything here in this Cardinals Authentic area that you got your eye on that you might be taking home?
Well, I just walked in and you got me, so I haven't really.
And I don't know if you heard me say earlier, but everything is 50% off.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah,
right.
That's awesome. Great.
So folks, come on up and check it out. It's the Cardinals Authentics area here. Everything is 50% off all weekend long, right here on the third level in Redbird Club.
No, I know we're gossiping over here. This is the real conversation. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? I don't know. That's kind of like, that's not warm-up. Come on. How are we doing? Hopefully, by the end of this chit-chat, gossip, entertaining, whatever we're doing here, you guys cheer a little louder than that. By the way, my name is Polo Asensio, Spanish broadcaster for your St. Louis Cardinals. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Un gusto estar acá en el winter warm-up over there. Snowing, coming from California, your part, Florida part here.
Yeah.
This is not real.
No, it's for a couple days, it's okay. But you guys enduring this all year. What was cool, I woke up this morning, I was actually staying across the street here, and I look across the way, it's starting to snow, and there's line coming out of the stadium, which just shows what our fan base is all about. So I'm really appreciative. I know our players are, so thank you.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, in case you don't know who this guy is, because he looks a little different without a hat, without the red glasses, without yelling at the umpires, and that beautiful look you give him. I love him. Oliver Marmol, everybody, come on now. You know, it's very simple. This offseason, you know, people just talk to me, ask me things, and trust me, we want to talk about baseball because that's what I do. Talk about baseball, life, family. That's what he does. Talk about baseball, life, family, how bad the umpires are, and all that good stuff. But when I talk about Oliver Marmol, I talk about somebody that I met a few years back, and I was thinking about this, Ollie. To me, this upcoming season is the first season, at least in my eyes, where you're gonna be free. You know what I'm saying? Why? See, you give me that look already. Why? The first year, you came in because somebody got fired, and why did he get fired? All these questions, right? Those questions are there, whatever. And so you're like, you know what? I can do it. You did a great job. Second year, Yadi's retiring. All of a sudden, big number 5 comes back. You're like, okay, how am I gonna manage these two monsters here? Blah, 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 blah. You did a great job. But with that in my eyes, next year, all those guys are gone. Wilson comes in. We all remember that drama with Wilson, then trying to get Adam to win 200, and the team not doing as we wanted, and you're the manager on that. And then the next season, things are different from the front office because now we're gonna have Chaim and Mo. Yes, Mo was the president of the team, Chaim was there, but now you have to kind of talk to two people, or at least listen to two people. Last year, again, you know, it's the last season for Mo. You know, Nolan Arenado, he wants to be traded. The Cardinals trying to trade him. So every single year for me, you come into the season with something else that just worry about baseball. Again, in my eyes, next season to me is your first season as a manager. You know what I'm saying? It's like I am excited for you. And I am looking forward to see what you can do with this young team under new leadership, even though it's about the same Cardinal way situation. Am I right? And I know this was like 15 minutes me trying to explain my thinking and what I've been talking about this offseason.
No, I know what you're trying to say with that. Because you're not stuck in between where last year you have guys that are here that you want here, like a Nolan and those guys, Sonny, but it's taken up, you're kind of stuck in between of going super young and really building your core and being good for a long time and not. So obviously it's hard when you look at Sonny not being here and Wilson and Nato. I love those guys and the conversations I've been able to have with them right after we traded them, and even yesterday I talked to one of them. It's bittersweet because I loved having them around. Like when I say love, I absolutely loved having those guys around. But it does create an opportunity where you can free up some of those young guys to allow them to go play and show what they're capable of doing, and then individually and collectively, just what's possible. And Chaim was up here and he said, like, this organization has done a really nice job of winning with young players, and you have a mix of veteran and young guys when we were really good. But this is a really good shot for these young guys to learn what that looks like together, and I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
The opportunities are there, right? If you want them, come and get them.
Yeah.
Like, show me, show you, show everybody that you want to be part of this team, not only 26, but the future. When you look at that core of players coming up, I mean, you mentioned, you know, Nolan and Wilson and Sonny, and those were great guys. Wilson and Nolan actually texted me when they got traded, and as a broadcaster, that means a lot, right? You and I, we have a very good relationship. When you see those guys go, who do you see, or who do you think, if you can say, is gonna step up in the clubhouse and be that guy? Like, Nolan was a silent leader. Wilson, there was nothing silent about that guy. And Sonny Gray, he was his own little world there. Who do you see?
Yeah, in the past you've had where you go in the clubhouse and it's very clear as to who's running the clubhouse. That won't be the case this year. I think it's going to be more of a collective thing that happens with our young guys coming up together and just learning to trust each other. But there's not going to be that one name that you're counting on to just be the leader, and I'm okay with that. And I think it'll work really well, especially if you allow it to happen organically. As a staff member and as a manager, you create the framework for those guys to operate in, but you want them to take ownership over that. So I'm excited about that. And honestly, like sometimes it's not your superstar player that has to be the leader. I can't tell you how incredible, like Phil Maton was outstanding at leading our bullpen. And this is a guy who came in for a year and took on that role and had such an impact on our young guys, not only just the relievers, but our starters. So you sprinkle in guys like that you know have a history and a willingness to do it, and it means a lot to those young guys. So it'll be more of a collective effort, in my opinion, but I think it'll still work well.
All right, so at some point, we're going to open it up to you guys. Not yet.
Oh, boy.
Not yet. They're excited. They want to talk to you, Ollie.
You ain't kidding.
They want to talk to you. Now, who is, we talked a little bit about the manager, what you go through, what you do, but who is Oliver Marmol? You have a beautiful wife. You have beautiful kids. I love those kids, especially when they try to sell me fake Chick-fil-A sandwiches. You know, when they make the little arts and crafts things over with the kids. Who are you?
Man, baseball manager definitely isn't at the top of that list. I'll tell you that. I find way more value in being a good husband, being a good father. Those are the things that are lasting to me. Those are the things that will be around for a very long time. There'll be a day where we sit here and I'm no longer here, for whatever reason. And but I want to make sure that in the way that I lead, that it's never at the expense of that. And this job will tug at that all the time. If you want to do it well, there are sacrifices that you have to make from a family standpoint. But first and foremost is my family, man. That means a ton to me. Yeah.
Now, when was the last time you had makeup on?
Makeup.
You have daughters. I have a daughter. She's actually her birthday today.
Yeah.
But do you play with your daughters and they're like, "Come on, Dad, let's
I've done
nail polish"?
They've done my nails recently, but no makeup. I try to I draw the line at the nails.
No makeup.
No makeup. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait until you go to work on TV. You'll have makeup on, and you'll be happy to wear it. I remember when I used to have makeup on. Now, daughters, wife, Florida. We have BK over here. He goes to Disneyland or Disney World quite often.
No, I live there.
Are you a Disney guy?
Yeah, we've done Disney twice this offseason already. My little ones absolutely love it. And we have a place down in Florida, so we're about an hour and a half from there. So, yes, Disney's real for us.
If you were a Disney character,
oh my gosh, what are we doing right now?
Not Mickey Mouse. Not Mickey Mouse.
Can we open up the
No,
thing to them?
No, we don't want to talk about baseball. We're going to talk about you wearing makeup, nail polish, and Disney.
Derek, is this what you came for? Yeah. What was your character?
Yeah, who are you? Like I'm Pete. You know, like Pete, the cat that's always fighting with Mickey Mouse. That's me. Who are you?
I've got nothing for you. I've never been asked this.
You see, that's why I'm the greatest.
Let's circle back to it. Yeah, let's circle back. I can't think of a good enough character at the moment. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Disney movie?
Favorite Disney movie? Moana.
Moana.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, I do.
Are you the chicken?
Are you the?
No, he's not the chicken. No, KK, no.
This is not how I saw this.
He's more like The Rock.
Going down today.
He's more like The Rock. Can you sing like The Rock? What can I say? You're welcome. Come on. No?
I'm not doing it.
I've seen you dancing.
I'm not yet.
I've seen you dancing.
I'm not singing, though.
You know, one day he's going to dance and sing for us. One day. You know what?
If we win it this year, you'll get all of it.
When we lift that trophy.
I'll sing, I'll dance, I'll do whatever y'all want. Yes. Huh? Just replay this video. Yes.
No. I mean, I also, I'm a Disney kind of guy. But so again, Oliver Marmol is here with us. We can talk a lot about baseball. We can talk about food. We can talk about her. Her hand is getting tired. Please, what's the question, my dear?
So last night, I was at the Lindenwood thing, and you talked about how it will be different with Haim than it was with Mo. You talked about there'll be more communication between you and Haim than you had with Mo. was that a big problem that he would do things and you would not be okay with it, kind of trading and stuff?
All right, so first question, let me correct you. So never said there was more communication with Chaim than with Mo. What I said is there's been a lot of communication with Chaim and our players. And one thing that he's done really well is making sure that throughout all these trades, that Sonny, Nolan, and even guys like Donovan, who's been talked about a ton, aren't in the dark as to where they stand or what's to come, or they don't have to sit at home with their families guessing. He's done a really nice job of saying, hey, here's what I'm thinking, here's what's possible, and as we get closer, I'll let you know. And that creates a lot of peace for those guys, man, because think about it. You have a young family, you're sitting at your house, you're planning to be in spring training in Jupiter here soon, and then this happens. Like, it's a big change for a family, especially if you have young kids. So he's done a really nice job of communicating with those guys, and it makes my job easy because when I call them, there's a sense of peace of just understanding exactly what's on the table. So that part of it's been really good. And then the communication with him and the staff has been really good as well. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Right here. If anybody else, I mean, we're not.
Hello, Ollie. I know it's probably a little early to ask this question, but about the lineup, I mean, you got Ivan Herrera. How's he doing on his progression as a catcher? I know he wants to catch, but he can also play DH and maybe play a little first base if you need him over. How's he doing?
He's doing really well. He's making good progress at the moment. He started throwing about 7 to 10 days ago. He'll start hitting here in a few days, and it's feeling really good. So I'm glad he was able to do the procedure and get that fixed because it was something that was really bothering him. So I think we are on track for him to join us and be productive. When it comes to catching, man, here's the thing. We wanted to make sure that we gave him every opportunity to do it and do it well. And this offseason, our catching coordinator, Gogo, and our catching coach at the big league level, Pogi, have done a really nice job of communicating with him and setting a real curriculum that they go through with him weekly to make sure that the game calling aspect of what he does is at a higher level. He is fully committed and bought into it. That progress has been substantial. And physically, we're in a really good spot. So we want to make sure that he shows up to spring training and has done everything possible to give himself the best shot to catch. And I feel like we're on track.
You know, something, and we'll get there right now, something about Ivan and other players, their willingness to do things. You know, talk about communication, their willingness when they listen, and not only listen, but they do it, and they get better at it. Going back to Wilson Contreras last season, hey, can you play first base, Willie? Sure. And he was one of the better ones in the league. With Ivan, say, hey, Ivan, you're gonna go and play outfield. I mean, he looked quite awkward out there, but he did it, and when he did it fine. How do you find, or where do you find the, I don't know, the patience, the knowledge, the right way to talk to a player, young or old veteran or older veteran like Wilson, to talk to them about that without, and I'm gonna say it like this, without hurting their feelings and their ego, because we all have an ego.
You have to start from a place of them understanding that you care about them as people first. And if you don't do that, there was times early in my career that I didn't do that well. And just because of my personality, I'm more direct, I'm very honest, and at times it could work against you. But you have to learn to invest in these guys enough where when you bring something like that to the table and they know that you want what's best for them, but there has to be this common ground of it's also good for the team and how you communicate that, then there's more buy-in. So a lot of that communication starts way before you're asking them to make a change like that, where the trust is there, you're explaining how this benefits them, how it benefits the team, and then you're just honest with the back and forth of how they truly feel about it. And you get to a place where you both agree on how you want to move forward, and then you fully commit to making sure that they get everything they need to have success at that. So at the end of the day, if I were to narrow it down to one thing, it's trust, and that's built over time, but you have to have that when you have those type of conversations. Yeah.
No, I look at that, and you're right. At the beginning, what I was talking about, when you were just being the manager, like the first season, it was different because there were so many different things that maybe you you had pressure from one side, and maybe you didn't know how to express it. Now I see it, I like it, and that look you're giving me right now, it's a menacing look that the umpire has to look at. And that's why you led the league last. You led the league last season.
No, Aaron Boone did.
He
so
took it. You know what? No, we're not second place. This next season.
It's not the area I want to lead in. Yes.
Why not?
Yes.
Let's do it. We will create a GoFundMe or a Venmo to help you pay the fines.
Deal.
Right? There you go. You see, you know what? We'll put a bucket right here right now. Let's start. I start with $20. We had a question back here.
Not actually.
Couldn't hear you. Start over.
Confrontations with umpires and whatnot, actually. You started out very young for a manager, going into year 5 right now, and I think back to like that exchange with CB Bucknor, the John Boy lip read, and whatnot.
He got it right too.
Yeah. And just how much different respect and whatnot and how different are you being treated now that you've got a little more experience, a little more time in?
That's a real thing, right? It's hard to come into the league as a young manager and come off that hot against a veteran umpire because the rest of the league takes notice. And I've gotten to know a lot of those guys now, and there's mutual respect there. I'm a little calmer in how I approach some of those situations at times, but there's other times where, I mean, we're in the entertainment business, and that's part of this gig, right? So there's times for it, but there's a mutual respect, I would say, more over the last several years than the one you're referencing. Yeah.
Now, does anybody in the bench like eggs you on, like tell him go, like Daniel Descalso maybe because he wants to manage it a little bit, like go, yell at them.
No, not from the staff.
I don't know. No. That face tells me that there's a little devil,
No.
a little Jeremy Cricket telling you go. No, are we sure? By the way, do you have a hobby? Because I don't know if you guys follow Daniel Descalso on Instagram. He's into bagels now. He's baking bagels. He has like a bagel business.
I don't know if it's a bagel business, but they're really good.
Oh, he had a post with $20 out and like giving a bag of bagels to somebody and getting $20.
So for day games, he wakes up around 5 o'clock in the morning and does bagels for the whole team, which is pretty impressive in itself. But the bagels are actually pretty good. Yeah,
they're difficult to bake.
Yeah.
It's a process.
Yes.
Do you have a hobby? Is there like a secret talent that you have? I mean, we already know that dancing and singing is not your thing. You cannot be The Rock on the musical, right? But what's your thing? Like
hobby?
Yeah.
I like business. I do. Like, so my off seasons, that's how I kind of disconnect, and I like that world a little bit, like startups and stuff like that. So some people like golf. That's kind of my go-to. Yeah.
Some people, and then you know what? You have the craziest coaching staff because then John Jay shows up to the stadium on his skateboard. How crazy? Do you skate? Are you a skater?
I'm not a skater, but John Jay, that's how he gets everywhere.
I know.
Yes.
That's you know what? And that's, again, that's a good connection to the young group of players. You can talk about bagels.
Both those guys do a really nice job, man, and that's why I was wanting to bring them in so bad. Descalzo and Jay connect with any player, whether young or guys that they played with in the league. They do a incredible job, not only at the skill side of it, on the relational side. So I love having those guys around. I really do.
No, they're fun to hang and great to talk to. Anybody else? Yeah, right here, if you don't mind. Then we go to you, young lady.
Who was your favorite player growing up?
Your favorite player, tu jugador favorito cuando eras un pequeño.
Man, I enjoyed watching like Ken Griffey play. I enjoyed watching a little bit of like Omar Vizquel play shortstop. I would say those two are the guys I enjoyed watching the most. Who's your favorite?
Probably JJ Weatherholt.
Okay.
JJ.
I like it.
Hey,
I like
he pays attention to the minor leagues.
I like it.
That's awesome. Hey, he's a good one. He's coming. We don't know when, but he should be here at some point. Not here. Well, here and then over there. Eventually, right? Eventually. That's what we think. Now, when you talk about players and things like that, another thing with you, you had to manage somewhat some of your former teammates, right? Lance Lynn, Matt Carpenter. How was that? How was that situation?
Man, I've never put a ton of thought or energy into that. The way I view managing is they don't care how old you are. All they care about is that you're prepared, that you're honest, and you bring value to what they're doing on a daily basis. And if you can do those three things, it doesn't matter if you're 35 or you're 70, you earn their respect and their trust. So all I had to make sure of is that on a daily basis, I was being honest, that I was prepared, and that I was bringing value to their careers. So it was, I don't want to say easy, but it did come pretty easy. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yes, right here.
As a manager, how do you help players whenever they're having a bad day?
Say that one more time. How do I?
As a manager, how do you help players whenever they're having a bad day?
It's a good question. It depends on their personality. Some guys, you want to not allow them to sulk in their misery, and you kind of push them a little different when they're in that mode. And then some guys, man, they truly need you to sit there and just listen to them. And you think these guys making a ton of money and big personalities don't fall into needing that type of encouragement, but they do. They're human, and they go through slumps, and they feel terrible, and they feel like the weight of the city is on their shoulders, and they just want to talk through some things. That's probably my favorite part about managing. It's being able to do that. Is when a Burleson or somebody is in a 2-week slump and they come into the office, you're not expecting them, they just sit down and what do you got for me? And you can just sit there for 30, 40 minutes and just talk it through with them. It's probably my favorite part of the job. It definitely beats bringing in the wrong reliever in the 7th. Yeah. No. I'll let Albert.
Those
tell
are
that
for
story.
later. Those are for later. We had somebody in the back, and then we come to the front again.
Sure.
No, nobody in the back. No. Did I see? Okay, right here, and then over here.
I have 2 questions. The first one is, we're going to have a young team this year.
Yes.
Do you anticipate after spring training having pretty much a set lineup, or do you think you'll, have different lineups, let players play different positions, see who fits the best?
I'm not exactly sure yet, and it's hard to tell because we're not sure if what we have today is what we're going to just show up to spring training with, right? So once we get to spring training, we'll have a better idea of that mix and how we facilitate playing time for everybody. But ideally, you have these guys knowing every day they're showing up, where they're playing and where they're hitting in the lineup, and you optimize as best as possible on a daily basis. But I'll have a clear idea once we get down to Jupiter and we know exactly who's on the club. Yeah.
My second question was about the ABS. Are you happy about that? Are you looking forward to that?
I am. I think it's going to save me money.
No, we don't want that. Come on.
No, I am in favor of it because at the end of the day, even the umpires want to make sure that they get it right. Like, sometimes the entire game could change on one call. And to have the ability to challenge it and get it right is important. I like that we're not going to just a full system and it's the challenge system. I think that's smart and keeping the human aspect part of the game. So I like the way it's being introduced. I do think it'll be effective. Yeah.
When we talk about the guys that left, there's also some guys coming in.
Yeah.
Right? Especially pitchers.
Yeah.
Talking about Dustin May and Richard Fitz. Have you talked to them? How do you see them? Where do they fit in this whole nucleus of young?
It'll be fun. Like, that's one thing. I'm excited about a couple things. On the pitching side, that's the starting rotation is one that I'm very excited about because we do have some new faces and the mix of personalities. And on the bullpen side, Stanek, I think, in talking to him and his personality and what he'll bring is really interesting as well. But when I look at the starting rotation of May being in there and the stuff he brings to the table, but then watching Libby take that next step in his career, I think will be important. And McGreevy, all the lessons he learned last year and being able to apply it to this year. And then you have the excitement of Leahy and starting to understand what's possible for him if he's in the starting rotation. What would that look like? Can he sustain it? So there's excitement almost every night. Whoever's on the bump, there's something to be excited about when it comes to our rotation.
I like that. Yes, right here.
Ollie, can you talk a little bit about game preparation? I know that you guys play 162 or more games in about 180 days. And I'm sure, like any job, you're not just walking in, throwing on the uniform and walking out in the dugout. How has your preparation changed over the 5 years, seeing as you didn't come from that role before and moved up into the majors, but you came day one, major leagues, prepping for games?
Yeah, so when you're in the minor leagues, so I managed in 2012, I managed in Johnson City, Tennessee, and then in 13 and 14, State College, 15 and 16, Palm Beach, and then became the first base coach here in 17. And then I was the bench coach for 3 years. And when you're the bench coach, you're truly preparing the same way a manager does, because your job is to make sure the manager doesn't miss anything, or if he has a question that you have an answer for it, and you cover the blind spots that he may have and that he's aware of, but he's counting on you to make sure that everything stays on point. So those 3 years, you're truly preparing in the same way you would as a manager, and it does help you prepare for the job in 22 when I took over. So there is that, you get to almost practice without the final call being on you, which is a good place to be. I would say that experience helped a ton of being able to step in and kind of already have an idea as to what preparation looks like. But to your point, no, you're showing up at 11:30, noon for a 7 o'clock game. And I mean, you're starting with all your prep work and meetings with staff members. You're rewatching the previous day. You're setting up conversations with the players that you need to talk to. You have early work. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it for sure.
Is there a hard part of your job?
Is there a hard part of my job?
like before first pitch, like what's the hardest part of your job? Like dealing with Derek, dealing with BK,
No,
I mean, Katie was gone, Alexa's gone.
Derek's a sweetheart. No, no, that's not the hardest
Hey,
part.
you know what? He has a trading card. He right? Derek, you have a trading card. Like tops and everything.
No.
Have you given him one?
I'm good.
Come on.
No, hardest part of the job. Gosh, that's a really good question. It has more to do with like post game, just beating yourself up when it doesn't go the way you wanted it to go, or you make a move that you're kind of in between on whether you wanted to make or not, and it didn't work out, or you make a move that you really liked but it still didn't work out. Like that's the hardest part of the job is being able to do that. It's not in dealing with the writers or the media in general. Like that's really not. So I would say it's more of that process post game of like ready for the next day to start, so you can kind of do it all over again whenever it doesn't go your way.
Yeah, try to like erase what happened, but not forget what happened, because it could happen again.
Correct.
Tomorrow. So we have about 5 more minutes. He needs to go sign autographs. I need to go sign. I don't know why anybody wants me to ruin their baseball, but I will be signing autographs. Right here in the back, please. And then we go to the front. Right here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. First of all, we wish you a great season this
Thank
next
you.
year. We're behind you. Adelante.
Thank you.
My question is, you've been a bench coach. What does a bench coach do pre-game? And
Did you hear? He bakes bagels. It brings them on
during
day
the game.
So a bench coach is one of the most important positions you can have. They do the most work. I mean, it's incredible because you are making sure that every other department has what they need in order to operate properly. And in spring training, you're basically running all of spring training. The stations, the rotations, like who's in what group, the progression to it. So there's a lot that goes with that bench coach. And then you're preparing, making sure that I don't do anything stupid, right? Like he's right next to me all game, and I walk through what I'm thinking about and how I'm thinking about it. And he has to be comfortable enough to say, I don't agree, and here's why. Have you thought about this? And there's that back and forth to make sure you land on what's best for the team, right? There's no ego in this. You have to have somebody that you truly trust. And then someone that's super comfortable pushing back on you constantly, because as the manager, like some people don't want to do that. Daniel is excellent at it. When I had Skip here, he was excellent at it. And you can have that conversation for 9 innings and make sure that you're positioning yourself properly. So it's a really, really important position. And when I held that position, man, you're at the field before anybody. You're there after, making sure that what you need to be in place for the next day. It's a strenuous position, but the guys that we've had there have done a really nice job. Yeah.
Back there, and then we come back to the front.
I have a question. What's the plan this season for the ABS system?
One more time.
What's the plan for the implementation of the player-wise with the ABS system this year?
Did you catch that?
The ABS system?
Plan for the players.
Or what's the plan for the players for the ABS?
Yeah, so when we get into spring training, we'll lay out a strategy for how we want to use that, from not just using it to use it, but impactful moments of the game and clearly defining that. We have enough information from AAA as to who should be the one challenging, and pitchers aren't very good at it, so like, don't do it. Leave it up to the catcher. So there's different strategies to that we'll make sure that we clearly define once we get together down there. Yeah.
Right here, please. Thank you.
Okay. When you make your starting lineup, have you ever had a situation where it didn't work out the way you expected it to? And did you learn how to manipulate that for the next daily schedule or whatever?
That's an interesting question, because there's so many moving parts and variables to it not working out the way you thought, right? And sometimes it's not in the order as much as just the execution of the at-bat. So a lot of thought goes into the lineup and optimizing the lineup, and it's something that I don't do on my own. Like, the Scalzo's in there with me. If I have something I'm kind of mulling over and I bring in Brant Brown and we talk through it. So like, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, whether it works or not. I mean, at the end of the day, you set your 9 and they have to go out there and execute. So yes and no to that question. Yeah.
Ali, well, we're about to wrap it up here. You had about 20 minutes to think about the character that you are when it comes down to Disneyland and Disney World and Disney characters.
I didn't think about it. I was answering questions.
Come on, give me one.
No, I'm out.
You're what?
I'm out.
Okay, any character in the world, any cartoon.
Can you help me here? Do you guys have anything?
Stitch?
I don't like that.
No, he doesn't look like Stitch. No.
I'm good. You got anything for me here? Yeah. Good. Perfect. She said we got to wrap it up. I love that. Yeah.
He has a whole season to think about it. So,
perfect.
So next year, about this time, we will talk about this. All right. People, again, thank you very much for your attention, for putting up with my nonsense, for all the good questions, and I am very proud of you. Let me tell you why. I'm extremely proud of all of you. Nobody asked about Yachty, and that is a good thing. Thank you very much. Have a great day. See you later.
I wouldn't say it changed my approach much, if at all. I've always tried to share information, have conversation with guys, and help out wherever I'm able to. So, I really think that that's going to stay the same for me. I want the team to collectively be better as well as myself. And so, if there's conversations I can entertain or a place that I can step in and be of use, I'm all for that. Yeah, I think I always tried to prep as a starter, just knowing it was easier to go from 5 innings to 1 than 1 to 5. But it's nice to not have the thought of, well, should I do these things in case I'm a reliever? Do I need to have these routines ironed out for both sides of things? It has been nice and, semi less stressful this offseason to just commit to the starting role and 100% prepping for that role and that role only.
Stamina-wise, to be able to make it so that you can be your best self August, September in 2026?
Yeah, I'm actually really, really happy with how I finished the season, especially given what I kind of went through in the middle half of the season. I kind of wish that we had an extra month there at the end. I felt like I started to really pick things back up and find my delivery again. The ball started coming out of my hand much better again. So I felt like, if we had to play another month of baseball, I probably would have hit my stride again during that month. And, I think that's a great place to be. Now, moving into the season, just looking to make those adjustments to be a little more stable throughout that middle half.
With that year of experience in the books, what were your primary areas of focus and emphasis in your off-season regimen?
Yeah, I think it's a continuous evolution all the time. So, I'm never complacent in what I'm doing. I'm never just trying to do the same thing. I think there's always adjustments, even if I had an amazing season last year, that I'd be trying to make. And, obviously I didn't have an amazing season. I think I did some things really well, and there's definitely some areas that I need to improve on still. But, just for an example, I've put on a few extra pounds this year just to help out with the durability a little bit. I feel like that could help me kind of carry that through that middle half of the season where I hit the lull a little bit. Outside of that, I'm working on everything all the time. I'm trying to refine the mechanics, trying to crispen up the sharpness of my pitches, trying to work on the command of them, trying to focus on the body control and the mental side of things, the breath work. It's really a holistic approach to this.
When you look at last season as a whole, what are the biggest things you feel like you learned, that you're going to take with you going forward? I mean, that first full season, particularly starting on a regular basis, and like you said, it's a lull in the middle. I mean, you look at the whole thing, what's the biggest things you learned that you're moving forward with?
Yeah, I think that stuff that I dealt with in the middle of the season was something that was pretty foreign to me. And so there was a learning curve that I had to adapt to rather quickly. And having it been something that I'd never been through before, there was a lot of trial and error. I didn't know what would work and what wouldn't work. I kind of had to do things and test it and see if it would work, and then go back and either retry those things or do something different. But I think the biggest thing that I learned was my ability to compete when I'm at less than my best physically, and that I can really still have success at this level even if I don't have everything that I need on a given day.
Do you give feedback to players that might be switching from reliever to starter roles, or do you kind of let everybody kind of do their own thing, figure out what works for them?
I'd say I give what guys are open to. If guys want to ask questions and have that conversation, I'm more than happy to do that. I love sharing my own experiences to help other guys. So I'd say it really depends on the guy. If they're looking for information, I'm happy to give it and share it. If they're not, I'm happy to stand by and support them in whatever way that they want to be supported.
Did you talk to Kyle? Did you talk to Kyle about his, what you go through that?
Yeah, we actually, Thursday night when I got in, we were over at Katie's, sat down for maybe an hour and a half and spoke, and then took it back to the hotel and hung out for maybe another hour and a half, talking about mechanics and pitch grips and just what we've been working on this off season. He's probably the most similarly minded pitcher to myself, I think, that we have, and so that makes it really fun for us to kind of connect and bounce ideas off of each other and be a sounding board for one another.
You mentioned sandpaper changes, but how do you find like more swinging miss? Are there other shapes of pitches you can work on? Is it velo? What can you do to maybe get more swinging miss?
I think the simple answer is yes, all of it. If you could develop a pitch that nobody's seen before, or that has more movement than anybody else has, or more velo than anyone else has, those are always going to be positive things. For me, the thing that I try and focus on the most is execution, and that was something that in that second half I didn't do as well, especially in 2-strike counts. So for me, really just committing to each pitch individually, making sure that, I'm thinking about it in the right way, and then trying to put it where I want it when I need to do that. I think, I have the ability to create swing and miss. It really is just going to depend on whether or not I'm able to execute in those opportunities.
You talk about, being able to compete when you're not doing your best and having to go through that. How big was that for you in terms of going forward? I guess, especially at that level, it's got to be a question, or do you actually have to do it?
Yeah, like I said before, it was something that I never really had dealt with in my entire career, whether it was high school, summer ball, pro ball in the minor leagues. So that was the first experience kind of dealing with something like that I've ever gone through. And I think I just realized that, hitters smell blood in the water if you don't believe in yourself and what you're doing and your ability to get outs at this level. And, plenty of guys go through what I've gone through on some level and still find ways to have success. And I think, I came out of that at the end of the season feeling like it doesn't matter how I feel, I can still go get outs. And in turn, I think that did me a favor in me trusting myself and my mechanics and my stuff to go out and compete. And I think, my last couple outings of the year, you really saw that turn around.
Now that Sonny is somewhere else, it seemed like you took a step forward this past season, whenever you started attacking that right side of the zone with more like front door two-seamers to the right-handed hitters. I remember specifically the start you had against Philadelphia, and you just really painted that right side of the zone. What did Sonny impart on you, and was that kind of one of the things that, like an adjustment he, prescribed to you to try to do this that could take you to the next level?
I wouldn't say that was something he prescribed. We have a lot of conversations in between starts, and some of the stuff that was spoken about on execution are definitely derived from conversations I've had with him and my ability to execute in two-strike opportunities. But that's just something when the command is there, it's nice to be able to move hitters' feet and make them feel uncomfortable. And, that start specifically was a day that I happened to have really good command of my stuff.
What is the timing, early on in your career?
Cardinal fans, welcome to Winter Warm-Up. I'm Todd Thomas. Are we having fun today? Yeah, we're not out in the cold and the snow. Hey, I'd like you to give a big round of applause to my new little buddy here, Frankie. Let's give a big round of applause to Frankie. So last year at a game, Frankie got involved, and you're going to find out how charming and wonderful he is. Frankie, tell us a little bit about yourself. How old are you? Where you're from? Cardinal fan? All that sort of thing.
I am from Imperial, Missouri. I am 10 years old. I go to Concord Elementary. Your kids went to Concord Elementary. How long ago was that when your kids went to Concord? 15 years ago. That's. I'm a really big Cardinals fan. I am a really big Cardinals fan. That's all I gotta say.
And do you aspire to maybe be in broadcasting or something like that one day?
Yes, I do. I want to be a sports broadcaster. I think I would be really good at it. Hopefully I don't take Chip or Brad's spot. Then I would feel really bad. So I don't want to do that. But I'm looking to be a sports broadcaster.
All right, well, he's off to a good start because when you ask a kid a question and he answers yes, and then he talks for another minute, that's great. So we've got two players who are going to come out, and we've got kids lined up here. They're going to ask a question for this press conference, but I want you to deliver the good news as to who is about to come out here.
Jordan Walker and Gordon Caseffo.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Come out, Jordan and Gordon. Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. All right. All right, so guys, I know I got to talk to you over across the street a little bit ago, Jordan. It's exciting. What do you think about winter warm-up so far, Gordon?
It's been awesome. It's so exciting to see everybody come out for these events and see how excited everybody is for the start of the season, and it gets me pumped up too.
Well, we're glad you're here. We've got kids here, and of course, my buddy Frankie is going to lead us off. Frankie, what questions do you have for these guys? So you get us started off.
So, what is the scariest pitcher to face?
I would say like a guy who's wild, you know. It's those wild guys who throw 100 miles per hour, probably most terrifying, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lucky Gordon throws 100, but he knows how to control it.
Yeah. Are there more nerves when when you go out to pitch, or is it like 8th or 9th, which like 5th or 6th or 8th or 9th? Which one has more nerves?
I would say whenever the game is closest and you're going out into that like leverage situation, that's when you get the most nerves. But it happens so fast, like you run out of the bullpen and then you're on the mound and you got to start warming up and then they all go away.
Yeah.
All right, we're off to a great start. So we're just going to head right out to the crowd, and we've got kids to ask questions here for the kids press conference. How about our first one right here? What is your question?
Who's the best player that you ever played with, Jordan Walker?
Oh, the best player I ever played with. Wow, that's tough. Some people are going to be mad at me, to be honest with you. I would have to say Goldschmidt. I would say, yeah, he was just the best player I played with. And I mean, and I would say him and Arenado, I would say, yeah, together.
All right, thank you, little buddy. What is your name?
Audrey.
Dre?
Audrey.
Audrey. What is your question for these guys up here?
What is your latest memory of baseball?
The greatest memory? Greatest memory? Earliest memory. What's your earliest memory of baseball?
That's a great question. I would have to say probably playing t-ball when I was like 5 years old. My dad signed me up for t-ball.
I would say playing catch with my granddad around the t-ball area as well. That's a pretty fond memory that I have.
Frankie, what's your earliest memory of baseball?
My earliest memory, when I played with I-9 Sports, T-ball team, when I took a picture, I was sweating. It was so hot outside, and they were taking a picture, and I had like the bat well, it's a microphone. I can't do it. I need a real baseball bat. That's my earliest memory.
Okay, let's go to our next question here. What's your name?
Cadence.
Cadence? That's a pretty name. What is your question for these guys on stage?
Jordan, if you could play anything besides outfielder, what would it be?
Probably third base. That's kind of where I grew up playing. So if it wasn't outfield, I probably would choose third base again. I loved it over there.
Gordon, let's piggyback on that. If you were to pitcher, is there another position that you would like to play?
I grew up playing short, so probably shortstop.
Absolutely not.
No. We have a pretty good shortstop, so I don't think I'm gonna get that chance. But we'll let Mason play short.
What position do you play, Frankie?
I play outfield and pitcher because I am a lefty. This might sound crazy, and you might not believe me, but I play a little second base.
A left-handed second baseman?
Yes.
That's absurd. A left-handed second baseman. Okay, what is your name?
My name is Ashlyn, and my question is, what has been the funniest thing you've seen a player do in the dugout?
Oh, that's a great one.
I don't know if we can repeat it. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. We get pretty upset sometimes in the dugout. So, I mean, if you're not upset and you watch somebody else who's going through it, rage-wise, it's kind of funny. But that's my answer for right now.
I think when guys get really pumped up after like a big hit, like I think you hit a double or something in one game this year, and Mason and Pedro like ran out of the dugout and were freaking out in front of the dugout. That gets pretty fun.
Yeah.
All right. Who's our next person? Okay, what is your question?
My question is, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Do you like Pokemon? I think.
My favorite Pokemon? Yeah. Oh, that's tough. I'm gonna have to go with Dialga, if you know what that Pokemon is. Do you know what that Pokemon is?
What's the favorite Pokemon?
Yeah. I'll just say Pikachu. Go ahead.
Pikachu?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a big Charizard guy. I like Charizard.
All right, what about you?
Well, thanks a lot, Gordon, for stealing my answer. I don't really like Pokemon that much, but I would have to say, well, Charizard. But I'd say Pikachu.
Hey, he was telling me backstage, Pokemon is like 6'7". It's not that cool anymore. It's not that cool anymore. All right, who's our next person back there? What's your name?
My name's Emma, and what's your favorite food?
Oh, that's an easy one. What's your favorite food?
Yeah. This is probably not good to say. My favorite food is bacon, and let's hear it for the bacon.
Let's hear it for the bacon.
I probably shouldn't be advocating and telling you all that, but yeah, that's what it is.
My favorite food is steak, like a nice steak.
What kind of a steak? A filet? You like a ribeye?
I'm a ribeye guy.
Ribeye guy? What
Yeah.
about you? What do you like?
My mom's chicken pot pie. Oh, yeah. You can't beat the mom's chicken pot pie.
Shout out to the mom. All right, what is your question?
My name's Eric. I'm 11 years old, and my question is, who was your favorite baseball player growing up?
All right, growing up, who's your favorite baseball player?
My favorite baseball player growing up was Mariano Rivera and Derek Jeter.
Who was the second one?
Derek Jeter.
Okay.
I'm from Atlanta, so I grew up watching Chipper Jones and also Jason Hayward when he was a rookie, so that was pretty cool.
All right, Frankie, besides Gordon and Jordan, who are your favorite Cardinal players or favorite baseball player of all time?
Well, Mason Wynn, duh. But if I had to say second, Willie Adames, because when I went to the game on September 5th when they were playing the Giants, Willie actually waved at me, and his cleats were sick that game. It was like a purple mixture with orange, so probably Willie Adames.
Fantastic. What's your question?
What's your favorite part of being a baseball player?
Favorite part of being a baseball player?
That's a great question. I would say probably the team camaraderie, just hanging out with your teammates all the time and being around them and traveling with them.
Yeah, he said it best. That and also just getting to play the sport you love every day. That's truly a blessing.
All right, let's go. What's your name?
My name's Jack, and what is your favorite stadium to play at?
Favorite stadium to play at?
Other than Busch Stadium, I would say, being from Atlanta, I would probably say Truist Park. That's the Atlanta Braves Stadium. I grew up going to games there, so being able to play there has been pretty cool.
Yeah, other than Busch, I would say Petco Park, where the Padres play. That was probably the loudest stadium we played in this year. It was awesome.
Frankie, have you ever been to another stadium besides Busch Stadium?
No.
Is there one you'd like to go to? If your mom and dad were to say, we're taking you to a stadium this season, which one would you like to go to?
Probably the Rays Stadium. I forgot what the name was. Not their one that they played in this year. Before it got wrecked by the hurricane. Yeah, yeah.
All right, great. I think we have about 5 more questions. So what is your question?
My question is, what is your favorite pregame snack?
I really like Uncrustables. I think that's a great.
Did you say Crustables?
Uncrustables.
Oh, Crustable, yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic.
This might be a little weird, but we have little blocks of cheese in our fridge, and I kind of just eat those before the game. So,
You guys get into the high chews?
the high chew, yeah, I gotta stay away. We have those in the dugout. Yeah, we gotta stay away from
They're
those.
addicting.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
What's your question? Look at the hair on this guy.
Do you
Nice.
guys remember how you first got your guys' position?
Could you say that again?
Do you guys remember how you first got your position?
Do you remember how you first got the position that you play?
Yeah. I was, blessed to get the experience in AA, getting a chance to move to the outfield. It's been a lot of fun. So, definitely learning out there. But yeah. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So I remember it was pretty recent, back in 2022.
Yeah, when I was 8 years old, I think, when I started pitching, and then I've kept pitching since then. So then.
What about you, Frankie?
Outfield was probably 8 years old, I would say. I had a cannon of an arm, so that's where I got the outfield from.
He's got a cannon of an arm. Fantastic. What's your question?
Have you ever hit a cycle?
Ever hit for the cycle?
I was close, honestly. Struck out my last at bat, but yeah, I was very close. Yeah, I needed the triple. That wasn't gonna.
What about you? You ever?
No, I never hit a cycle.
For those that don't know, tell everyone what hitting for the cycle would mean they'd have to do.
Well, you'd have to hit a single, a double, a triple, and a home run. I came very close. I hit a home run inside the park. Then I hit a single, and then I didn't hit a double. I was trying to push it for 3, but I got out. So.
Sounds good. Is this the last question here? All right, last question for Jordan and Gordon.
What's your most embarrassing moment on the field?
Uh-oh, that's a good one to end on.
I mean, playing this sport, there's gonna be a lot. So, I would say, kind of just when you let your team down, really. Like if you strike out in the game, that probably is one of the worst feelings, and definitely pretty embarrassing. So, if you see, that happen, you just kind of know what they're going through a little bit.
We were playing the Braves this year, and somebody hit a ground ball to first base. So I was pitching, I had to go cover first. I caught the ball from our first baseman, Wilson, and I went to step on first base, and I missed the bag, and the guy was safe. So that was pretty bad.
Frankie, you don't seem like a kid that gets embarrassed easily, but have you ever done something embarrassing?
Yeah. It was a few years ago. A ground ball was hit to me, and I was trying to throw it to the second baseman, but I guess I was gripping the ball a little too long, and it hit the grass. So I was like, oh, that was pretty embarrassing for me.
All right, folks, can we first of all give all the kids that asked the questions a big round of applause? Can we give Jordan and Gordon a big round of applause? And keep the applause going for my partner here, Frankie. He did a great job. If you stick around, we've got some promotional items for 2026 coming up next. So hope you're enjoying winter warm-up. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Oh, super good, man.
Cardinal Nation. Welcome to Ballpark Village. Welcome to Winter Warm-Up. Are we having a good time today? All right, I'm Todd Thomas, and I know that a lot of you love the Cardinals and you love the players, but you also love the giveaway items that I feel like the Cardinals do better than any other organization out there. And here with me is Katie, who is the Director of Fan Entertainment. And usually she's with her partner in crime, Megan, who's kind of in charge of all the promo items. But we're here to kind of get you a sneak peek and a fashion show even of some of these items that we're going to have today. Katie, thanks for being here. What are you most excited about so far?
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, like you said, we're going to talk about the promo items today. And it's actually not just a sneak peek. It's the first time that fans are getting their look at the entire list for the season. So if you head to cardinals.com/promotions, you'll see that list up there now. But we brought some of our favorites. I think I'm really excited about a lot of our kid giveaways. I always love the kid items, so I think it's really fun when we get to show those off. Plus, we have a jersey that is all dark theme that we haven't done before. I'm excited for fans to see that. And like you said, to have a little fashion show, make this fun.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Are they going to get to see every item that's going to be a promo item this year?
Not every item. A lot of it is still in production because, as you know, long season, so we don't necessarily need August items done quite yet. But we do have a handful here. And afterwards, for anyone who wants to get that closer look, you're welcome to come up toward the stage and see them at the end.
Perfect. So should we get started with it?
Let's do it.
By the way, we've got Team Fredbird Ellie over here who's going to be kind of commentating. Let's give her a big round of applause for joining us. All right, well, and by the way, not only is Team Fredbird going to be modeling some of these items, we've got two Cardinal players who are going to come out as well. You'll know who they are when we announce them. So let's start with Anna coming out. She's got a crew neck sweatshirt on.
That's right. This is from our friends with Purina. You can get this one Saturday, April 25th.
Oh my gosh, Anna, this is perfect. We love a comfy crew. It's soft. Look at this hat, Anne. Take a spin. Two-tone hat we got going on.
That is our chain stitch hat, Ellie. That one is
Lovely.
on the 26th of April, thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola. The chain stitch on the Cardinals matches that you see on our jerseys. It's that incredible design that everybody loves. I think this one's a really good item.
Katie, can you speak to, on these items, who gets them? Like, is this for a certain age, or is this what?
Yes, so these are both for adults down at the ballpark, and they're going to get these at the gate. And one thing that is new that I think everybody's going to like, our wearables are offered in 2 sizes. We know that fans asked for that. We tested it out last year. Success. So when you come through the gates, you'll have your choice of an extra large or a medium.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Anna.
Perfect.
Let's bring out next. How about Jordan Walker coming out in a black jersey?
Let's
You asked for it. We delivered. He also has a bucket hat on, it looks like. But Katie,
the cleanest look. This is perfect, you guys. Jordan, you look the coolest in it. The bucket hat really just, no, it's awesome. Take a spin for the crowd. Let's get a good look at this all-black jersey.
Now that bucket hat, Ellie, it is not just all over print. You can reverse it. That is thanks to our friends at Quick Trip. And we are really excited for people to see that. The black jersey is Phillips 66 on April 24th. Thank you, Jordan.
Katie, were you mentioning that you actually did a fan poll and they said they wanted a black-on-black jersey?
Yes, that was a fan vote jersey on Twitter, I believe.
Perfect. All right, let's bring out Gordon Graceffo in a dugout hoodie and a golf hat.
Woo! Ellie, what do you think about this one?
I absolutely love this. I think this is a perfect transitional piece, too, for the guys. And check out this hat. It's totally giving golf club, fall, summer. I mean, it's perfect. Take a spin. Take a spin for the fans. There you go.
Oh, I like both of those items. That green hat. When does that green hat come out? Is it around St. Patrick's Day?
We've got that
No,
hat.
because we're going to be in spring training in March.
The golf hat is April 10th with Central Bank. And then it's followed right after that same weekend. The dugout hoodie is April 11th, thanks to our friends at Mercy. So that is a weekend look. Get tickets to both games and you can look just like Gordon.
I bet Gordon keeps that. I bet he doesn't give it back.
Oh, absolutely. If this is missing, we know where it went.
All right. Next up, we've got Natalie in a Hawaiian floral all over shirt and shorts. You want to look like a tourist? Check this out.
Oh, yeah! Nat! Oh, my gosh. This is perfect. You guys, Cardinal fans, you know how hot our summer, August games can get. This is exactly what you all need to be wearing.
Yes, from afar you might think it's a romper, but no, this is two separate pieces. And when you come through the gates, you are getting both. And I highly suggest that you put it on that night at the game because it is going to be Margaritaville night up in Budweiser Terrace, and no one is going to look better than a sea of fans wearing this.
And who gets this?
This is adults.
Adults.
Coming through the gate.
Would I look good in something like that, you think?
Absolutely.
With a margarita in my hand, for sure.
Right, and again, the wearables, two sizes, so you can pick your medium or your extra large. Hey, maybe you want it to be a snug little romper, maybe you like it loose and flowy. That's your call, man.
It's whatever you want.
That's right.
And what's this one again?
The Hawaiian all over, as I sit here to memorize my dates, June 26th.
And that's Margaritaville night.
I believe
Jimmy Buffett night. Okay, perfect.
Right.
All right, give her a big round of applause. Thank you, Natalie.
rocked it,
Love
Nat.
the energy. Looks like Gordon's going to come back out in a lightweight pullover. Let's see if he was able to make the switch over or no. Lightweight pullover, perhaps? There he
Oh,
comes.
no, he's got it on.
He kept the hat on.
As we said, he's keeping the hat now. Yeah, so this is another great item that you guys can get this summer at the ballpark. Lightweight. Ellie, what do you think?
I mean, I'm a fan. Also, I would wear this too. So guys can wear it, girls, we can wear it too. Like, this is a great piece. What do you think about it? How do you feel?
I like it. Super comfy, super light. Great for right now or the fall or the summer. So,
there you go.
We want fans to
Really,
wear our
any
stuff all year.
time but January 15th when it's freezing out. Oh, that's really soft, too. That's for sure making it home with me. So put that in the back. Thank you.
All right, I think that is it for our fashion show on wearables. Am I right? Oh, no, we've got another item. Hang on. Surprise guest. Let's see. Oh, here comes Renee.
Okay, we got, yeah. All right, what are these?
Hey, look at them twinnies.
Oh, look at them
Yes.
This is where you can see that size option you can choose at the gates. Ellie, give us your thoughts on the style here.
I have to say, this is one of the coolest pieces I think I've seen thus far. Turn around for me. I mean, this is very stylish. It's very clean, still that classy look, and you can really wear it all season long.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Way to go.
All right, let's hear it for our
Looking
models
good.
and all of those
Yeah.
brilliant wearables. Thanks to the wonderful promo team, Megan, Kyle, and Abby. They worked really hard all season to put those together, and I think fans are really going to like them.
Katie, those are things that people can wear. We've got even some stuff up here. Do you want to talk about anything else of the promos?
Yeah, we don't have a ton to show yet because, as I said, a lot in production, but we do, of course, have a lot of bobbleheads coming your way. One that we have here is Mason Wynn, and he's got these necklaces on that are actually loose and kind of shake when they move. And we are actually going to have a handful of those painted gold at the gates. I think 500 on May 2nd. So you don't know which one you're going to get. You're going to either get this one painted normally or a golden version for fans.
I just want to take a poll. Make some noise if you are a bobblehead collector and you love the bobbleheads.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She knows what's up.
They do. I mean, they love the bobblehead. That's not something I ever really got into, but I know that it's a fan favorite.
Absolutely. And we also have a Stan Musial one coming, Edmonds, and what other ones, Todd?
Oh, you know, it is 2026, and 20 years ago, the Cardinals won a World Series in 2006, and I'm going to ask you a trivia question. Who was the MVP? Just shout it out. David Eckstein. We're doing a David Eckstein 2006 bobblehead, and guess what? Let's welcome David Eckstein. There he is. David, thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so David, I know that you probably have had many bobbleheads in your time over the years. About how many do you think you've had?
I think at least like 5 or 6.
And do any of them stand out as one of your favorite?
I will say my actual favorite one was the one I did a couple years ago with the Cardinals in WWE. So I was in the ring with a wrestling belt. So that was probably my favorite one.
Let the fans know, have you seen this bobblehead coming up?
I have not seen it. I've heard it's kind of the repeat of what we did out in the 07 season. So it's the World Series MVP bobblehead.
Could you speak to that?
Sounds right.
Okay, perfect. If I were to have you put your hand here, you get to ask David Eckstein one question. Who would want to ask that? Sir, what's your question for David Eckstein? Just shout it to me. This is a great question. He's asking about David Eckstein's size, saying that you're an inspiration to people that aren't necessarily as normal size as some of the athletes, like Jordan Walker, for instance, right?
Oh my
He's
gosh.
normal, right? So speak to that, David.
Yes, it was what I love about baseball. Baseball allows everyone to play, and with my size, my dad always told me I was not going to be the biggest, the fastest, the strongest, but I can be the smartest out on the field. So at a very young age, I really learned the game of baseball, and I really learned it from all different angles. And then the next thing he made me do is like always run. So when you step on the field, you always give 100% in everything you did. And I think the biggest factor for me was the ability to know the game, be in the right place at the right time, and know how to execute. Because back then, there was a thing called fundamentals. So I knew how to bunt, I knew how to run, I knew how to hit and run, I knew how to actually hit a ball through a hole. And so that's what I was able to do to help myself be successful.
Thanks for sharing that. Let's give David Eckstein a huge round of applause. I'm sure you're going to see him at the ballpark this summer, honoring that 2016. Thanks for coming out, David. All right. Katie, last year there were lots of things going around the ballpark, some updates and things. Is there anything you can share regarding either updates with what's going on or what's kind of new around the stadium?
Absolutely. Like you said, last year we put a lot of energy into some of our areas, like some improvements to Budweiser Terrace. We emphasized a lot on the Crown Bar, some photo ops, a lot of things to get our young adults really excited. And this year, while we're doing all of that again, we are putting a heavy focus on families and kids. We love when we see families and kids at the ballpark, especially on Sundays. So our kids' Sundays, we have ice cream Sundays with Prairie Farms every Sunday in Fort Plaza, for those who aren't aware yet. But we are really going to blow those out during the summer and make them even more fun, more activities, more for kids to do. We're trying to, find more ways for people to get that fun family experience at the ballpark. So we're really excited about that. Our kids club is undergoing a little bit of an upgrade that should be released pretty soon with some details on that. And Kids Sundays just really taking over the ballpark. It's going to be really neat. So that's what I'm excited about.
That's fantastic. We love when the kids come down to the ballpark and it's a whole family event. Speaking of kids, we just saw all those wearables that they came out wearing. That was all pretty much adult stuff. Please tell me that the kids get something.
Of course the kids get something. Megan, our gal who designs and picks all this stuff out, would never leave the kids out. She was super excited about designing those. So I think we should bring back our buddy Frankie to talk about those a little bit.
Let's bring Frankie out. Hey, give my buddy Frankie a big round of applause. Come on up. What do you have on?
I have a bucket hat.
Now, that bucket hat's for grown-ups, but we are going to let Frankie go ahead and keep that one.
Yeah. What does this one have?
All right, now, Frankie, we've got a few
One
of the
has
kids.
junk.
A few of our kid items out here, and we just want to get your opinion. They're designed by an adult. Like, Megan's not a kid anymore, but I want to know how she did. If you want to go ahead and grade some of her stuff here, once you get your face out of that bucket hat. All right, so first up, let's talk about this Rawlings glove. What do you think? Here, bring it out here so everybody can see it there, buddy.
I'm not a righty, but this glove has a sick design. Maybe one of the Cardinals players will use this. I know Mason Wynn has a lot of swag, so I could see him using this.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And what's cool is there will be left-handed and right-handed gloves at the gate, correct?
You get a righty at the gate, and then we do have a lefty exchange. So there is an opportunity for the lefties to exchange their glove, absolutely. So Frankie, you will get the right glove when you come to the ballpark that day.
Fantastic. What else you have over there, Katie?
All right, well, our buddy Fred Bird, who's one of my favorite things about the Cardinals, he went into the Hall of Fame last year, the Mascot Hall of Fame. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. I know that.
All right, so we are going to have a Fred Bird Hall of Fame ring on the promo items for kids, but of course, a little Fred Bird stuffy here too. What are your thoughts on this guy? I mean, I know you might not have a lot of them, but what do you think?
Very cute. I love the jersey that he's wearing, the shoes. Everything looks pretty good about this Fred Bird. It's a Build-A-Bear, I can see.
All right, scale of 1 to 10, what would you give Megan on the grade here?
9.5.
Ooh,
wow, that's a great grade.
All right, and then this one is not a gate giveaway so much as a theme night, but he's just too cute. We had to bring him. What do you think of Grover?
The nose is kind of big. He looks pretty good in the jersey.
Yeah?
He needs a number on the back too.
All right, taking notes, Megan. If you're watching at home on the live stream, he needs a number on the back.
They spelled his name right, which is good.
Yeah, That would be a big embarrassment if you didn't spell the name right. So,
Do you like Sesame Street, or is that 6-7?
well, I don't know what 6-7 rating is, but I did watch a lot of Sesame Street when I was little. But yeah, I like Sesame Street.
1, 2, 3. Who is that?
One.
It was a bad impersonation of the count.
Yeah, it wasn't your best
It was the
time.
count. Do we have anything else to show him over here?
That's it for our show and tell for the kiddo items.
Give it up for Frankie, everybody. Always full of great little tidbits and whatnot. There we go, Frankie. Thanks for coming out, my man.
All right, and I think that's all we've got for show and tell. But again, this item list is now on Cardinals.com/promotions. You guys can get on there and start picking the dates that you want to come down to the ballpark if you are, in fact, one of the people that follows the promo schedule to decide.
Katie, it's been a joy getting to see these items and what they were wearing. I love the hat, and I love a lot of those hoodies.
Me too.
All right. Thanks so very much, everyone. Happy winter warm-up.
Hey, I've been over here hanging out with Daniel Descalzo. You've been signing a lot of photos of your face. Is that unusual?
It's pretty much what we do at these events, right? No, it's fun to see the fans come out. Winter warm-up always signals baseball is right around the corner. You wouldn't think it is by looking at the snow falling outside right now, but we're about a month away from going down and reporting to spring training.
Now, I saw you take a photo. That one man had like 11 photos of your face lined up here with the championship ring, of course.
I mean, that was a pretty cool photo of myself, John Jay, David Freese, Alan Craig holding up our rings like that. So every once in a while, somebody brings a cool piece to sign, and you gotta take a picture and capture that moment.
Now, I know you've been doing this for years, just signing these autographs, taking photos, being friendly. You're really good at that. What is the most unique item? It doesn't have to be today, but just in all of time. What is the most unique item? PG-13, of course.
Yeah, I think on a caravan one year, I forget what city we were in, but somebody just kind of put their baby across the table and had me sign their clothes, the onesie they were wearing. I think it might have had like it was kind of dirty. So, I mean, that was an interesting one.
I love that. Now, I know that you're a family man, not only a coach, but you're a family man now. 2 boys and a girl. I'm assuming you're taking them to a lot of practice. What are they playing right now?
What aren't they playing right now? We had softball practice the other night, diving for my daughter. I'm flying home tonight so I can get back for flag football tomorrow morning. So they just try a little bit of everything. I encourage them to try lots of different types of sports and just find stuff that makes them happy.
I love that. Now, do they know that their dad has a championship ring and played? Like, they know does it all sink in?
Yeah, they started to figure that out, and they've spent quite a bit of time around the ballpark the last couple of years, especially during the summer. So they come early, and we'll go hit in the cage, and they go out to the bullpen. And I actually got to bring my son for the whole day last year when we were playing the Giants, and he brought the lineup card up with me, and he's doing handshakes with the players in the cage and stuff. So they think it's pretty cool. They get to do their game day experience is very different than the average fan. So I'm not sure if they appreciate that, but they will later on down the road.
They're a little spoiled. So do you think maybe down the line we're going to see your name again on a jersey down in the future?
I will see. I mean, I don't want to put any pressure. They enjoy playing. They have a little bit of ability, and I try to coach them a little bit. Sometimes they don't want to hear it from me. They don't think I know what I'm talking about, but I try to assure them that I do. But whatever they want to play, whatever makes them happy, I'm good with that.
We love that. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans that came out here today to meet you and sign the autographs?
Yeah, we appreciate the support. If it wasn't for you guys, none of this would happen. I know there's a lot of change going on. There'll be a lot of new faces on the field for us, but just trust that we're heading in the right direction, and we're excited for what the year's going to bring.
Thank you so much. We're excited also. I'm going to see what else is happening around winter warm-up.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more of a professional aspect where you're doing a lot more stuff on your own and still staying in shape though, and it's still the main focus, and that's getting my body ready as best as I possibly can to go down to spring training.
routine look like so far?
I got a pitching schedule from Pierpont, our pitching coordinator, and thrown a few bullpens up to now, and throwing 4 to 5 times a week, and staying on track for that, and just looking to build up, heading into spring training, and heading down to Florida tomorrow. Actually, get ready, heading down early.
Where's most of your off season been so far before?
Been back home. It was good to be back home for a little bit. I'm from southern New Hampshire, so a little bit outside of Boston. But yeah, been back home with my family and stuff like that. Working out there, got good facilities and stuff up there, so it's been fun.
Liam, can you describe how you evolved into the pitcher that's not only talented but also so emotional on the mound?
Yeah, I just think I'm extremely competitive. Played a lot of sports growing up and stuff like that, and I always was competitive in that. But baseball was a sport I was definitely the best at, so it was fun to win a lot and stuff like that when I was back home in New Hampshire and do stuff like that. But I think that's just the competitive side that comes out of me, being from the Northeast, how I kind of grew up, being a big, passionate sports fan about all sports and stuff like that, and just shows it on the mound.
Were you like that in 8th grade?
I would say if you ask pretty much anyone that played with me, yeah, I was. I was always that guy, which was pretty cool for me, and I think it just helps me when I'm on the mound.
Do you think, is it one of those things where your teammates loved it and the opposition didn't love it?
Yeah, playing the villain role, which is something that me and Coach V talked about a lot at Tennessee, that if you don't like us, that's fine, but we're going to do our thing out there and have a fun time doing it.
When you watch yourself on video, do you say, who is that guy? Or does it look like you're like an out-of-body experience when you're watching yourself?
Yeah, I like to think I have a different personality or whatever when I'm off the field. I'm usually pretty chill and hanging out with the guys or whatever, and normal guy. But when I'm on the mound, yeah, I'm definitely very competitive and just being myself out there and having fun and competing.
What was the reaction? What was the group chat like when Tony Vitello, big league manager, started to become a reality?
I know, that was pretty wild. Obviously, I wasn't in Knoxville when I was having, but talked to a lot of the guys that are still there and stuff like that. It was a pretty interesting experience, but I'm thrilled for him. I'm glad for him. He was definitely my favorite coach I've ever had in my life, and he helped me so much throughout the way and stuff like that. So I'm always be pulling for him.
Is that to a point now where you're kind of hoping you get the Giants sometime soon and get a chance to shove? Is that?
Yeah, there's been a few conversations between me and him already. We'll see him soon.
Liam, as far as the physical preparation side for spring, what does that kind of look like for you heading into your first spring training?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I did last year at school that really helped me get ready for the season and stuff like that, and mixed in with a professional throwing schedule and stuff like that, and working with those guys and make sure my arm's in shape, and definitely heading down to spring training very early and getting ahead of the curve on that.
What have the kind of conversations been like with the staff of just kind of some of the things that you're focusing on this winter?
Just make sure staying healthy, staying in shape, maintaining body mass and muscle and stuff like that, and has been very important to me throughout the past couple of years even too. So just like that, and just making sure I'm at a really good point when I get down to Florida and staying in good shape that way.
Is there a pitcher, same question, 2 players, a pitcher that you loved, your favorite player growing up, and then is there a pitcher you emulate, try to be like?
Yeah, when I was growing up, I grew up going to a ton of Red Sox games and stuff like that, so it was really cool for me to go watch Chris Sale pitch, especially being a lefty. I don't necessarily throw like him or have anything like him. He has some obviously unbelievable stuff, and he's been doing it for so long now, but he was always really cool to watch growing up, especially being in Boston and stuff like that. Even before that, when he was with the White Sox, it was always cool to watch. But I also like emulating my game off of like a guy like Max Scherzer. I feel like he's very aggressive out there and very competitive, and saw that even in the World Series and stuff this year. So he's always been fun to watch, and he's been also doing it for so long and been so good for so long, just like Chris Sale. Yep.
Did you have a chance to meet Max, get together with him at all?
No, and it's kind of funny because V's really good friends with him too. So I've talked to him, or V's talked to him about me multiple times. I know that and stuff like that, but I haven't got to meet him yet. That would be a cool person to meet.
Much like Scherzer, you're known for your intense demeanor on the mound. Is there one guy in the show you can't wait to stare down in the box, like Juan Soto? If Soto shuffles you a little bit, Is that something you're looking forward to? Or?
Yeah, I think that would all be cool. You can go on a tangent about 10 to 20 people. That would be really cool to strike out. But I have so much respect for all those guys, be now, and obviously the competitive side is going to come out of me and stuff like that in baseball. But I think that's what makes sports great. And it'd be cool to strike out Juan Soto. It'd be cool to strike out Ohtani, Judge. But obviously those guys have been doing it so long in the MLB and great, making all that money and doing it for so long. So. Got to show your respect to them too, but it is competitive sport, and look forward to facing them.
I know you came to St. Louis earlier this past year, but now that you're here in a fan setting, I saw you taking selfies with the kids and the whole thing. Yeah. What's that experience been like as you kind of meet Cardinal Nation?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome to see how passionate they are, especially about their baseball and stuff like that. And even went to the Blues games last night and see how cool they are about, or passionate about they are about hockey and stuff like that. And just shows you how cool of a sports city it is, and being all those guys and being from a sports city myself, it's pretty cool to see that carry over and stuff like that. And they're just as passionate, and it's pretty cool to be a part of.
Liam, how valuable was it for you to get to game action this past fall or end of summer rather than having to wait calendar year, gets to 2026, so up to camp and first game action in spring training? Like, how valuable was it to get that underneath your belt, and did you learn anything about yourself in that short period of time?
Yeah, definitely. I try to make it a point throughout the whole draft process with teams and stuff too that I did want to continue to throw that year. Made sure I was in great shape throughout the whole draft and to keep throwing and stuff like that. And they were all on board with it. And obviously there was different ways to go about it, and I think we went about it a great way. Went down to Florida for a little bit, continued to throw and throw to some live hitters and bullpens and stuff like that, and then sent me out in low A for 2 innings, and it was good just to get my feet wet. It wasn't even necessarily about the whole baseball thing or how I did really out there. It was really just to go get my feet wet and get ready to go on, obviously build off of that for this year coming up. But yeah, it was really cool. Face all those guys and just trying to see how the different pro mentalities, and even when I was down in Double A in Springfield and stuff like that, to play with like Arenado and Donovan and stuff like that, that was really sweet for me, just to, even though they're just big leaguers and stuff like that, just being around them, pitching in front of that, and at the end of the day, it's still just baseball, and gotta get the 3 strikes before the hitter hits the ball. So that's my goal.
What did you learn with that time in Springfield? Because you had a chance to be with the championship club.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. Obviously, that squad was pretty loaded. We were really talented from pitching aspect and everyone in the field. And I was only there for 2 weeks, but you could see how much they really cared and stuff like that. Got a great coaching staff there, and it was just a fun time. Fans were very passionate, so it was fun. It was cool to start learning pro ball from them, and also play for a Texas League championship. That was pretty sweet for me too.
What would you tell people about Rainiel Rodriguez?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched him a lot in Palm Beach and stuff like that. He's young, talented. I've heard more great stuff about him too, so I'm sure he's going to be a great prospect. See him on all those lists and stuff like that, and seems like a great guy.
This is probably a stretch, I admit, but you grew up in the same area as the legendary Adam Sandler.
Mm-hmm.
Was he part of?
Hey guys, Alex Rich checking in here at the 703 Club with Quinn Matthews. And nothing says winter warm-up, of course, like the snow outside. But what's it mean to you to see all of these people here lined up? You've had a line here literally for the last hour. What does this mean, and what does this tell you about Cardinal fans?
I mean, obviously, again, it's the best fan base in baseball. These people are still showing up even after the not great year I had last year. Hopefully going to improve in 2026 and really give them a reason to come back. But I appreciate all the love and support that they've given me all day.
Talk about some of the things that you've been doing in the offseason to prepare for a great season this year, and what goes into that? What goes into everything that happens outside of just the baseball season?
Yeah, I mean, it's been made pretty simple for me. Everything I do is kind of controlled by the Cardinals, whether it's weightlifting, running, baseball, throwing, training, stuff like that. It's all in-house for me, which makes it really easy. And if I have any questions, concerns, I just reach out to them, and it gets handled pretty quickly.
Are there any players in the big leagues right now that you look forward to pitching against, pitching to, striking out, of course?
Not really. I'm just excited to, finally make a debut and get the opportunity to put on the birds in the bat.
When Quinn Matthews is not playing baseball, what are your interests outside of being on the field?
I mean, I love other sports, so I watch a lot of other sports, soccer, hockey specifically, and then I really like crypto, so I'm normally grinding on my iPad, watching something, reading something, financial, whatever it might be.
Crypto, are you up or down right now?
All time?
All time.
I'm up.
That's always positive, always good to be in that light. When you're preparing to go on field, what are your music playlists? Give us a quick rundown of like top 3 songs you like to listen to.
So there's a song called Mountains by Hans Zimmer. It's the last song I listen to before I go out and pitch every time. It's a little secret right there. Because there's like the beat of like the 1.25 seconds, which is like the Interstellar or whatever. You can get on all that theory. But that's like the last song I listen to. And there's probably like a couple of Millennium songs that I'm listening to. Those are probably like my 2 or 3 that I have to listen to before every game.
Love it. Cardinal fans, give it up for Quinn Matthews. Let's go see what Angela is doing right now, hanging out at winter warm-up.
Hey, that's right. I'm down here. Liberator
Yes, Libby.
I did it. I'm just going to call you Libby. All right, so you've been signing a lot of autographs today. I know you've done this in the past. What is it like when the Cardinals fans come up and they want to meet you and just have a couple seconds of your time?
Yeah, it's this whole winter warm-up event and the Caravan event is a pretty unique experience for us to get to interact with the fans and not have to worry about our usual baseball responsibilities. So, I enjoy this event every year.
I don't think anybody's asking you too hard of questions, right? They're usually light and friendly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, Cardinals fans are great. They're super supportive, so they're always positive questions, and they're always trying to, encourage us and push us in the right direction.
So, I like to ask those we're showing highlights of you playing game. I feel like everybody here knows how you play. I want to know those weird things you're signing. What's like the weirdest thing? It doesn't have to be today. It could be throughout your career. What's like the weirdest thing you've signed?
It wasn't actually a signing, but a couple springs ago, someone just handed me their newborn baby over the fence. And I thought it was pretty weird that they trusted me with their baby and they don't even know me. So that was probably the weirdest one I've had.
You hear this a lot, that people just hand over their babies to kind of strangers because they want you to sign it. I think that's a lot of fun. What is something that you do when it's downtime and you want to take your mind off baseball?
Usually I'll go out in my RV garage and either swing a golf club or play some ping pong, or I put a basketball hoop out there. So got a little fun house next to the house that I get to go hang out in now this off season.
This sounds like a lot of fun. Are we all invited?
Sure.
Sure. He says sure. I love it. Well, I will let you get back to all the fun here. Is there anything you want to say to the Cardinals fans here today?
No, just that I'm super excited for the season and can't wait to see everybody down in Jupiter in a few weeks.
Yeah, we're all excited for that as well. I'm going to throw it back on over to the main stage. I know we got some awesome stuff happening over there.
Hello, St. Louis. How you doing? My name's Greg Amsinger. I'm a studio host for MLB Network. I'm in town. More importantly, I'm from St. Louis. From St. Louis. I love my hometown. I was here last night at Littlewood University hanging out with Chaim Bloom and Ali Marmol. State of the Cardinals was a lot of fun. But now I get to hang out. with talented athletes on this stage. Liam Doyle, 5th overall selection out of Tennessee. You've already seen him on the screen. Fireballer, right? Jimmy Crooks, this is a young, talented catcher with a left-handed bat. I'm telling you what, an offensive stud right here. Riley O'Brien, who really had a breakout year, and I think he's going to be the full-time closer of the St. Louis Cardinals in 2026. So let's talk a little ball. I'm going to start with the elder statesman. Riley, you bounced around, but it all came together for you last year, man. Why?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing for me that I think contributed last year was confidence. Just having the unwavering confidence where the pitch before doesn't matter. I can go out and execute the next pitch. I feel like that kept me at a nice, consistent headspace and led to some success last year.
Did you like the role, and is that the role you want this upcoming season?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think whenever you're in the bullpen, the ultimate goal is to be throwing in the back end, closing games out. So yeah, that's always the goal, and hope to be doing some of that next year or this year.
Now, Jimmy, as a catcher, you usually see closers and they have a demeanor like this guy, and you see starters and they have a demeanor like that guy. Is it interesting how the dynamic works? They're still very dynamic in whatever role they're in.
No, 100%. My brother is a closer as well, so I kind of get a closer view of what closers are like, but the demeanor's a little bit differently. Like, the starters are going out there to compete for at least 6 or 7 innings, even longer. And those closers are pretty much like psychos, or need to be psychos. So they're trying to blow out, you try to get after and throw their hardest they can for that one inning and get out of it and get a win.
How important was it for you to have that cup of coffee, right? Like less than 50 plate appearances, but you got to taste the big leagues last year.
No, it was good. Like I said, I didn't end it how I wanted it to, but it was definitely fun. I got a good experience. I learned a lot from those guys that were up there. And going this off season, I had some fuel to the fire, kind of like I wanted to be up there. I wanted to be up there again, and I know what it takes, and I know what I need to do to get up there again.
All right, Liam, you got a couple of opportunities in the minor leagues, so your professional baseball career is underway. What is the perfect spring training for Liam Doyle? How would you describe it?
Just go get my body in the best shape possible for the season and work my way up through the farm system and get up to St. Louis as soon as possible.
That's the goal for you, to get up to St. Louis as soon as possible.
Definitely, that would be the goal for me.
Now, there was a lot of speculation because I host the MLB draft on MLB Network, and because this guy has so much fire and energy, which I love, I have that on TV. There's been talking that should Liam Doyle be a reliever. This organization is completely committed to you as a starter. Have they had that conversation with you?
No, I mean, from what I was told, they wouldn't have drafted me as high if I was going to be a bullpen arm, so I'm coming to be a starter. I know I can be a starter, and that's what I'm going to shoot for.
I love that. So when it comes to a pitching philosophy, is there one, Riley, with the St. Louis Cardinals? Is there an overall philosophy of how we approach a 162-game schedule for the arms on the mound in St. Louis?
Yeah, I would say one of the biggest things is we focus on getting ahead of guys a lot. When you're ahead of guys, you have success. We have a lot of guys that get a lot of ground balls. That's also helped out a lot. Yeah, I would say getting ahead is one of the bigger things for sure.
And all this talk that this is going to be a rebuild kind of frustrates me. I'm going to be honest with you. You know how many people I talked to in Milwaukee when Corbin Burns was traded, and they didn't think that they were going to have a competitive season? And here's the Milwaukee Brewers almost winning 100 games and winning the division. Jimmy, I don't know. I mean, you're a huge baseball fan. You've been watching it all just like I do. I look at talent, and I look at upside. I think the St. Louis Cardinals roster has as much upside, if not more, than almost all the other teams in the division.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we're a bunch of dirtbags. Like, we get after it. You know, it starts from spring training. Like, for us, it's just to get along, have a good core group, and, you know, have that good team camaraderie. Like, just to be, you know, we have one goal in mind, is to win the whole thing, and that's what we're going to bring in the spring training and go on and so forth with that.
All right, then I'm going to ask all three of you guys this, because I'm from St. Louis, so I know what Cardinal baseball's like, and I've got memories and childhood memories. I love the Cardinals, right? Now, you're a Boston kid, right? So when you heard of the Cardinals and you knew you were going to get drafted by the Cardinals, what popped in your head about this organization? What comes to mind when you think of the St. Louis Cardinals?
How historic of a organization it is, and how long they've been around, and how good their fan base is, and how good they've been for so long. Like, they've always competed, and definitely an organization that you want to be in, and I was extremely fortunate to get drafted here.
Is there a player that pops in your mind? Like, is there one iconic Cardinal that you think of that automatically you brand with the St. Louis Cardinals?
Chris Carpenter is one, New Hampshire guy for me that I thought of quickly, and then obviously Yadi Molina too would also be another one.
Yeah. Jimmy, what about you? Same thing. The St. Louis Cardinals, what did you think about when you were drafted by them, and who's the iconic player you think about?
Yeah, no, I mean, I said this last year as Yachty, and I was very fortunate enough to work with him this season, so it was kind of cool and surreal. Kind of like just have a day to work with him with my catching stuff, so it was definitely cool, but I said it last year, it was Yachty, and it's always been Yachty.
And Riley, you kind of bounced around a little bit already in the big leagues, but when you think of Cardinal baseball, what do you think about, and which player comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like these guys said, just a historic organization, tons of success, amazing fan base. I think when I think of the Cardinals, I probably think of like Yachty and Pujols. Yeah, just two great guys.
Last night at the event that I threw at my alma mater, I walked on stage and they were all cheering, "Hey, it's your host, Greg Amsinger." And I told everybody to be quiet. And I had my phone in my hand and I go, "Hey, Albert, I'm going to put you on mute." And I put him on mute, and I look at the crowd, and I go, at the count of 3, we're going to sing Happy Birthday to Albert Pujols. So I spun around, and we all sang Happy Birthday to Albert Pujols, who was at dinner last night. He's one of my great friends, but I love him, and it's a special organization when you have so many legends attached to it. That's a very big thing. And the Cardinal way, which I know all you fans love to talk about, really starts at the young level like this. When you guys recognize the history, that's part of what these people want to see. And do you find yourself, I don't know, having other conversations with current big leaguers in the St. Louis Cardinals organization about what it's like to be a Cardinal?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be in AA with like Arenado and Donovan last year when I first started. So talking to those guys and seeing how much pride they took to their work and how they wanted to get this team on the right path was pretty cool. And obviously they care so much about the organization stuff, so that's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, you're obviously a top 5 pick, big arm, K per 9 over 15 in his last year at Tennessee, which is bonkers great. Okay, so you'll be competing. Yes, you should give him a round of applause for that. He's dominant. Dominant. Just giving him some love. He's a 21-year-old kid. This is like a lot. He loves it, though. He loves it. Jimmy, for you, if there's one category of the Cardinals that has immense roster depth, it's catcher. So how do you enter spring training with that on your mind, knowing there are so many guys that are good at your job already in the organization?
And that's always the million-dollar question right now. But like I said, we have a really good catching group. We got a new catching coordinator, but we all get along pretty well. But going into this spring training, more or less, just to compete for that spot. And it's like Chaim said, he likes the competition, and that's what I'm going to try to do, and all these other guys are going to try to do as well.
And Riley, I love asking players that are in a department of a team to walk us through like the perfect game. So the starter gives you 5 innings. It could be any opponent. Give me the reliever that goes in the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th for the St. Louis Cardinals when they're clicking and they're trying to win their 8th in a row, let's say in August. Give me that.
I say the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th?
Yep.
Maybe we got Stanek. Maybe we go Stanek 6th.
Okay.
Maybe Swanson 7th, JoJo 8th, and then I'll take the 9th.
That sounds good to me. Yeah. I really do think the bullpen for the St. Louis Cardinals has kind of everything you're looking for. Wouldn't you say that? Because JoJo, to me, he would pitch in the middle of a house fire. He's not afraid of anything. And Swanson is low-key one of the nastiest dudes in the big leagues.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Tell people why. What is his stuff like that is so unique?
I mean, his stuff is elite. He throws hard, and he throws in the zone a bunch. I think that's his biggest thing. A lot of guys have good stuff. They throw hard, but have trouble with command. I think he's constantly on the attack with good stuff, and that's going to lead to success.
Yeah, I'm excited for all 3 of you guys. Before I get out of here, I always love to ask professional athletes who their professional athlete that they emulated. Who was the guy that they thought about when they were in the backyard playing catch with their little brother or their dad, or So who was Liam Doyle's favorite pitcher or baseball player growing up, and why?
My favorite baseball player growing up was Chris Sale. I was always a big Chris Sale guy. I pitched for the Red Sox, so I was able to go to a lot of the games that he started and stuff like that. So love watching him pitch. He's a fiery guy, and obviously he's been so good for so long in pro ball, so that's pretty cool to watch.
When he came out of the bullpen and helped them win the World Series, how old were you think?
2018. It's math.
You're 13, 12?
Yeah, 13 years old.
Did you lose your mind when they won the World Series?
Yep. I was sitting with my mom in the living room. It was a pretty wild night.
I love it. I see a lot of Chris Sale and Liam Doyle. I really do. All right, Jimmy, give me the baseball player that you emulated and why.
So I had 2. So with the catching side, it was Yachty, just how he controls the game, how he controls his pitchers, and all that fun stuff. And then with the hitting, what I really emulated was Joe Mauer.
Left-handed hitting catcher, love that. I mean, you look at this guy's stats in the minor leagues. On-base percentage over 400 at one level. It's a really good hitter. I'm a big fan of yours. And Riley, go ahead. Give me the guy that you emulated. Who was your favorite baseball player growing up?
Yeah, I'd say growing up in Seattle, my favorite baseball player was always Ichiro. But as far as like pitchers that I try to emulate, I always liked Pedro Martinez. He was always just intense, a gamer, wasn't scared of anything. So he was one of my favorite pitchers.
I love that. For me, I know you guys didn't ask me, but you're not supposed to. Jack Buck, and when I was young, I was the Cardinal radio producer when Jack Buck would come in to the studio, and it was a thrill of a lifetime. But then from a studio standpoint, being a studio host, Bob Costas, you guys have heard of Bob Costas. Well, I work with Bob, and people ask me, do you ever get nervous when you're on TV? And there's only one show that I'm ever nervous for, and I'm going to do it this upcoming week, and that's the Hall of Fame election announcement. We carry that live. I'm the host. Harold Reynolds sits next to me. Tom Verducci's one of the writers, and he's terrific. And then Bob Costas is sitting at the end of the desk. So the greatest studio host in the history of television isn't hosting the show. It's me. So he is the best that's ever done it, and he's looking at me. And could you imagine if you were like, I don't know, Chris Sale standing right next to you while you're throwing a bullpen? That's your, like, whoa, you'd be a little nervous, right?
Yeah, that would be pretty nerve-wracking.
Right. So Bob Costas is that to me, and I love him. He's a dear friend, and it's awesome that I get to work with people like that. All right, so you guys watch MLB Network, right? A little bit, okay? Is there a specific show that you're a fan of? Is there something that is there a broadcaster that you think is one of your favorites? You guys like Mark DeRosa on MLB Central? He's pretty. Former Cardinal, by the way, Mark DeRosa. So funny Mark DeRosa story. I asked him, I go, what was the most fun part of your career? And he said playing with the Giants when they won the World Championship. I go, what was the most stressful part of your career? He goes, playing in St. Louis and having Albert Pujols on the on-deck circle every at-bat. And I go, why was that stressful? He goes, no one wanted to see me hit. If I made the final out in an inning and Albert didn't get to hit, he goes, I would get booed as I walked away. He's like, it was the most stressful thing I ever did in my life was hit in front of Albert Pujols. So he's a fun guy. He's great. So I asked you this question, and before we wrap it up, I'm going to ask the two of you this question. What does the perfect spring training look like, Jimmy, for you? What are your goals? What do you want to improve on? What's the overall goal of spring training?
Just keep the body healthy, you know, and like I said, we're going to go out there and compete because we do have a lot of catchers and we got to somewhat, like I said, we have a lot, but more or less I'm going to go out there and compete and do the best I can. But I guess the main goal is just stick with your routine and stay healthy and then get after it.
All right, Riley, what's the perfect spring training for you?
Yeah, I would say similar to what Jimmy said, staying healthy is the biggest thing. And then just making sure my body's in the right spot to be competing in games. But I feel good right now. I feel like I'm on a good path, and I'm ready to go for spring.
And I'm just going to ask you this, because you had the most time up with the big league club. Do you agree with me? I think this whole narrative that the Cardinals aren't going to be a team flirting with a wild card spot or a postseason spot is crazy to me. I really do believe the St. Louis Cardinals will be in the mix for a playoff spot come September. I'm sure you agree. Tell our audience why you agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think this year is going to be a great year for a bunch of our young talent to have an opportunity. I think the ceiling is so high, and we have some great players that they're going to get some opportunities. And I think if everything clicks, we're going to be a good team this year.
Hey, that's the close of the Cardinals. He believes, folks. He believes. Give Riley, Jimmy, Liam a round of applause. Best of luck, guys, in 2026. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, Cardinal fans. Todd Thomas here again. Redbird Club on the 3rd level. And I'm here where a lot of sponsors and the Kid Zone is. So let's go talk to some folks. Right here, you know, if you're into cooking and you like to make stuff, we've got the Peoria Chefs here. They've got, sorry, it's the Peoria Chiefs. You're not chefs, you're chiefs. Talk about what you have here, sir.
Yeah, so we have different jerseys that the players wore. Some of them are signed. We got bobbleheads of our players that came through with us. We have mini bats, card sets, hats, and much more around here.
Now, I know that our Cardinal fans are very intelligent, but for those that might not know, who are the Peoria Chiefs?
Yeah, so we're the high A team of the St. Louis Cardinals. So we have pretty much anyone that gets drafted, they usually come through us first before they keep going up.
Who's one of your favorite Peoria Chiefs?
I would have to say it's Victor Scott. When he was with us, he had over 50 stolen bases in half a season, so it was really cool watching him do that.
All right, well, thanks for sharing, and good luck this weekend. Next up, we've got the Springfield Cardinals, so I guess we're going up in the division. What's your name, sir?
Garrett Woods.
Garrett, talk about what you have here for sale.
Yeah, we've got some game-used memorabilia, some bats, helmets, baseballs. We've got card sets, some jerseys, and then a bunch of bobbleheads, different things like that.
Now, we just learned from him who the Peoria Chiefs are. For those that don't know, who are the Springfield Cardinals?
We're the AA affiliate for Springfield, or for St. Louis, obviously.
So if someone does really well, the Chiefs, their next step?
Yep, they come to Springfield and then on to Memphis and hopefully to big club.
All right. What's something here that you think is going to be one of the first items sold this weekend, do you think?
Well, the first thing we sold was Liam Doyle's home white jersey, and then I just sold a Joshua Baez as well.
Well, good luck and have fun. Next up, we've got the floating ball here, so we must have the Magic House. What's your name?
I'm Brendan Boyce at the Magic.
Brendan, you've been going to the Magic House since you were a kid. Now you're working here, this table. Who's this girl next to you?
It's Francesca Correa.
Francesca, talk about what you guys have here for the kids.
We've got a couple arts and crafts, like a little pennant you can color and make, and then we've got the Bernelli air ball, and you can put a couple things and see a cool little science experiment.
That's fantastic. What's great is they're set up right next to the Kid Zone, which is right here. You've got all kinds of fun things to do over here. Connect 4. What's your name, big boy?
Wayne.
Talk about that duck that you shot last weekend.
What duck?
You didn't shoot a duck?
No.
You look like you went duck hunting. Hey, can we get this thing fired up over here? All right, so what the kids can do is they can hop in this machine. It's going to start blowing money around. They get 20 seconds on the clock, grab as much money as they can. They come out of the machine, and then they get a prize. Just that easy. You can throw bags. You can play games. You can do all kinds of stuff up here in the Kid Zone. Again, this is level 3 in the Redbird Club. Let's walk over here, and let's talk about the St. Louis County Library. These ladies love books. What's your favorite book?
Oh, that's a tough one. You can't pick a favorite.
What about Green Eggs and Ham?
It's okay.
It's okay. What are you guys doing here this weekend?
So we're here. We have buttons. You can come up and get your own winter warm-up button. It has the date on it, and you can make your own.
Can you just take us through real quick how to make a button, because it's kind of cool. So what would you do? You start with the bottom, and you walk us through this.
Shell, and then you have to put your design on there, and then you put a piece of plastic, spin it around, pull it down, put in the back, spin it around, and then you have a button.
How about that? Making buttons right here at the St. Louis County Library. We're going to talk here. James Spence Authentication. Can you authenticate this jersey?
Only if it's signed.
Okay, so talk about how does authentication work?
Well, basically we have an exemplar file that goes in the millions. We also have authenticators all spread around the country. So what we'll do is when an item comes in, we'll take pictures of it. We'll send it off to all of our authenticators. If the scores come back with positive scores, then likely it will pass.
So what is your goal? Why are you here this weekend? Are people going to get things authenticated?
Not only things that are brought in from home, but obviously we've got a lot of stars here that are up-and-coming Cardinal stars, stars of the past, and if they get them with an autograph, they come to us, we authenticate it, and go from there.
All right, so if you need anything authenticated this weekend, right here's your stop, James Spence Authentication. Our last stop here in the Redbird Club area is Krazan's K2 Sports. You want balls? He's got balls. Where's this guy at? Where'd he go? He is taking a break, but let's bring out the other lady behind the scenes. Come around here, ma'am. She told me she knows about these balls more than anyone except her husband, who's not with us right now. But so how long have you guys been collecting autographed baseballs?
Pretty much 45, maybe 50 years.
45, 50 years. You have everything in alphabetical order, and you've got these. Where do these live when they're not here at Busch Stadium?
In our house.
In your house. And so you have like a special ballroom?
No.
No?
No.
All right. Is there a ball that talk about like what's the least amount that one might pay for a ball that you have here?
Oh, we have some $10 ones.
Some $10 balls, and I saw one over there for $1,000, Mickey Mantle. So anything you want, they've got your balls right here, and it's Krazan K2 Sports.
Right.
So, folks, all kinds of great stuff going on here in the Redbird Club. So come up and check it out all weekend long.
The 25-year-old left-hander Matthew Liberatore is having himself a nice season. 7th start of the year here coming against Pittsburgh.
And strike three, blisters the outside corner. And Libby's got out number one.
I think being aggressive and being confident for me, it was just a matter of going out and challenging guys with my best stuff on a consistent basis. And when I was able to do that, I found that I had a lot more success than when I tried to pitch carefully.
Swing and a miss. Liberatore strikes out three Pirates. Strike three called inside corner. Matthew Liberatore is in complete command.
I want the ball as often as possible, and I'm able to handle it. I'm able to recover. I wish I could have pitched in every single game the whole year.
Just can't say enough about the maturation, the growth of that young man. You know, Ollie Marmol, he's just been singing the praises of Matthew, the work that he's put in, the work that he and Dusty have put in together.
Just believing in myself, believing in my stuff, believing that I'm capable in any situation to have success. I think that's probably been the biggest thing that I've noticed.
Mason drifts out, calls for the fair catch, and Libby, look at him. He pumps the glove. Great performance to send us to the stretch. He's outdueled Paul Skeens.
It's so evident when you watch him on the mound. He's just carrying himself differently than I think we've seen him.
Back here inside Ballpark Village, Winter Warm-Up 2026. What a day we've had here on the main stage. It's been a whole lot of fun. Lots of players rolling through. Chaim Bloom, Ollie Marmol. It's just been awesome, awesome stuff. And it keeps going here. Would you welcome to the stage left-handed pitcher Matthew Liberatore. Libby, as you sit down in the coat, I gotta say, I thought this morning when I walked in, because I know that you don't really like the cold, how warm was it when you took off from Phoenix? Do you know?
I think it was about 65 degrees in Arizona.
Not 65 degrees here.
Yeah, not quite, but this is definitely the warmest winter warm-up I've been a part of.
It is. It's crazy. I think the high's 29 today, and it is the best one that we've had. We're excited to talk with you and excited too. In a little bit, we're going to show folks the trailer for The Nest, Matthew Liberatore. We did that presentation, a 30-minute show with Brendan Donovan last year. You were gracious enough, you and your wife, to have us out and just follow you around for 2 days and see what it looks like in the life of a big league pitcher in the winter time. You know, it's a little bit of vulnerability there. Why'd you let us come out?
Yeah, you know, I think it's just a cool and unique experience for us to get to show the fans what our off-season actually looks like. You know, we're not on vacation when we go home. It is a lot of work for us to get ready for the season, come out and try and put a good product on the field for everybody. And, you know, I think looking back on my career when it's over, this will be something that, a video that I really cherish.
You're going to be able to see that in February. It'll be on Cardinals.com, YouTube. It'll also be coming to TV across Cardinals Nation as well. The thing, Matthew, that really stood out to me is just how organized you are. I mean, hyper organized in the way that you attack your days. You'll talk about it and people will hear it in the program, but give us a little idea of why you feel like you got to be so on the details during the winter.
Yeah, you know, I think when you go out and pitch, there's only a certain amount of things that you can control until the rest is kind of out of your hands. And because of that, I like to feel like the things that I am able to control, that I'm in full control of. And during the off season, you have a lot more autonomy to have control over your schedule and your workouts and your throwing. And, you know, there's a lot of free time that we do have. So I just like to try and be as organized and efficient as possible so that, once I come into the season, go take the mound, I feel like, I've done everything in my power to put myself in a good position, have the best ability to have success.
We got to go out with you. It was in November, but saw kind of your throwing at that point early in the offseason. And you told us that you give yourself a unique Christmas gift on the 26th of December. Tell the folks what it is that you do on December 26th that you is your own personal gift to yourself.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do is throw. If you ask any of my teammates, I probably throw more than everybody else. And so a little Christmas gift to myself, December 26th, is first bullpen of the off season every year, and that's probably the best Christmas gift I could receive.
We've heard people talk about, with the Cardinals in the front office last year, just the way that you had a great attitude about however you were going to be used, you wanted to get in there and try to get out. So you've talked about how there were some things that were fun about being in the bullpen, but you really loved starting. How did the experience last year and just being ready whenever they called your name really enable you to maybe take that next step and be ready to take hopefully even another one here in 26?
Yeah, I think I learned a lot being in the bullpen. I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about the game. And I also learned what I'm actually capable of. I didn't feel like up until that point I'd really been tested in that way before. And so there was a lot of insightful stuff that I learned about myself, and I feel like I was able to take a lot of that knowledge that I gained being in the bullpen and transition that into being a starter. And, that really helped carry me through, especially the second half of the season where I wasn't feeling quite as good as I did to start the beginning of the year, and trying to figure out how to get back on the right track.
Greg Amsinger was just up here talking about kind of the external view of the club and expectation, maybe how it's very much a potential that the Cardinals could surprise some people. There is just a lot of opportunity in the rotation and elsewhere this year. For you, how does that make you feel reporting and knowing that things are a little wide open and that jobs and roles are there to be grabbed?
Yeah, I think it's as exciting as it's ever been before. Baseball is such a beautiful game because anybody can win on any given day for any given reason, and so everybody starts the season 0-0. Therefore, we got just as good of a shot as anybody else, and with the team that we're shaping up to have, I don't see any reason why we can't put a competitive product out on the field this year.
How do you view leadership in 2026? There's some guys that were here that aren't anymore, again, just as the team kind of adapts and changes into this new era. Are you looking at how you lead among those pitchers a little different?
I wouldn't say I'm going to label myself as a leader by any means. I think I've always been excited to share experiences and knowledge and thoughts with other guys, and if that's able to help them, that's great, and sharing that stuff also helps me. So if there's a larger role that I can step into that allows me to do that more often or with more guys, I'm all for it.
I hear that you are developing a new pitch, and I wouldn't ask you to tell us too much about it because we want people to see that in Jupiter for the first time. But a new pitch for right-handed hitters, how does that come about? Is that something you set out to do? Is it something that you're with your pitching coach and you're working on, and all of a sudden you go, I like the way that moved, let's try to replicate it?
Yeah, I think you kind of take a look at your arsenal and see how everything is moving, how everything is playing to certain hitters, in this case right-handed hitters mostly, but you just try and fill in a gap that could potentially be useful. And so, I had a lot of conversations with Dusty this offseason. I had a lot of conversations with the guy that I work with in Arizona that I do my throwing with, and we both feel like, or all three of us feel like this pitch that I'm working on could be very valuable for me, and now it's really just finding the right feel for it and throwing it enough to get comfortable with it.
We'll let you get out of here on this one, a little open-ended, so take it where you want, but what are you excited for in 2026? From a personal perspective, a team perspective, what are you looking at this year that really fires you up?
I think just how young and hungry we are. To kind of quote Vic, I think we got another younger team this year. But I think there's a lot to be excited about with the signings that we've made and some of the moves that we've made, and also all the guys that we have coming back. So from a team perspective, I'm looking forward to getting down to spring and getting to know all the new guys and meet the new faces and see all my old friends that I've been playing with for a few years. And personally, I'm just looking forward to another opportunity to continue taking the ball and helping the team win.
The program is The Nest with Matthew Liberatore. You're going to want to check it out on TV or online coming up in February. And keep your eyes peeled, too, because we're going to have the trailer for the very first time in public here in just a little bit. Everybody give it up for Matthew Liberatore. Winter warm-up rolling on here in 2026.
I'm an all-in or all-out kind of guy. I'm not a dip my toe in the water, test it a little bit, see if I want to do it. If I'm going to do something, I'm diving in head first.
Yeah, I have. Honestly, I got back there about a week and a half ago. Problem is, I've been dealing with a little sickness since then, so I haven't been able to work out as much. I was probably worked out 2 days before I came down here, but it's been pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, absolutely, and you're completely right. That was really the main goal this offseason, that, and then also I kind of wanted to slim down a little bit, move a little better, so drop a few lbs, you know what I'm saying? So that's the other goal. Honestly, I don't know. I've been working out at Cressy, but I haven't even gone over there. I went over there at the beginning of the offseason, and there was a whole bunch of construction being done. Like, I couldn't even see anything. So maybe I'll drive by there when I get back to Florida and see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's really just at the beginning of the season, I went to Driveline and did the whole, body analysis thing, how I move, and then I brought that program over to Cressy, and they have a bunch of different hitting coaches over there. So the main guys I work with, Shane and Max, and so we took that Driveline program, and I incorporated it to what the movement and stuff, the workout I was doing at Cressy, and then I kind of just been hitting with them ever since.
In the second half last year, you found much more success running out the bases, 7 stolen bases. What happened after the break, and how do you anticipate that coming over this year as well?
I think it's just a confidence thing with the base stealing thing. And then also just putting more work into seeing like the cues the pitchers have when they're about to deliver. You can kind of get a beat on the pitcher if he falls into a constant movement pattern, and that's why pitchers are so good at changing it up. But if they do fall into a constant movement pattern, you can take the base off of them. I actually learned that from JJ and Vic, because in just watching the work that he does. And so I kind of took a little bit more note of that, and so the back half I just try to take some more bases. And that's kind of what went into that.
clubhouse full of them.
Yeah.
A lot of young faces.
Yeah.
How does that change your role as maybe more of a leader? You're one of the veteran guys
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to speak up a little bit more. The veteran guys have a lot of knowledge and everything like that, and I really just kind of wanted to listen. But I think, as a team, we're all gonna have to speak up. So even, even the newer guys, even newer than I am, we're gonna have to speak up as well. We're just gonna come together. I think we're just gonna have to learn that as we go along.
How was it, does it help that you have that group that you guys have sort of come up with, whether it's Mason or Barry?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of guys that you guys are thinking together, just maybe not as much at that level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it helps tremendously, kind of having that team chemistry before you even really get to, everybody gets to play together in the MLB. We play together in the minor league, so we still have chemistry. We know, whatever everybody's got, where everybody's heart's at. That definitely helps, to answer your question.
Feel more athletic?
Yeah, I do. The goal is to go into spring training around 260. And so, honestly, being lighter, I felt a lot better. Honestly, when I will say I have been sick, so I'm actually a little lighter than I want to as of right now. But once I get back to that 260 area, I felt really good. That's where I've been most of the off season. Movement-wise, has been a lot better.
That slimmerness that you're describing, how does that help allow your body to move more freely with your swing?
Yeah, just a little extra weight. Honestly, when in 2023 I was playing around 255, but I wanted to still also be strong as well. So I think we came together, talked with some of the guys in the training staff. 260 is really the goal and where I really want to be at. And it just feels right, just working out, in the off season, just being at that weight.
What were you last year?
I was probably 265, 267. So.
You talked about your driveline program.
Yeah.
What metrics, I guess, are you looking at to improve on this year? Is it launch angle? Is it exit velo? Are you trying to be more consistent with line drive, getting ball in the air? What is it?
Yeah, so actually, when I went to driveline, we weren't actually focused too much on, and I know it's a big focus with that, the launch angle and everything like that. To be honest, it was really how forward I was coming when I was hitting. And what we learned is that when I'm hitting off my backside, I'm driving the ball in the gaps way more consistently. I'm not rolling over. I'm not getting that top spin on the ball. So really, to be honest, the focus is really how far back I'm into my hip and how I'm hitting off my backside, rather than me focusing on launch angle or anything like that. It was more, I guess, to answer your question simple as I can, I would say, if I am moving correctly, then the launch angle and exit velo and driving it where I want to will come with it. But if I'm rolling over and top spinning it, that means that something's off with the program that I wanted to do, and I got to get back on track with that. If that makes sense.
Areas the organization has asked you to hone on this offseason?
Specific areas, I think it's more just consistency with really what I'm going to work on. Some things that I did in the past, through the season, I didn't quite, maybe feel as good with. And so now it's just kind of finding that intermediate where I'm working the best and how I'm operating the best, and really it's just consistency. Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously, their presence is going to be, felt for sure. But, I mean, as I said, I play with these guys. I know what they have, and I think we're going to be just fine. Honestly, as full as I can say, I would say I think we're just be just fine. Knowing these guys and knowing them the best. They have a good attitude, a good work ethic. We all have that hunger to win. I think we're going to be fine, just the way we are.
Jordan, what's it like for you to be back at this event, just seeing the fans?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's always good, man. I mean, I haven't seen snow, I don't know how long, so it's good to see that. And I like being in St. Louis. I'm probably going to get myself some barbecue later on tonight. We'll see. But, yeah, it's good to, come back for sure. Yeah.
You ever got the chance to shovel the snow?
No. See, that's the thing. I'll see it, but I won't be here to shovel it. I'll be here for a few days, and that's about it. Yeah. 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 I mean, it's definitely a struggle. I mean, I don't think you can really, before you get into it, anticipate it. When you go into the MLB, there's going to be struggles. I knew that as a rookie coming up. I didn't think that everything was going to go my way just immediately. and that it was always going to go my way. But definitely, it's still tough to deal with. So you just gotta, have the right people around you. I was lucky enough to have good teammates, around me, and also I'm also blessed enough to have a good family around me. So it definitely helped me for sure. But I mean, it's definitely tough. Definitely tough. Yeah.
Make an open day roster and make
Yeah.
a coach with no big league experience.
Right.
How do you come alongside a player like that who's been in a very uniquely similar situation as you?
I think so. I actually he also hitting at Cressy as well, or a few times, and I've got a chance to talk to him. I mean, he is so level-headed. I don't think he really even needs advice from me, to be honest with you. He's just so about what he does. I'm interested to see, what it looks like for sure, because I don't even know, but he just looks like someone who's really not really fazed by anything. He's just about his work, and he gets to work, and he's like anything else. He's like, it's gonna come. But I think that he's just one of the most level-headed people I've ever met. So I don't really think much will faze him at all.
Is there anything that you kind of picked up or learned from him, because you guys are only a couple months,
Yeah.
separated in age? So
Yeah.
is there anything that you picked up from him that you tried to apply in your own preparation or mindset or just anything like that?
Most definitely. I think relax a little bit. Like when we're hitting the cage, I'm watching him hit. I mean, he's like one of the most relaxed hitters I've seen. I mean, his mechanics are so just clean, relaxed, fluid. And I'm like, wow, it looks so easy when he does it. And then when I go in the cage and then I would try to be relaxed, I have some of my best rounds. So just kind of learning from him, just watching him do things might just calm not just me down and relax me, but just the whole team as well. So I think he's just going to be a very good addition for sure.
Jordan, I think some people might describe this as a big year for you. I wonder, for you, do you think of it that way? Do you try not to think of it that way? Is that something that you
Yeah, I don't really try to think of it that way too much. I mean, every year I want to come in and be great. And every different year I have different approaches on how I do it. I approach this offseason different than how I approached last offseason. But I still have the same mentality. I want to come in here, I want to win a spot, and I want to have a crazy year. You know what I'm saying? So it's still, the mentality is still there. Just how I approached it, physicality-wise, I would say it's just a little bit different. If that makes sense. I'm sorry, yeah.
Is there a comfort level that you're looking for as far as where you get in the lineup?
I mean, at this point, I'm not really too worried about it, I have faith in the work that I put in this offseason, so when that comes through, it'll come through. But, I mean, honestly, I haven't thought about where I hit in the lineup really once this offseason, to be honest with you. Sorry.
Where does buy-in figure in with you? Because I always talk about this past year, there was more buy-in than ever, that you were confident in what you were doing. How does that shape you as a hitter when you believe in the things that you're being told?
Yeah, I mean, I think believing which feels good for you is the most important thing. And I would say it's toughest to make those adjustments during the season. But having those talks definitely helped me this offseason on what I want to do. And then also having a constant communication with Brownie and any of the instructors. I'm going to start working with JJ as well. Them being in on what I'm doing as well definitely helps as well. So they kind of followed me through the whole process in the offseason. So, I mean, I think that's definitely going to help because they know exactly what I've been up to, this whole offseason. So whatever we get into this season, they know where I'm at. I know where I'm at, and we'll be on the same page.
They come down to spend time with you, or you send them videos?
It's video. It's been what Brownie's been doing is we've been FaceTiming, and I've been hitting while he's FaceTiming, and so he sees what I'm doing. He'd be like, "How do you feel doing this? I really like what you're doing right here," or your hands kind of floated up right there in this swing. What do you think happened different? I mean, just any insight he has, and it's nice. So all I do is I put my AirPod in, and then they'll feed me and things like that, and we'll go through all my drills and things like that. It's actually really helpful. So when he can't come down, he can still see me and be a part of my hitting sessions.
What's that relationship like between you and Brownie?
Yeah.
Is he someone who's a motivator? Is he someone who is a little more demanding?
Yeah.
What is that relationship?
I think he's both. I mean, he's a motivator and he's demanding. I mean, he wants the best out of you, for sure. And he's not going to sugarcoat anything, which I personally like. I don't like it, if you're telling me what I want to hear. I want to know the bad stuff for sure. And he's really good at doing that. He knows the body very, very well, like movement-wise and everything like that. But it's always, I think it's always good to have him in my back pocket and then just be able to hit, outside as well. So I think that he's a great hitting coach for sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
How do you feel like that is coming into 2026?
Yeah.
You see any levels of areas of improvement there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like I'm moving a lot better. Right now it's really just tracking and things like that, which JJ is going to be in Florida, so we're going to be doing more of that. I've been throwing, everything like that for, but the real defensive work is going to come when he's in Florida, and we're going to start working off the machine and everything like that. I've been telling him about, the work I've been doing at Cressy and how I'm moving and, different where I'm at and how I'm feeling. And so now all we got to do is just get on the machine, get the drills working in, and we'll be good to go.
Hello, Cardinal fans. Todd Thomas here in the team store on the first level, and I'm here with
Stephanie Sparger.
Stephanie. Tell us, first of all, what do you do here?
I'm the retail director for Delaware North, so I'm in charge of all of the wonderful souvenirs that you see around the ballpark.
And speaking of souvenirs, you and I are wearing these really nice jackets that are keeping us warm. Tell me what kind of a deal you're running on these this weekend.
Sure, absolutely. These wonderful City Connect jackets, fleece lined, 70% off this weekend. That brings it down to $67.50. So it's a great deal, and it will definitely keep you warm throughout the ballpark.
It is very warm. I put this on, I might not be giving it back, but 70%, you can't beat that. Talk a little bit about what you have here on this display.
Yes, we have some great items for Wynn and Burleson. With them winning their new awards this year for Silver Slugger and Gold Glove, we have these great T-shirts with some fun designs on them, as well as some baseballs, just a name and number hit on the baseball with some gold and white and silver and white, just something fun that the fans can collect and help celebrate their season.
That's fantastic. Honoring those two players. Let's come around to this other side here. I can't help but notice something that kind of intrigued me a little bit. Talk about what the frozen iguanas are.
Sure. The Palm Beach Cardinals down south are rebranding to an alternate identity, and these are going to be their new uniforms for every home Saturday game this season. So starting April 4th, the Palm Beach Cardinals will be wearing frozen iguana uniforms. So we have a few items in to help celebrate that. A koozie, a baseball, and a magnet that I think the fans are really excited about.
And that's only on home Saturday games?
Absolutely.
A frozen iguana is probably going to be found here at Busch Stadium this weekend with how cold it is. What else do you want to showcase here in the team store that we can see?
Sure. We have some great deals on City Connect headwear. They are 70% off. In addition to this jacket, we have a short sleeve hooded tee, other novelties. Unfortunately, our Contreras and Arenado product is 70% off, but that's a great deal for fans. And we do have some new arrivals that have started coming in. So a new Busch Stadium tee, crew sweatshirt, and some loungewear for men and women that has rolled in recently.
Wow, you're full of information. We're going to take a little walk, but thanks for giving us everything you got there. Follow me. Again, folks, this is the team store located on level 1, open all weekend from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And let's just roll up on a fan here. Hey, sir, what's your name?
JR.
JR, you know what? I couldn't help but notice you've got this army green sweatshirt on. You need some cardinal red, and this is the place to get it. What are you going to do?
It is. Buy something for my wife because it's her birthday.
Where is she? Let's get her over here. Come on over here. It's her birthday. Happy birthday. What's he going to get you for your birthday, you think?
A hat.
A hat. That's a visor.
It's a beanie.
It's a Lane Kiffin Cardinal visor, and you're getting a beanie. It's fantastic. So, folks, all weekend long, come on down to the Cardinals team store. Some great deals going on. You can get this for 70% off.
Oh, and you can. This has been a really fun autograph session to walk in on. So, first of all, let me talk to you.
We just saw somebody come here with 9 things for you to autograph. Was that the captain of your fan club?
I mean, he sure looks like he's the captain. You know, he brings every jersey from my first year. Impressive to have that collection.
You like seeing your jersey from the first year.
I mean, it's like when you start playing this sport, you know, your first year in the big leagues, and you're like, wow, I don't even have those jerseys. So
You don't even have them?
I don't even have them. So imagine he has to be the captain so far.
I would say so. And you've got a buddy here. What's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan has been helping him out, signing some autographs, right? You've been signing some autographs?
Yeah.
Okay, so who signed the better autographs?
Me.
You? All right, I like that. He signed the better autographs. Other than that first jersey, that's very cool. I know that you love seeing this long line of Cardinals fans that want your autograph. Why is this event kind of special to you?
I mean, we get to connect with the fans. You know, they get to learn a little bit about me, and I get to learn about them. You know, so for me, it's always a pleasure to be here with them, and you know, I'm always open to any questions, whatever they want to ask me. I'm here to give them a good time too.
I love that. And I saw you last at Nellie's Black and White Ball. Did you have a great time there?
Yeah, I had a great time, Nelly. You know, excited to be there for a good cause too. You know.
For a good cause too. Wonderful. Well, I'm going to let this line and get back in action. Is there anything that you would hope to see that you really want to sign?
Maybe a bobblehead. A bobblehead. Yeah,
A bobblehead. All right. Ryan, are you going to sign my arm? Can I get you to sign my arm? Nice. I'm going to get an autograph signature right here. All right, back to you guys.
Here we are inside Ballpark Village in downtown St. Louis. Winter Warm-Up 2026 continuing, and it's been the winter part today, that is for sure, but a great turnout. We're so appreciative of everybody who's come down, who's joining us online, because it's for a great cause, for Cardinals Care and the work that they do in the community and the grants that they give away that enable other organizations to do great work as well. So we're going to talk about that for a couple of minutes. Right here, Megan Essman, she is our Director of Community Relations with the St. Louis Cardinals. Kate McKern, she's the CEO of I Thrive, an amazing organization we're going to hear about. And then on the end there, Kristen Sorth, who is the CEO of the St. Louis County Library. So Megan, let's start with this. Grants have been a big tool that Cardinals Care has always used. Why is that effective for us, and what kind of organizations do we partner with?
Sure. So we have a biannual grant process, and it gives us an opportunity to provide small grants to nonprofits throughout Cardinals Nation that are serving children, and that is the mission of Cardinals Care. That's why we're all here today, is to help raise funds so that we can continue to reinvest dollars into the community to help children thrive. And these two organizations here are ones that we have had a long-standing relationship with and have been able to invest greater dollars so that we're having an even bigger impact on children throughout our community.
Everybody in here has been to a library at some point, but one of the things that I love is the bookmobile brings the library to you.
Yay!
And we saw it here on Clark Street, that wonderful Fred Bird adorned bookmobile, which is just beautiful. Kristen, tell us about what it means for the Cardinals to partner in bringing that vehicle and who we're reaching with that vehicle in St. Louis.
Yeah, it was so amazing that the Cardinals were interested in sponsoring a bookmobile, and we had a very aging fleet of bookmobiles, and we wanted to do something fun and dynamic, and so Cardinal Care came and sponsored it. It is going to so many schools all over St. Louis County. This bookmobile by itself, they saw 30,000 kids last year and checked out 113,000 books. So that is a lot.
That's amazing. Megan, tell us why the library has been a partner for us that makes a lot of sense, and what it is about literature that really enriches the lives of kids.
Absolutely. I mean, they say when children are growing, one of the ways that they thrive is by reading. I am an avid reader, so wanting to be able to continue to partner with the library was not just important to me, to Cardinals Care, but to the children that we serve. The library is not just a partner of ours for the bookmobile. It's also a partner for our Redbird Rookies program, which is our youth baseball softball program. It's the flagship program of Cardinals Care, and children have the ability to engage with the library in a lot of different ways, including being part of their reading program as well. So when it came to, and the conversation with Kristen came to be about how could we continue to partner and grow, that made a lot of sense. And the library shows up at our health fair. They're here today in the Redbird Club. If you haven't visited, please go up there. If you haven't gone into the bookmobile, go and see it. It has 5,000 pieces of literature in it that kids are getting the opportunity to engage with. And all the dollars raised here and at all of our Cardinals Care fundraising events help us to do things like the bookmobile and also the mobile vision clinic.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Everybody's familiar with the library, maybe not always as much as iThrive, but I'm so glad you're here because they need to be. Tell us, Kate, what it is that iThrive does.
Absolutely. So iThrive makes an immediate and direct impact right here in St. Louis by providing essential eye care right on the spot. So you may have already seen our mobile vision clinic right outside the doors. On that one clinic, we can see up to 5,000 kids to provide comprehensive eye exams. And the best part is we make glasses right there on the spot with a full optical lab. So kids come on the vehicle, get a full exam, pick out their brand new frames, and walk off the vehicle seeing clearly, often for the very first time.
And I mean, not hyperbole, that has to be life-changing. For some kids who wouldn't and maybe haven't gone to the eye doctor, that changes everything in school and everywhere else.
Absolutely. Vision is a basic need. Without it, you can't read a book. You can't see the board in the classroom. You can't catch a baseball. So we're really happy to be able to fulfill this need that often goes unchecked. And that's where this new clinic in particular that we just launched this year has really stepped up to the plate, no pun intended. And we can now double our services. Our wait list is at least 50 schools deep, and this new clinic has allowed us to double that.
For you guys, partnership with the Cardinals, what does that mean, and how does that help increase the visibility for iThrive?
I mean, the relationship with Cardinal Care and Megan has been strong since the beginning, since our first clinic launched in 2013. But it was this past year where they stepped up with this tremendous gift to help us fill this unmet need. And without them, we wouldn't have that clinic sitting right there outside these doors. So we're really, really grateful for this tremendous partnership. We're excited about the partnership continuing in all the years to come. We've been participating in the Redbird Rookies Health Fair for the past several years, and that's been incredible, and participating in events like this as well.
Megan, I know that there's a lot of great charities, 501c3s in St. Louis, and it is a fairly competitive process. When you guys think about grants, you really try to be thoughtful because that money needs to go somewhere it can help a lot of people. If people want to know the process for that and they're saying, I know a great organization or I run a great organization, what does it look like for them to request a grant?
Sure. So we have our website. It's cardinals.com/grants. We serve nonprofits, smaller nonprofits who have an operating budget of $2 million or less that are within Cardinals Nation. Our grant process is application process is actually open now through the end of the month. So you can go on or recommend it to another nonprofit. We look at the relationships with the organizations that receive these grants as the start of a relationship. We look at it as us just not giving money, investing in the kids that are being served, because that's the key. Cardinals care, our mission is caring for kids. But developing a relationship that can grow over time, and iThrive is a perfect example of that. We were able to provide smaller grants to them, get to know them, and through that, we learned of what the need was and how great the need was for kids throughout the community who were not having access because Missouri does not have eye screenings in schools. So this need was huge. And because we had the relationship, because iThrive knew us and felt comfortable coming to us with the need that they had, we were able to have conversations that resulted in that amazing mobile vision clinic that you see outside. So we really encourage those smaller nonprofits that serve kids to check out our grant process. But we also encourage all of you to learn more about what Cardinals Care is doing and the different ways that we are working to support kids throughout the community, because it's not just the kids who are being supported, it's also the families who have a need that they might not be able to provide to their kids because they don't have the resources, and Cardinals Care is helping to bridge that gap.
Kate, if people want to get involved with iThrive, what is the tangible need? What can they do today or in the near future to partner with you guys in what you're doing the same way that Cardinals Care has?
Yeah, they can come on board right now and take a look and actually see this incredible vehicle and get an idea of what those services are. And from there, they can decide how they want to get involved. You know, donations of time, in-kind gifts, volunteer opportunities. It's really endless, and we have a lot of opportunities that we can speak to right on board the clinic today. But they can also go to our website or follow us on social to learn more. We have a few upcoming open clinic visits that are on our website, and we would welcome families that do have a need for this service to come and join us at those upcoming events. And just follow along and cheer us just as Cardinals Care has been doing.
Kristen, similarly for you, I mean, libraries are a part of American history back to Ben Franklin. And it was interesting, you know, I grew up in St. Louis County. We were talking back there. Daniel Boone was my branch. Everybody, you kind of, if you talk to them, whatever part of St. Louis they're from, you can find out what their library was. If people want to give back to their library, what's the best way to do that?
Well, we have a foundation, so anyone can go to our website and find our foundation. We also just encourage everyone to get a library card. Come and visit a library. Libraries have changed and evolved over the years. We're not shushy anymore. We're a dynamic, fun space where people can come and check out a telescope or a fishing pole or a puzzle, go to a program. We have the largest author event series of any public library in the country, so people can come and support us in a variety of ways, but we just want people to come to the library and come and get a Cardinal bookmobile or a Cardinal library card. We have Cardinal library cards.
It's really cute. It has Fred Bird on it.
Super cute.
Be sure to check out those two vehicles on Clark Street the rest of the event. Definitely worth walking through and seeing the great work that they do. Just an amazing thing that you all are doing in St. Louis with all three of the organizations. And thank you to each of you, because you're a part of that work now by being here today and being part of Winter Warm-Up. Yvonne Herrera and Quinn Matthews coming up on this stage shortly, but for right now, we're going to step aside from inside Ballpark Village. It's Winter Warm-Up 2026.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today at the St. Louis Public Library. We're thrilled to welcome you to a very special occasion, one that brings vision, opportunity, and hope to our community. Today, we celebrate the official launch of the iThrive Cardinals Care Mobile Vision Clinic, a powerful partnership that brings free, high-quality eye care directly to children who need it the most.
I just did a quick tour, and I'm just blown away at the quality of that. You know, I go to Clarkson for my eye checkups, and like it's everything of that all rolled into one little van here.
Thank you for being here. I also want to recognize the Cardinals Care staff and community relations. iThrive has been a part of our Redbird Rookies program, and as Bill mentioned, it's our youth baseball softball program, and every summer we have a health fair at the ballpark, and iThrive would pull up their mobile vision clinic. And so we got to see it firsthand, and we were really blown away by it. And when we were approached with the opportunity to partner with them, it really seemed like a no-brainer.
This is a big deal, and we wouldn't be here without all of you. With 2 clinics on the road this summer, we will make 38 stops at libraries, camps, and health fairs. This school year, we will provide more than 8,000 comprehensive eye exams and over 12,000 pairs of prescription glasses. Thank you for being part of our team so that Eye Thrive keeps playing in the big leagues, changing lives, one pair of glasses at a time.
Hello, Cardinal fans. Todd Thomas here on Clark Street. It is beautiful outside, so step on out and come check out the Cardinals Read Along with Fredbird Bookmobile. Let's see what this is all about. Sponsored by the St. Louis County Library. So kids and folks, you can come out. I'll get the camera guy in here. Come on up. Oh, yeah, this is the Bookmobile. So, of course, you're going to see lots of books. And what is your name?
Crystal Harris.
Crystal, talk about what the St. Louis County has done here with this bookmobile.
So the Cardinals Care sponsor our brand new bookmobile, and we at the St. Louis County Library take it to elementary schools all over St. Louis County so that our kids who are at our elementary schools can check out books, and we can help them get library cards and just get them into the library and into reading and being excited about it.
And so you're here this weekend, and so folks can come here and check out a book, and then if they aren't able to return it to the bookmobile, where can they take them back to?
Good question. They can take it back to any St. Louis County or St. Louis City library location, and we'll get it off their account.
And I understand this is a brand new program.
The bookmobile has been around for a long time, but our older bookmobiles were ready to be retired. So this brand new bookmobile that we just got is about 1 year old now. So we're really excited.
It's beautiful, and it's exciting to have it wrapped and Fredbird on the outside of it. So again, folks, it's the St. Louis County Library Bookmobile. You can come check it out. We're right here on Clark Street. Bring the kids, check out a book, and return it to any library that you'd like to.
Just excited to be here. This is my first winter warm-up. I understand St. Louis City bylaws that it has to be below 20 degrees for this event, so I'm very glad we're in compliance. Yeah, I'll tell you, from what I've gotten to know of our fans the last couple of years, I don't take it for granted, but it also doesn't surprise me. You can tell, and as much as people understandably are not happy with where we are, the enthusiasm for this team has not waned at all from what I can see. People still care very, very much. They expect more from us, and we will deliver that, but it doesn't surprise me that people are enthusiastic about this. And I have felt, and I kind of felt this leading up to the last few months, that as much as some of the things we're doing are things you do when you're not in a position that you want to be in, that I think our fan base appreciates the need for it and has gotten behind it. And I mostly, when it comes to that, I'm happy for our young players, because that has always been one of the appeals of playing in this market, is the fan base gets behind you here like really nowhere else, I would argue, when you look at the totality of it. And for our young players, whether they've been here, whether they've been in the organization, but this is their first time at this event, leading up to their first camp potentially, or whether they're new to the organization, just to get a taste of that and just to feel it, I think is really cool for them.
I've traditionally heard a whole bunch of ways to look at a season here at the Winter Warm-Up, from a bottom line notion of championship or bust and division titles, to even on the ownership side what revenue needs to look at, like at the end of a successful season. For you, how do you look at success in 2026? How are you going to measure it if it's not by standing, not by revenue? What are the ways you're going to look at that you move forward in 26?
Yeah, look, there is on some level even understanding, and I've tried to be very clear about this, that we are not, prioritizing short-term success over what needs to happen in the long term. Even with that, I think, my mindset is such that you're never going to stop trying to win, and there is some way by which you will always assess where you are by the standings. So that's not going to change. It just also is the case that we can't let that distract us from where we need to go. And, with respect to that bigger goal, regardless of the standings, regardless of what the win total is, you want to see that core continue to take shape, continue to progress. I would like to be able to look up at the end of the 2026 season and feel like that picture of what that group looks like and what it will continue to look like, whether that's stuff that's happened here at the major league level, stuff that's happened throughout the system, and even stuff behind the curtain in the organization that's going to be necessary for us to succeed over time and make really good acquisitions and really smart baseball decisions over time, that is further ahead than where it was. That's a big part of how I'm going to assess that. There's a little bit of subjectivity to how you look at that, but I do think that that is really important to feel like, I like to think that we have charted some kind of course from where we are to where we need to be, and to feel that we are moving down that path, that we've continued to move down that path. There's different ways to assess that, but that ultimately is something that I think we should look at.
Thought about the shape of this offseason before it starts, what you expect to happen, what you need to get done. How closely has it kind of adhered to that, and then what do you still see as outstanding on that list?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's sometimes hard to predict both exactly what will happen and also like the order of operations. You control some of that, and there's other parts of that you don't control. This just came up. I was on KMOX across the street, and you're talking about, it feels like there's a lot more off season left. Yes and no. I mean, when you look at the calendar, it's pretty late, and some of that speaks to how the baseball offseason kind of has evolved in a way that I think for entertainment value is probably not anybody's first choice in terms of how stretched out it is. When you look at where we are in the calendar, we're past the halfway point of January. Spring training is really close. And at the same time, both for us and around the industry, it feels like there's a lot more that could happen. That's just, that's hard to predict. You can't always predict that. But I think by and large, what I was hopeful about at the beginning of the offseason was that, having said all the things we said at the outset, that there would be opportunities to do things along that path, and one after the other to find moves, trades, acquisitions, whatever it might be, that were in alignment with those goals that we set out. And I do feel like we've done a number of those, and hopefully, every time you line up on something, signing a trade, whatever it is, that hopefully you're doing it because you feel like it is in accordance with your plan. And so I'm hopeful that because of that we'll be able to find some more of those. But I wouldn't say that it's been so predictable that I would have any confidence that we could predict exactly what that will look like, over the next several weeks before we go to Jupiter.
Is the thought that when you go to Jupiter, you're close to set, and any sort of deadline under which the uncertainty kind of ends? Because there are players who are wondering where they're going to be this year.
Yeah, you'd always prefer that in terms of kind of the headlines that could happen, that those are all resolved before spring training starts. It doesn't always happen. To me, it would always be your preference. But spring training is also a time where, really around the game, I don't think this is going to be unique to us. You're always on the lookout for additional talent. There's a lot of things that happen during spring training. Every camp has players who might be on the bubble, players who are out of options, Rule 5 picks, whatever it is, things that can move around. And sometimes you can do really good business during that time if you're prepared. And that's a team effort. That's not just about what happens in our camp, or not just about our coaching staff or our front office, but also gets into our scouts and the different things we do to look at other camps and try to keep our finger on the pulse of those things. And oftentimes in spring training, there's a lot of players who are still looking for where they're going to play in that year. And to the extent that that's the case and they're interesting to us, we're going to continue to keep an eye out. Hopefully those end up being things that at least on expectation or things that are more around the margins of the club. But, you know, you look just last year, you know, we signed Phil, was it March 10th, I think? And he ended up having a tremendous season for us, you know, doing excellent work for 4 months, having a tremendous influence on the guys in there. And then we were able to move him at the deadline for a couple guys who we think have a chance to help us down the road. And that happened well into camp. So those are the types of things you want to be on the lookout for. Yeah, it has to factor in. You know, I don't think you can be blind to anything that could move the needle for your organization. You know, obviously when you have someone who's right in the middle of things, not just as a player, but also as a person, that adds some layers to those types of decisions. It's not everything, but you can't be blind to it. We have a decent idea of what to expect. We knew the whole time, obviously we're operating on a tight timetable. You know, I was asked about this, I think we talked about it at the winter meetings, and I probably misspoke a little bit in terms of it being done. We know there's still gonna be work that was always planned to be ongoing throughout 2026, but you know, the hope was that it would be spring training functional by that point in time. That there would still be things being worked on, whether some of the things that are fan-facing or even just some work that's gonna be ongoing throughout the backfields, you know, within the building, as the year went on. We knew it was going to be a little bit of a photo finish, but still expecting that we will have access to everything that we need to run a camp. And you know, knowing that the first year in a new place or a renovated place, as the case may be, there's probably always going to be some adjustments you're going to have to make, and there might be, you know, some cosmetic things that aren't in place. That you might find little details here or there that weren't buttoned up. That's just to be expected. That's part of the process, and I think everybody knows that, and we'll roll with those punches as they come. Yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic, not just now, but I think that will be, you know, just as we go forward and spend more time together and go through the season. I'm really excited to be able to check in with some of our guys this weekend. And then obviously as we get into camp and you see people more every day, and it just gives you more space for some of those off-the-cuff conversations. I'm sure that's something that for different people, it's on everybody's mind in some way. I don't know that that's totally different from in any situation. I think most players, especially young players, come into this hoping to establish themselves and hoping to be part of something for a long time. In many ways, I think that's healthy. I think it's healthy when, you know, especially in an organization like this, when people are really looking at, you know, what is that standard that I'm expected to meet in order to be a part of this, and that they want to be a part of it, and hopefully be a part of setting that standard and raising the bar. That's something that this organization in particular has done very, very well, you know, over the course of time. I think it's something we can and should lean into, and you know, I think it's a healthy thing.
On your year into the new player development performance focus, how do you feel about what's been done? How do you measure progress made where you are now versus where you were 12 months ago?
Big picture, I'm really pleased. I'm very excited with how the first year went. The reality is, and I'm living this now too, in the larger scope of baseball ops, just in these first few months on this job, there are days you wake up and you say, man, we are trying to do a lot at once right now. And there are other days when you wake up, you're saying we're not moving nearly fast enough. And that's just the nature of this. It's very competitive. I think to the extent that there is a little bit of discomfort, a little bit of anxiety about, you know, what we're doing, how fast this is going, people trying to adjust, people trying to figure out, you know, how much to push, where you need to let up a little bit just to let people come with you, where you need to be definitive and declare like, hey, this is the way it's going to be, versus make sure you're open to that feedback. All those things are good. It should feel a little uncomfortable. I think we went through a lot of that this year in development, and I was really happy with both our new leadership and our returning staff for just staying engaged in that process. That was something, you know, an ask I made of our entire player development staff in spring training was just to stay in it. That it's not always going to be perfect every day. It's not always going to feel comfortable every day. That's what change, that's what growth feels like. And as long as everybody stayed committed to it and committed to that continuous evolution, that continuous growth, that we were going to look up at the end of the year and feel like we really came really far. And that a lot of the things we were trying to do, that we were trying to implement, they start to become second nature, and they start to feel like, hey, we're helping our players, rather than, wow, there's a lot of steps to this or whatever. And my job, I think, was just to try to help people get there, try to obviously make clear what the bigger picture mission was, but also just support and nudge, as necessary. And I finished the year really happy with where we went. I think it teed us up really well for kind of another wave of additions and some of the staff changes we made. And now we go into this year feeling like, we really have kind of a full staff on board. Not to say we're not going to continue growing and evolving and changing, but just really happy with the group we have to take us forward, and excited for a lot more in year two.
On player development, how do you find out what that next thing is? Because there was a lot of catching up to do, but how do you make sure you're not missing some of the things that the teams that were already caught up, they're now advancing to? What are some of the ways that you're finding what those are?
Yeah, we always talk about that, because you don't just want to be in a feeling like you're just trying to look at what somebody else has done and try to get there. Definitionally, if that's all you're doing, you will never be first. That is part of what I was hoping would happen, and I do think is on its way to happening culturally, and not just within player development or performance, but really throughout the organization. That when you we've got wonderful people in this organization, and then we bring in high quality human beings who have great expertise and fresh perspective from other places, and now you're hoping to create an environment where everybody is pushed a little bit out of their comfort zone, pushed a little bit, especially when you talk about, again, whether it's returning staff, new staff, taking on challenges that might be bigger than something you've done before, that hopefully you get to an environment that pushes you to have to co-create something that's better than anything you've ever experienced. We talk about that all the time, and there's been really good conversations that have come up, even within the front office, even outside of the player development scope, around some things that we knew we were maybe a little behind to. We didn't have the technology or the data to quite leverage, like on the evaluation side, that now you have people who may not have been exposed to it here, or may have known it was out there, but we didn't have the ability to implement it. And then you have people from different places that have been exposed to this stuff, and you get them all in a room and you talk about it. And this is going to lead over time. We're not quite there yet, but there's some things that, they're low-hanging fruit because maybe we haven't been there. But now you take a bunch of different people that have all been exposed to this in some different way, and we're going to put something together that hopefully is better than what any of them can say they had at their prior stop.
Does AI play into that?
It kind of has to over, in the long run. I will admit, I think this is one of those technologies that, I think the reality is, I think I'm probably a little too old for this to ever be truly native to me, but I also think it is going to be really important. Obviously, that's a whole big conversation we can have about society and where this is going and all the different implications of it. And I think it's a really interesting topic, and an exciting but also a scary topic. But it's going to be one of these things that if we're not leveraging it, we're going to look at in 5 years and we got beat to something. So we have to make sure how to do it the right way. Yeah, well, we're certainly going to find out more pretty soon, but I will say from what we have been able to see and understand, even that he, for various reasons, including obviously where our complex is at right now, he hasn't been directly working with us, but we've been able to monitor this, and I think that's because he has had a better and more engaged and more communicative offseason than any that I think people around here can remember from him. I'm hearing a lot of positives on that front. Obviously, the proof will be in the pudding, but, encouraged by where his head is at in terms of, understanding what the adjustments need to be for him to have consistent success at this level. And, he's one guy where, obviously, we all sat here and last year, and could talk about how pivotal a year 2025 is going to be for him. And it didn't go great. We all know that. Fortunately, especially at his age and with his physical talent, there's more sand in the hourglass. And so this year is going to be another pivotal year. But you don't have to squint to see why the upside is worth staying with him. And again, we've talked about this before in other contexts about the difference between patience and urgency, and there should be an urgency, but also an understanding that when you have this type of talent and that type of youth, that even if it's going well, you're going to be riding ups and downs, but you want to see the right work and you want to see the right engagement, and I'm encouraged by how that's progressing. Yeah, he's through kind of the rehab portion of it, and he's in the early stages of now this throwing program that we've designed for him. And there's been great work on the part of our staff, really collaborative effort between major and minor league staff and our medical and performance staff to try to leverage this not just for health, but also to get him into a place where he'll be better equipped just to throw guys out in the course of the game. So he's early in that process, but he's on track. And we're excited to see as this gets closer and closer to camp where he's at.
2026, a 500 at bat type year. I know you talked about adding right-handed outfield help as part of what's still left. What do you see as far as what his landscape is for
Yeah, I hope so. I certainly hope that's the case, because we're going to have the lane for that. But obviously, we don't want to hand anything to him or anybody. You want to have enough competition and a high enough standard that nothing is handed to anybody. But certainly, the lane will be there for him to do that.
Swing and a drive, that's hammered. The ball is gone! Herrera, 3-run lightning bolt.
I feel like my preparation and work ethic took me to this place. Before, I just didn't feel comfortable. I felt overwhelmed by everything that was happening, I debuted at a really young age, and I think that helped me too, because I grew up faster. And now I don't feel it, like I said before, I don't feel any pressure. I feel really confident that I'm gonna get the results, because I believe in everything I've done. All the hard work I put, I believe in that. And when you do everything you can to do the right things, I know I work hard, and every aspect of the game, it's gonna pay off on some time, and it's just paying off right now.
Swing and a drive, a solo home run. Swing and a drive. Herrera admires another one. And a high drive by Herrera. It's a 3-homer game.
When I'm DHing, I only think about hitting. And, I try to do everything I can to help the team win. I like being DH. It's relaxing and you enjoy the game too. But the only bad thing about being DH is if you're missing, you're going to be stuck for the next 20 minutes thinking about what you did wrong. And when I'm catching, after I hit, I go in for defense and I forget about everything that happened before. I just enjoy the game. Like, I truly enjoy the game. I go out there and compete, and I truly care about my teammates. Like, I want them to do good so we can win the games, you know? And all those moments, you feel all the emotions together. You just realize that you're helping and you're doing everything you can, and you know, it feels awesome. You feel like you're in the clouds, you know, flying.
In the home stretch of day number 1 here inside Ballpark Village, Winter Warm-Up 2026 with Elizabeth Meineke. I'm Brett McMillan, joined on stage by pitcher Quinn Matthews and designated hitter and catcher Ivan Herrera.
Gotcha.
Let's start with that, Ivan. You know, you've made it clear you want to catch, and you had a great year at the plate last year. We just saw a lot of awesome moments. Why is catching something that's important to you?
I mean, catching is just important to me. You know, I come through the minor leagues being a catcher. You know, I idolized Jadier Molina as a kid, so for me it's really important to keep that standard high and, you know, try to be a good catcher in the future.
Quinn, an awesome year in 2024, ran into some injuries and a lot of adversity in 2025. You're kind of a level guy, I think well prepared for that in my opinion, but what did you learn in a tough year in 25, having to fight through that stuff to get toward the results you want to get to?
Yeah, I would say I wasn't prepared at all for 2025, so I appreciate you saying you think I was prepared, but I don't think I was prepared. I'd never dealt with injury before, so definitely some new adversity there, but it was a year of learning indeed, and hopefully I can use what I learned in 2025 throughout my career.
Quinn, I know that Jason Isringhausen is a legend around here, and he's also really instrumental in helping develop our minor league pitchers. So what were some tips that he gave you to kind of walk you through this season so that you could get that next step in your development?
Yeah, I mean, Izzy dealt with his fair share of injuries as well, so at times I'd lean upon him for advice, and his biggest thing, especially towards like the latter part of the year, was just go out there and compete. He's like, you can't go back and change what you've done. All you can do is control your future, and he thought I'd lost like that little element of compete that I think I've done a very good job, and I pride myself on being an ultra competitive person. He thought I'd lost that a little bit at times throughout the year, and I was worrying about other things, so that was like the big piece of advice he gave me.
Ivan, a great year, as I mentioned earlier, at the plate for you last year. At what point did you really feel locked in and start to feel like it was a year where, you know, kind of a breakout year, I think would be fair to say?
I mean, I would say in September, I was trying to lock in, you know, get to 20 home runs. That's like the goal I had from the beginning of the year. And, you know, I was way far, and I was like, okay, why not try? You know, there's nothing I lose with trying, just continue to compete in September, you know, and still finish strong. For me, that's more important than just finish strong and then fall at the end, you know. So I just continue to start strong, then struggle, and then, you know, finish strong. For me was the most important thing I did at the end of last year.
How does having a year that you're pleased with impact the offseason, or does it, you know, as you go into an offseason trying to carry that momentum?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just that gave me an extra motivation. You know, I know I'm capable to do good things as a hitter now. So for me, it's just focus on what's next. And what's next for me is just work on my defense, get my arm healthy for 2026, and that's what I'll be focused on.
Quinn, what was your plan heading into the off-season? Sort of what discussions did you have with baseball development to set a plan that you feel has you in a good place at this point?
Yeah, they made it pretty clear in terms of what I really needed to work on. I also knew what I needed to work on, and that's the beauty of being a professional baseball player, is it is still our career, so we can help make those decisions and guide our paths in certain ways. So they had their input, I had mine, and, you know, hopefully it works out pretty well.
For both of you guys, you know, I've never played certainly at the level you guys did, but feels important as a pitcher and when you're at the plate. I mean, you want the mechanics to be good, but so much of it is in your mind about the feel. What does that play for both of you guys, the way that you feel? How important is that?
I mean, I feel like what it's been changing during my career. It's like every year I get a little more opportunity, and with opportunity, then the confidence, you know. Now you succeed. Now you know what do you need to, what do you do when you succeed. For me, it was just having that confidence and that belief that I can go out there and face any kind of guy and that I can be successful. That gave me an extra confidence that every time I go out there, like I can hit a home run against anybody. So, and at the end of the day, that's like mental power that comes with the mental and the mental preparation you have every single day before the games. You know, I have my routines. I try to do every single day just to be successful every day. So as long as I follow that, I feel like I'm in a good spot.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of what Yvonne said, mental is huge. Obviously, like it is a game of basically 90% mental. The physical is awesome, like you can feel good, but some of your best days are when you feel the worst, and some of your worst days are when you feel the best. So the feel kind of goes out the window as soon as you step on the lines, and that's kind of when the battle begins, because essentially, for me, it's just me versus the other hitters. For Yvonne, it's him versus the pitcher. So the feel's awesome, but it's more of like a mental war and just being ready to go.
Yvonne, I know that MLB just named you one of the top 100 current players. And I obviously know that Team Panama came calling for the World Baseball Classic. So what's your February look like? What's your February look like? Are you looking forward to playing in the WBC?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be able to represent Panama, but all of that comes if I'm healthy. You know, I've been trying to come back from an arm injury, a surgery, so, you know, excited to be with Panama. And, you know, I made the top 100 on the MLB, you know, it's just funny. You know, I never was a top 100 minor league player, you know. All of that is just continue to believe in myself every single year, you know. I think that's what got me to this point. And, you know, just continue to do that to maybe next year crack the top 50, you know.
Well, we love Baseball Talk, Elizabeth, but these guys were kind enough to agree to play a little game, or at least Quinn did. So Yvonne, we're gonna rope you into it too. Just a couple of fun questions. Okay. Simple premise. Elizabeth, I'll let you explain kind of what we're doing here.
All right, this is going to be a version of Never Have I Ever. So if you're unfamiliar with this, we are going to give a statement like, you know, never have I ever eaten McDonald's. And if you have done that, you're gonna hold up the paddle with the thumbs up, the green side. And if you have not, you're going to hold up the red side with the thumbs down. So little get to know you version here. Brett, do you want to kick it off?
Yeah, let's do this. I've definitely done this one. Never have I ever broken a window with a baseball. Green for yes, red for no.
No lie detector test here. Do we get the follow-up story on that one? Is that off the record?
We were hitting baseballs in the backyard, and then I didn't hit it with a baseball, I hit it with a bat. I let the bat go and, you know, it hit the window. Next thing I know, my mom hitting me for just breaking the windows.
Quinn, I'm impressed. You haven't, as a pitcher, never got away from you in the backyard.
No, we threw, like in my backyard, we threw parallel to the house for that reason, because my parents knew I was not gonna hit my dad who was catching. I was probably gonna hit the house over and over again. I broke a window with a soccer ball though, growing up. So not a baseball, soccer ball.
All right, how about this one? Never have I ever let a teammate pay for dinner.
Do you have the alligator arms? Green? Yeah. I think that's fair.
I had to pay for this guy.
There's a lot of dinners. It's fair to let other people pick up the check too. Never have I ever asked a celebrity for an autograph or a picture. You guys have done autographs today. Have you asked? Who'd you ask, Quinn?
I literally just asked David Eckstein for a photo.